you came for. Blood on the game bowl, everybody drop it like rainfall. This is your moment, eyes on a puppet. Can't think, chest just open. And they're singing your praises, la la la. Screaming your name, la 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 la. One more step, you're immortal now. 'Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, where? Hey, welcome to the big show. Next on the ladder, is it your name in the rafters? Breathe, breathe, breathe. Moment of silence. Bad guy woke up and chose violence. And they're singing my praises, la la la. Screaming my name out, la la la. This is why we're immortal now. 'Cause once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, where? I'm on my knees, pray for glory. Anyone read this underdog story? I can't lose myself again. Help me raise this sword. I'm brave. Once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, where? Once you play. 내 눈에 비친 창문 눈을 감아 바람이 부는 곳에 날 데려가 Wanna be myself, wanna leave
And welcome. Pick and play is underway, and we get a very interesting timeline here. We are set for week number 2 of the LTA South, and I'm excited to kick off the day. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is RandomMinionCaster, and we'll be your casters for this matchup of what is a rematch of the Split 2 Grand Finals. RMC, how you feeling?
Overall, I am super hyped for so many reasons. So let's start off with your first statement. The pick and play, and we are in the blessed timeline because somehow, despite pick and
Depending on
play,
how you look at things, okay?
fair enough, and I'm looking at it in real positive light right now because
Yep.
normally pick and play means that you're going to get a bit of a disparity come through, right? Because the lower seeded teams have to pick the higher seeded teams, but somehow here in LTA South, we got a rematch of the grand finals in week 2. The top two teams are facing off, and not because they crapped out. They both went 2-0 in the first week. So they're still dominant, they're still great, and they will still be facing off. And secondly, I'm hyped because I'm a Pain fan, and this is a chance for Pain to wash away the disgrace of a grand finals they had in Split 2. They lost 0-3 to Furia, or put it the other way, Furia dominated Pain 3-0, and Pain, they're not gonna like that. So here's their chance to bite back.
And honestly, it's going to be a treat and a half to watch them all throw it down. We got the entirety of the Pain roster. It is going to be, of course, Wiser, Karaoke, Teton, as well as Curie and Roamer, with a few eyes on a very specific player in there.
Yeah, for sure. I think on the side of Pain Gaming, Titans has been absolutely dominant. The team's been doing really well, but yeah, Titans had some great stats in week 1, including the highest damage percentage, 30.8%, highest in the entire league. And on the other side, of course, for Furia, I mean, they've been performing really well as well. Tatu currently one of the higher KDAs in the game, 23.0, third highest belonging to IU, because IU hasn't died yet. IU's been completely dominant. 0 deaths, and I think he's the only one in the league. So we'll see if Pain can potentially change that. We do have a bit of the graphic as well. The matchup between Tatu and Titan. They're the MVPs for week 1 for their respective teams, and you can see up there, Titan, it's all about the damage percentage because he's been crushing it in terms of that. And as an AD carry, that's probably your most important stat. Tatu, on the other hand, great KDA, great damage percentage for a jungler. And gold difference at 15 is actually, something that he has been leading on. 413 just been absolutely everywhere.
And that's the terrifying thing alongside of Gigo and Tuts and Jojo. We'll be heading right into the draft here, and you know what that means. It is time to see all of those lovely bands. Of course, Pain is on the blue side to start things off. The Annie, the Aurora, and the Talia are all banned away. A lot of AP dealt into the foreground. And of course, we're looking at Wiser rounding out with that Gwen early. And then on the other side, Furia banning away that Pantheon, the Maokai, the Azir, unfortunately, very meta bans that had to stay, but you get the Varus and the Wukong, very stable start to their draft.
Yeah, that's a little bit interesting considering what we've seen from Romer so far. He's not been about the Azir. Last week we saw his Yasuo and Galio, very high impact, in your face melee champions as well. Furia, though, with the Wukong showing really early for Tatu, that has been sort of a bit of a power pick for Tatu. Very aggressive, can absolutely carry. So he wants to get up in the grill of Pain Gaming, and Titan saying bet with a Sivir. Not the longest range champion, but at least one with a spell shield.
And I'm wondering if that's just like, hey, we really want to make sure that we keep Teton alive throughout the entirety of this, but what are you going to match with it? What are you going to match with this piece? I know you see that Wukong on the side and you don't want to give Tatu a perfect matchup, so do you actually grab the jungler here? And no, you're going to be looking at maybe even to that support role or the mid if you wish. It is going to be that Nico to go ahead and be pulled on out 1-1 so far here in the split.
Yeah, I suspect that's going to be a Curry. After all, Curry's been dominant on this Nico, one of the earlier adopters of it here in the LTA South. And that does leave the jungle position, as you called, Orbital, as well as the mid lane potentially to come through for Pain Gaming. Fury, on the other hand, they've got a marksman. They've got their jungler already. Do they want to try and pick something to answer Gwen? No, they're going for the support role. So a very heavy bot lane with the Varus Karma. Sivir can spell shield one of them, but the other one's going to be laying down a lot of hurt.
And that's actually really terrifying. You take a look at how Furia wants to kind of play this, and we talked about how Furia has really stepped up since that
Mhm.
split 2 grand finals. We've seen them really chug along when they were taking a look at week number 1, and one of the things is can they continue to take over a lot of their games? They're facing off against Pain, the team that is sitting there going, "Hey, we want our glory back." Is
Yeah.
that the best way to put it? And if you're just going to dominate outright, take over the lane, and not allow the likes of Teton and Curie to even play, well, that might be a style as well as we see the J4 band away.
Yeah, and historically, when we've seen Payne win this matchup, it has been through that ball lane. IU, for all that he's been lauded as the up and coming AD carry, has struggled to Titan. But notably, in the grand finals, when they 3-0'd, IU put up massive numbers, absolutely huge numbers, to be able to match and even defeat this ball lane. So I do think this ball lane matchup is really important. Getting the Varus Karma is going to be huge for Furia to try and establish that dominance they need to carry through to the win. The bans coming through, though, from Furia, it's all into the jungle, trying to shut down Carioca. The Nocturne, the J4, sort of big engaged champions being taken away. And for Carioca, I mean, he's traditionally been best in tanks, but you don't really want to be running something like a Sejuani into a Wukong, where the clone has been such a pain for Carioca, not just in this matchup in specific, but in general, has been a pain for him to try and play things like Sejuani into.
Yeah, it's a pain to be pain sometimes, and that's what you got to realize. And especially when you stagger the bans like this, it's why we mentioned that, hey, you didn't go for a jungler on your side. Oh, you're going to get pinched. And I think it's understood, which is why you actually gave why there's such a treat in the top side, but you can only ban out so much. So you go ahead and leave open that Mbessa. So Gigo is actually going to go straight in to that Gwen and take it hand over fist and try and go for that melee brawl.
And it feels like that is something that Payne's okay with. They banned out the Rumble, the Jax. They had to know that Mbessa was one of the counters we've been seeing come through as an answer to Gwen, kind of able to dance around and remove Gwen from some of these critical fights. But okay, we were talking about how Romer wanted high impact melee champions. Rise pretty short range, but a much more carry-oriented pick to come through. And the Xinjiao for Carioca, they want that front line. They want to create space for the Sivir.
Might not be the pure engage that we like, but it is a very strong engage that has been rising in the meta. Very good early game as well. Can duel out. These are the two junglers, in my opinion, that when you look at the A tier or just into S tier, these are the two junglers that come to mind. But there is the counter at the end of the day. You see the rise. So now you go for a sneaky pickup here. One that I haven't seen in a while. It is a Zoe to come on out for Tuts.
Yeah, this is one a hell of a throwback overall. Back in the day when we first started the LTA South co-stream here, back when it was called CB Law English, that was the meta where Zoe was kind of in meta, and we saw players like Everett, like Tinones, dominate on this champion. Heck, Tinones did it internationally, where he pulled out the Zoe and stole Barons with it on the international stage, but Zoe kind of fell out of favor. In fact, we've seen a lot more Aurora kind of being that new Zoe and being able to burst down targets very quickly, but a lot more mobility, a lot safer. Now, into the Rise, this does feel a little bit dangerous to pick up. Yes, you outrange with the Paddle Star. Yes, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble can often land on Rise, and if it lands, you guarantee free poke. There's no answer. But at the same time, with the point-and-click Rune Prison, it is easy to punish Zoe if she doesn't get the sleep on you, especially setting up ganks. So for Tuts, a statement pickup and a bit of a pocket pick, maybe, to try and throw Pain off their game.
And it kind of draws my eyes away from either the jungle or the bot lane where we were kind of looking initially, because it's a Zoe and Rise. Like, this is not the sleep lane into mid to late. This is the Zoe needs to get ahead, in my opinion. I mean, I've seen some good Zoes and I love the fact seeing it, but when you pick it in R5 position, it brings the eyes of either you're going to die or you're going to dominate. Like, those bubbles better hit. Better hit, because if you lose, you're kind of dead in the water. That's terrifying to think, but I love it here for game number 1. And remember, in a BO3, you only got one safety net. Now, granted, I know for a fact Furia know how to play from behind a little bit here, so it's not out of the world if Zoe goes down. But I really don't want to see that poor realm warping, jumping, through the portals go 0-3, 0-4 at the start.
Yeah, and the interesting about both of these compositions, Orbital, is that neither of them really have true tanks, right? Even the supports aren't tanks this time. It's Nico, who's a mage, it's the Karma, who's an enchanter support. The top lane aren't really tanks either. Mbessa's a bruiser. She builds damage. She wants to get in there. Gwen is immune, sure, but she's not a true tank in that she doesn't really block the damage. She just immunes her way through lots of these fights. So because of that, even if Zoe falls behind in lane, just get Zoe out of lane, right? Her ability to form picks with that Sleepy Trouble Bubble, absolutely massive. The ability to create picks with Chains of Corruptions to come through from IU, absolutely huge as well. And then you contrast that to the playstyle of Pain. Furia, they've got lots of pick tools. Pain, they just want to team fight and scale up with the likes of the Gwen, the Rise, the Sivir. Their split push threat is going to also be significant, and that's another thing we have to keep an eye out for. Gigo and Weiser. Does one of them stand out enough in the 1v1 to become a potential alternate win con for these teams?
Well, it is going to be a chance for either squad, and honestly, I am looking forward to the scaling, as you called it, but honestly, just the game itself. You called it earlier. We are in the blessed timeline of getting this rematch here in week 2. Only week number 2 here in split number 3. So let's go ahead and dive on in. It is Pain Gaming going up against FourY4, both squads looking at a 2-0 mark. And for me, that means all the pleasure in the world for this BO3 RMC. Are you ready?
I'm ready overall, but judging by the position we're seeing from some of these players right now, like Tatu straight chilling.
I was so excited. I was so excited. I ramped it up, and then they're like, nah, we're going to chill.
I think that Tatu face kind of tells us the problem. Yeah, there is some sort of pause happening right now, unfortunately. And hey, you can participate in the Brazilian broadcast by using the hashtag LTA South. Something might pop up on our side as well. But, yeah, right now I think that there's some sort of pause in game. So the players are kind of chilling right now. Because I can't imagine, even with the jungle position, even though you're PvEing, no way you're PvEing with your hands tied behind your back, basically. Like Tatu's chilling right now.
Yeah, don't want to apply. No, sorry. We apologize about this. We really just listen. We want to do a makeup tutorial, and we were super excited here. We want to have a little bit of fun there. Live love over to Hero over there, just enjoying a lot of the fans out there, and it gives us a little bit of time to dive a little bit further into this composition. So we talk about the scaling over on Set of Pain Gaming for FourY4. Obviously, my eyes were drawn to the Zoe, but this bottom lane, this Varus and this Karma. I want to point eyes to it because now that we know it's pure skilling on the side, it almost seems like a very specific. It's not a possibility. It needs to be a given that this Varus and this Karma are going to do a lot of work, or else you are going to see your lane just kind of dominated and dragged through the mud come mid lane.
Yeah, and to be fair, again, I think if there were more tanks on the side of Pain Gaming, I'd be a lot more concerned about the scaling strength that could potentially come through from Pain Gaming, or the ease of execution for their late game in terms of how they want to play that out. But without the tanky frontline, it is a bit of an arms race. It is just damage coming through. IU doesn't have to build sort of the on-hit Varus anymore. He can just go the lethality Varus and still be incredibly relevant in the late game. And the poke advantage you get with Karma, with Varus, with Zoe, that's not something Pain have an answer to. Pain have great team fighting, but they've got to get in there somehow. And as you pointed out, Xin Zhao isn't your traditional engage. Yes, he can win, become lightning, and brute force the fight in there. Use the Crescent Guard to try and displace people and break the fight up into smaller bits and pieces. But that's kind of anti-synergistic with their true engage, which is Curry on Nico. And while we've seen Curry find insane engages time and time again, great flank positions, really abusing Flash, abusing the clone, abusing Protobelt, it is putting a lot of weight on Curry's shoulders to try and find these perfect ways of getting in there. You can't even trust Titan to do it with On the Hunt, because trying to run at a Wukong, at Mbessa, at a Varus, that's just begging for trouble at that point.
It's one of those that it's the indirect engagement tool, right? You can only run so fast, and you can only hope that the opponent doesn't scatter into the wind. And it's a challenge, but you can fight your way forward. The other side of that bracket is Gigo. I believe we were taking a look at that Mbessa on the top side, and as you mentioned, it's very rough running into an Mbessa. But in my eyes, it's also the idea of, well, Mbessa can hold you off and can dive into the backline, so it can be a little bit of disruption. But I'm curious to see how well that matchup works, and if Mbessa will be another key unlocking, as it looks like we're getting ready to dive on in. I'm excited. We got the hands over the keyboard. Although that doesn't mean the play is going to start. It means that something might be happening.
I mean, Jojo, or yeah, it looks like they're sort of straight chilling for FourY4. So. This is highly unfortunate that we're kind of stuck in this position, especially when we had such a hype draft to come through.
To be fair, I'd rather no pauses go through the actual game. So the fact that they get it out at the beginning, sure. I mean, I'll take that bittersweet, lesser of two evils right there.
Yeah, that's true. It just really sucks for this. Now, I have been told, and we have an update. Apparently, the last Zoe that we've seen in Brazil was back in CBLOL 2023, Split 1. It was March the 4th, and it was Tinones playing it against Furia. So it's been 882 days since we last saw a Zoe.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm actually curious. Who was the mid lane at the time for Furia was unfortunately not Tuts. It was Envy at the time. So that's the FNB, Goot, Envy, Trigo, IU roster, and IU was their support back then. So while things have changed since the last time we saw Zoe.
Yeah, you know, it's almost as long as the new Zac skin. I think Zac skin actually is overcoming that one, so we don't want to talk about that one. There's the clown nose. That's exactly how we feel right now. We're clowns here on the desk just waiting, and even that fan knows it. It's a little bit of a rough one. And I I'm just curious. I know you just mentioned the Zoe, but I'm just still sitting there like, dang, I wasn't expecting that for game one here. Of all things you decide for a Zoe, of all things you decide to try and run that ASAP, and as an R5 as well, there are a lot of other options around. And I mean, is this what you would want to do? Pull out a little bit of that cheese, pull out a little bit of that silliness here for game one, and kind of toss it to the wind.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
You
okay.
definitely
Well, I
want to.
forget
I
I'm
mean,
talking to you, RMC. I forget I'm talking to you, and I'm like, I've seen your champ pull in solo queue, and I realized that, that's a very appropriate answer.
yeah, I love non-meta picks. I love people pulling out different things, and even if this is cheese, this is not a cheese which is particularly full of holes. I do like the idea that's come through from Furia, and their drafting has never been an issue. I mean, the fact that last week one of an amazing composition, including that Seraphine, which was and Senna bot lane duo, which is super toxic, was a mistake from them, and they accidentally locked Seraphine, and Gigo trolled them, and they still found a working draft. That speaks a lot to Furia's coaching staff and the team and the versatility they have. So this, to me, this is good cheese. I like this. It's not exactly meta. You can experiment a little bit with it, and again, like I said before, I think the Zoe pickup here is a good choice. It is something that works very well with their composition and can look to punish Pain. I think Pain's also kind of experimenting a little bit too, right? Not having a true tank, kind of running a Nico Sivir bot lane along with sort of that rise. We're not seeing kind of all in on that team fighting. We're kind of seeing options come through a little bit for them. They're experimenting and seeing, okay, what can we get away with? It is game one in a best of three full Fearless, so this is the right time to experiment, if ever. The stakes on this game do matter because it is Pain versus Furia. It is top of the table. Winner of this game will likely be first seed for the pick and play portion of this tournament. And going into the elimination phase, first seed, the higher your seed, the better, because you get to pick your opponents throughout most of the elimination phase based on your seeding from the pick and play.
And while we have a little bit of time, I do want to bring up a little bit more information and a little bit more why we were talking about this this Tatu versus T-Tot matchup. It was such a treat to get to watch and to see these two players face off, and also to see them in week number one as well. But hopefully we have it up because I would love to get a little bit more info on these two teams and show you exactly why we have so many eyes on these two, considered their kind of premier spotlight players for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, even about the graphic, just thinking back to last week, right? We got our first pentakill of the LTA split 3, both North and South, coming in last week, and it was Tatu on a Jax picking up that pentakill, hence why, his KDA was absolutely stunning. And that's what we want to see more of from this player. And when he's picking things like Wukong, when he's not being put on tanks like Skarner, like Maokai, that's when the magic kind of happens, and especially up against Karaoke. Back in the grand finals in Split 2, we kind of had highlighted the story, the fact that Tatu used to be Karaoke's understudy. Tatu used to be on Pain Gaming Academy. He learned under Karaoke, and now he's kind of here overwhelming Karaoke. He beat Karaoke in the grand finals. He's here already making another splash, first pentakill of the week. Of the split, of the entire league of the split. And Karaoke, on the other hand, has been putting up really solid numbers as well. Second highest KDA in the league, 28.0 right now, only behind IU because IU hasn't died. He's got the second lowest average deaths. He only died once over 2 games. To be fair, so did Tatu, only died once over the 2 games. So this jungle matchup between Karaoke and Tatu, it could very well set up and be foundational for the series, while we think the AD carries are probably going to be sort of the big kingmakers within this particular game.
So with all that being said, RMC, with all that being said, I want to ask you a very important question. A very, very important one whenever we take a look at one side or the other. And something that I've only noticed as we take a look at this live feed coming in from the studio, what do you think of the monitor heights between everyone? Because I saw some funky monitor heights earlier on. I believe it was on the side of Ping. There were some very, very low writing monitors there, trying to make sure that you look down a little bit further, and then some just straightforward. Which would you prefer your monitor to sit at? Because now I'm curious.
I actually didn't notice that. Now you pointed that out. I'm gonna
There,
keep an eye
there, there
out.
were two drastically different heights. I hope we get that side view of Pain because, like, I think like two of them were very, very in front of your face, and then there were two that were like looking down. I have no other way to put it, but there it is. You see that?
Oh,
You see
okay,
that
yeah,
one there?
Romer and Titan.
You're like very.
That's angled really weirdly. Oh, so update as well that they quickly flashed across. It looks like they had some sort of client problem, so they are currently trying to remake the lobby. They didn't specify which team or which player had the client issues, but they're currently just trying to fix that.
Oh my god! Look at Gigos. I didn't realize Gigos is like on the table. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm enjoying this.
No, it's interesting too because the slant is kind of like the top is leaning forward, so I guess they kind of get more intense and they kind of look down at it. It makes sense that Titan does that. He is a very intense player. Yeah, and then Gigo is not beating the Short King allocations with his monitor height. Let's put it that way.
Only one where you can see his entire body and the screen is just like on the floor. But that means we are in to the draft. They heard us talking a little bit too much smack about the height, and they said we better get in on the rift. So we get talking about the champions. We're diving in to game number 1 between Furia and Pain Gaming. You know what that means? It's all about the action.
And right from the get-go, an aggressive invade coming in from Furia, just trying to get vision. They actually have the ability to be very obnoxious as well. Karma level 1, her first poke with her empowered Q hurts. And there's very little that can match it. The kill threat isn't necessarily there, but the invade threat is very real. The poke threat that you can get in just to walk in is also significant. So Furia, did they actually drop the ward? I can't see because Titans, yep, okay, there we go. Titans icon was kind of just sitting on top of the area on the minimap, but they do get a very aggressive ward in there to track where Karaoke is starting.
Go ahead and take a look at this pacing as we see the battle lines being drawn. An early ward was dropped in as well. And I appreciate this. Again, Curry, well, not the true. Actually, it is Curry. I'm enjoying that. That is going to mess me up so much. I know Nico's been around, but Zoe and Nico on the same screen is going to, I don't know. It's going to somehow piss me off, even though they're not on the same team.
Yeah, thankfully Curry can't become Zoe, or else that would definitely be very, very messy. Just pretending you're Karaoke for now. It does give critical information to Furia. Furia is going to be aware that Karaoke is starting on bot side, but at least they get 25 gold for it. They do clear out that ward on the other hand. Pain was very actually passive with their level 1. They didn't bother trying to get counter wards. So they're basically saying, we don't care about the Wukong and where you're looking to start. We think you're just going to power farm till 6 anyways. So our lanes will kind of have that freedom to do what they want. Unfortunately, the lanes won't have priority for the most part. Gwen, level 1 can deal with Mbessa, but after, you hit level 2, level 3, Mbessa starts being able to hold her own fairly well. Ryze is going to fall behind Zoe in the laning, and already bot side. You're seeing Jojo dominate this lane, kind of 1v2. Like, yes, the piercing arrows coming through from IU are helping, but it's largely just the Karma pushing in the Nico server.
I mean, it's also the expected outcome as Jojo eats a little bit of a turret shot, but the empowered shielding or the extra shielding, I should say, you're gonna take it. Level 2 is in the top side though, as Gigo and Wiser going at it a little bit rough. But
What?
Romer now at level 3, showing off what you like to do. Tuts going for the early poke, which actually lent themselves to a rougher status, already down to about 25% HP.
Yeah, I am shocked that Romer found such a wonderful trade onto the Zoe, especially this early on. A lot of times Zoe's not a very interactive champion in lane, right? She's just trying to clear the wave as much as possible, land CP bubble, trouble bubble, and then paddle star into it. If she lands it, you lose half your health. If she doesn't land it, the lane goes on. So it's almost a game of dodgeball. But Romer was somehow able to just punish Tuts, and with that health advantage as well, Tuts is struggling to walk up and actually CS, and trying to last hit with just autos as a Zoe early levels feels really, really bad.
It just, again, that was the R5, and you and I were sitting there going, hey, we got to keep eyes on this matchup. We got to take a look at it. Now comes the patented lane swap situation. We go ahead and see Wiser, the true Wiser here on the bot side. Gigo now recognizing that, hey, we're half a beat behind right now. So Teton and Curie up to the top side. Karaoke realizing that, hey, no one's in this top side jungle because they're on the bot side. Wise is
Ooh.
like, hey, I
Oh.
I found him down here. I found him down on the bot side.
Yeah, and this lane swap is not good for Weiser, right? Gwen wants to kind of just
Mhm.
sit there and soak up experience. Trying to handle a 1v2 situation for Gwen, very, very much not ideal. You're basically just playing off your hallowed miss and trying to immune a lot of that poke to come through. But Tatu was in the area, and unfortunately for Pain, it almost feels like the lane swap was forced. It's not the usual, 5-6 minute lane swap that we often see come through from teams to try and find more advantageous positioning. It's we are trying to get Titan Curry out of a really, really bad lane, and now we're scrambling with teleports. Gigo TPing down to this bot lane, and Romer having to answer to try and prevent Weiser from being dove.
It's crazy to think again. That is Pain looking for the proactive move and then having to be reactive on the back foot, which kind of hurts. You sit there and go, "Hey, I was hoping for something." And Romer actually playing a little bit further up as well, saying, "Hey,
Yep.
I'm gonna get in the mix." And when you knew there were just three other players down there, that's a little bit crazy to me. But you are going to be a little bit safe. Romer now going to sit down as we get a full rotate, and one that we don't normally see. Wiser taking that Gwen into the mid lane as Pain kind of scramble for this game one early game lane situation.
Yeah, and on one hand, it's great adaptation from Pain. These are probably better lane matchups. The CP CP trouble bubble, pardon me, has a long cooldown, and that can be matched
Welcome
by
to
the Hallowed
Zoe.
Mist.
Welcome to Zoe.
It's been a hot minute, and while I've missed watching her big pops. I have not missed watching her gameplay. Let's put it that way. Yeah, but I'm looking at the CS numbers too, and where you had Wiser going even, he's now down in CS. Titan was the one who was really struggling. He still got a 10 CS differential, and Romer. Huge props to Romer. He's sort of the rookie on this team, the youngest, newest name, and he's the one with the most expectations on him. And he did not have a great split too, unfortunately. He had some good moments, but he had also some really bad moments. But so far, this is his third game here in Split 3. He's been looking really, really good. And right now, in this specific game, he's their best performer by far. Despite the lane swap, he's still keeping up in that CS, getting that big bit of a gap. And he's the one who's kind of stemming all the bleeding. He's the one doing triage right now, just covering whichever lane needs help.
I think that actually puts them further behind, as that is Furia to take a very quick dragon pretty much off of spawn here. And you see Karaoke
Mhm.
going, dang, we even had a pink ward on it. We had everything that we were hoping to have, and we still lost out. Weren't even able to contest. So far, Furia showing off the macro game once again, putting Pain a little bit further behind. 600 gold back with the grubs spawning in a minute and a half. That'll be the next threat to kind of look at.
Yeah, the eyes were present, the spirit was willing, but the bodies were weak, and so Pain just could not actually get people to that particular dragon. We're seeing Wiser down experience from all the lane shenanigans. He can't rotate out. Romer was burning mana like none other to kind of lock Tuts down. And Fury has responded with lane swaps. And Titan's going down again, 25 CS. He barely caught up 10 CS, and then now it's right back in the hole.
And I feel like that is somewhat the expected as well. You're playing Sivir of all things. I feel like when you pick Sivir first round of picks, you half expect the situation to go. I mean, that's why a lot of times we actually see Sivers. I think they actually go into the coal early, right? They don't go straight pickaxe. They go coal.
Yep.
They ramp up with the scaling anyway, and they kind of sack the early game. They're just like, hey, we already know we're going to be in a rough spot. And I feel like if you were to take a look at IU and JoJo, that should have been your first thought.
And it almost feels like desperation that feels I need that 80 to just be able to kind of even hold my lane and
Yeah.
not just get completely run down. So yeah, it definitely feels really, really bad when you kind of have to go index that way. And that's why I was very impressed by the sort of Varus karma that Fury managed to get their hands on. A little bit surprised that Varus wasn't even banned away, considering that he generally is just banned in every region as sort of that 80 carry who nobody really wants to deal with. Titan just holding the lane. There's a magic breakpoint for Sivir. When she can start clearing the wave very quickly, that's when you can kind of leave her alone. And that's usually when you feel comfortable to start making plays elsewhere. Romer living up to his name, roving down to the bot lane. There's no gank. Weiser's actually been forced out. So it's, again, another sort of lane rotation. And Romer going to try and pick up whatever CS he can.
The problem is once again, Fury are much more in control of these global
Yeah.
objectives. That now might be two for Fury, as Tuts has gone ahead and grabbed a ghost of all things, and this time you actually bring IU and JoJo down to help out, which just means it's free. Fury are saying, okay, if you're going to relinquish just about everything on the map to us, we will take everything, which I appreciate. You say, hey, it's our free action here. Romer sitting on level 8 as Gigo takes the pain, but it's a very, very small price to pay when now you have 3 grubs in your pocket.
Yeah, and with the grubs for Pain fans, you're kind of used to it. Their stats actually around void grubs is pretty bad. They averaged last week only one void grub in both their wins. Oh, sorry, one void grub per game in both their wins, and they're only 50-50 on Herald. So they don't really
Oh.
prioritize the top side. They care more about Dragon's Tuts. Getting caught out there has to burn his actual flash. Sorry, I thought that was his fake flash. No, he burned actual flash to get out. But I do like what Fear is doing. They're trying to apply the pressure a little bit, really punish these side lanes and try and set Wiser further behind, as well as Titan already being in that hole.
Yeah, I would sit there and agree that hey, maybe grubs aren't the big thing. It's when it's in conjunction with everything else that's been going on. It's been such a quiet state of the game. And yes, you have a scaling, mid to late. I just don't like seeing everything given over without even a contestation at the back end. I was hoping to see at least some eyes on there. Now, granted, you don't want to die, so I get it. But at the current moment, 9.5 minutes, dragon down, three grubs down. Gold, gold is gold at the end of the day, and I think I'm looking at Roma to hit those item breakpoints as well.
Mhm.
Has the Catalyst plus the Tier of the Goddess. And I wonder how long it's going to be until we do get to see that Rod of Ages fully stacking up.
Well, he's got the blasting one, so he's getting up there.
Yeah.
Just needs the recipe cost, roughly at this point. So we'll probably see it, well before the 15-minute mark. He'll get to scale up. But really, the rise we're waiting for 2-item power spike, right? It's not just the Rod of Ages. We're waiting for Sarah's Embrace to come through as well, and then he'll be that pseudo frontline while pumping out damage, the magic turret, if you will, to come through. Again, a lot of lane swapping shenanigans. For a while, we saw Titan matching up against Tuts, and we've been harping on how Titan's been in a hole. But we should talk about Tuts for a second, because he's also 20 CS down. And when Titan was laning against Tuts, despite being 2 levels down, Titan was actually farming comfortably and poking out Tuts. So Tuts struggling a little bit to have relevance this game too, and that might not get better as the roamer gap keeps growing.
Well, the gap might be a little bit different on the top side as well, as Wiser and Gigo go at it, hand over foot, both of them jumping away, and that's a flash for flash, but that might be the last auto.
Kirika's
As an
here?
auto from the turret
Oh!
hits, and Gigo realizes you have to go on in. First blood landing into Karioka's pocket as Wiser gets to stay alive.
Yeah, and Gigo was feeling confident. He knew, he was up a level, he was up CS, he could try and make that play, but Pain Game and moving together as a team, whereas Gigod was trying to play it solo. Karioka, great response. Didn't quite tag the initial Wind Becomes Lightning, but able to get the slow, which was the important part, which allowed Wiser to kite away. And with that, the gold gap orbital shrinks quite a bit, because it's not just the kill, it's the plates Romer's picking up off the back end too.
And that TP was also the main reason why we did see Gigo have to turn. You're like, dang, I got pinched in. And all of a sudden, it's that layering, it's that understanding that Romer and Wiser are going to be amping up here towards the mid game. So Furia immediately onto Dragon. There's zero vision around for Pain Gaming, so it makes sense. You immediately chase on in. Good timing on that Sleepy Trouble Bubble, just as that veil falls. Some around though, the Dragon is a little bit more
Okay.
spotted out here. Karaoke slowed on the far end. Inside the tri-brush, you can see Curie winning around the edge, but it's a good smite away. So 2 dragons now in the pocket of Furia, as it will be the Cloud Soul to be played for.
Yeah, and considering that in week 1, Pain actually had the highest dragon control rate. And they ignore the top side usually in favor of the bot side, but that's not happening this game. Titan being behind, I think, is actually really messing up that game plan. And you can see Ayu and Jojo, just kind of landing down the poke. Titan still hasn't completed his first item yet, so not really able to trade into that duel and just trying to pick up CS, get that gold, hit the break points where he's going to be relevant. Actually recalls, there we go, Essence Reaver as first item. So that's a little bit interesting. It's not about the wave clear. He's actually going damage. I'm curious if Pain are going to opt for that Nyx objective, that Herald in 2 minutes, with this sort of damage they have in pocket. If they time it right, Titan might actually be able to match Ayu, because Ayu indexed a little bit into that Tier of the Goddess, so that's not direct combat stats. That 400 gold lead, well, Tier of the Goddess is 400, so it's pretty much most of the gold sunk into just mana.
We continue to watch this kind of pacing go forward. More plates are going to fall. 13 minutes in, everyone kind of make that last rush to try and get a plate or two. And honestly, for Tatu, it's also been very, very quiet. Tatu has been quietly farming up here, sitting at about 3 to 4 camps up on that lane difference. Only needs 1 more to complete the egg. But for Wukong has actually been relatively
Yeah.
unproductive. I don't want to say unproductive. I feel bad, right? Because you got in the global objectives. But for me, whenever I see a Wukong as well, it's normally this early game. Mid game is where you love watching these random ganks, getting into the mix, just causing havoc around the lanes.
Yeah, let's put in context. He's level 9 and hasn't cycloned a single time yet. Whereas we've seen Karaoke actually be able to cover some lanes while also kind of power farming. So yeah, Furia as a whole, I think, has been rather passive, and maybe it's because of all the lane swaps that were coming through. They were more focused on trying to play that macro game. For now, though, Gigo winning out on the lane swaps, able to get an extra plate, extra 2 plates down on that bot side right before the plates fell. Now, he has to recall to spend that gold. As it stands right now, Weiser probably actually has a slight advantage, him having just come out of base. No teleports for the top laners, so if a fight were to break out around the Herald, it will be a 4v4.
That kind of leads into probably our first stat check. And you know me, I love talking about stat checks whenever it comes to these very quiet games. We're looking at that, 23-23 goal difference. It's so interesting to me whenever we do get to see those two teams actually face off when they're like, oh, hey, that's where you get all the gold. But right now, Tatu maybe getting a piece of that action here. As
Weiser no
Wiser
flash.
is none the wiser here, and it's a little bit terrifying, but a
Oh,
little
nice.
bit of a near miss. Gigo not able to land that ult, and instead Wiser gets to walk away scot-free, especially without their flash.
And I'm not sure if they actually saw Tatu stepping out of that bush there. If they did, they know. Pain should know they have full control over this Herald area to set up to deny vision. Gigo now walking up. Gigo has teleport. Wiser's is coming off soon. So if anything, Fury should be trying to, overload that Herald as fast as they can. Try and get that numbers advantage. And maybe try and make a play around that. Roamer, Rod of Ages completed only, 3 stacks? No Seraph's Embrace. Yeah, Pain need the numbers advantage, I feel like, to comfortably secure this one.
I mean, they haven't been able to contest or anything else, right? And they're down already without the feats. So if they can get the Herald, they can start making those big macro game movements, start moving everyone around as well. That's what I feel like a lot of those macro game teams love to do is try and break open the game, try and get at least one lane open, which now means you free up a little bit extra space for Teton to make the moves. But instead, they give up more. Tatu was the first one to start chunking through. The Herald is already down to about 8.5. Bot
Wiser?
side, we're seeing a difference though as Gigo recognizes they don't want to be here. Wiser has flashes, left
Oh!
flash it again. This time it's Gigo that has to run, but there's a cyclone on the top side.
That's
It is going to
fighting.
be that 4-4 they called for. Curie only catching one with the Pop Blossom, which means it's turnaround. IU lands the Chain of Corruption, and it will be Curie to go down. But a smart way means Karaoke gets the main objective, and that is all they cared about. Pain Gaming getting exactly what they wanted, and maybe a little bit less so as Gigo now TPing back into the bot side. It's round number 2, and Wiser has no mana. Are you going to try and tower dive this? You absolutely are. How many tower shots can you take? It's more than enough. Gigo getting the solo kill on the bot side, but the Herald goes Pain Gaming's way.
Okay, so a lot just happened there, and let's break it down. Let's start with the Herald and what that meant, because Pain got the Herald. Pain didn't get the eye of the Herald. So they only get the kill credit. They're not actually going to get the charge off. It's no easy turrets for them, which would have been massive for trying to get gold to try and equalize things. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the Wiser Gigo matchup. We already saw Gigo kind of winning the matchup. Yes, Gigo died first, but that was into a 1v2 with Karaoke helping out Wiser. Then we saw Wiser winning the matchup, but he didn't get the kill, and he needs to back off the moment that happens because Gigo goes back. He's coming in with full health, full mana, and item advantage to boot. Felt like Wiser didn't respect that. Now he's dead, and that's Furia rotating first this Dragon. Wiser with the TP will be able to join the fight, but no needle work, no flash to get backline.
Oh, and the
no life
TP's
left.
immediately gone. That hurts so bad. You forget a Zoe's in the game. Wiser feels the painser, and that is going to be Pain losing out. That is now sole point for Furia, as they have taken almost every global objective. They're the only ones at a tower going down here, and Furia are furious at this game number 1.
And they're pushing it. And this feels like an extension of the grand finals. Titan not quite able to shield in time. Is going to eat the damage. Has to use barrier, by the way. And without the barrier, maybe he's dead. Like that's a lot of damage that Tuts is putting out. Tuts had a really rough laning phase. He's down 40 CS. It does not matter. We said this before. The Zoe, she'll remain relevant because there's no tank on Pain who can really soak any of that poke that's coming through.
And we mentioned the best time for a Zoe to play is when you're ahead, when you're able to get aggressive, those portal jumps over the walls in front of the opponent. That's what you want to be doing like 24/7 in a game like this one. So we get a little bit of replay about this Herald fight and see exactly what went down.
Okay, so with the fight, we kind of missed the beginning, but it was Tatsu just kind of brute forcing it. And I appreciate what Curry is doing. Curry tried to zone them out, but the counterplay that's coming through, the chain of corruptions we were talking about, to be able to answer any sort of engages. And that was the big concern about how is Pain looking to fight this. So Gigo, yeah, he just flat out bought the pickaxe, came back in and just ran Vines down. Look at him in the camera. There's just ice cold. Like to him, this is just another day on the Rift. That's just a bigger minion for him to take than usual.
I mean, when you also see a Gwen that you already knew burned ult plus flash and all, like, you know that's coming, right? You knew, oh, that hurts. That hurts in the backside.
What is that mixed reaction? That's the Furia coaching room. Like, Thinkard's happy, and I'm not quite sure who that was behind him sitting on the chair.
That was a delayed reaction to losing the Herald. I 100% know that was a delayed reaction.
Okay.
As we get a round warp at the top side, you're about to lose Tuts more often than not, and that is a neutralization, a kill headed over to Teton's hands, as that is everything burned for a singular mid laner, possibly a little bit more, as Tatu recognizes that, hey, I can't really deal in a 1v3, but it will be looking like a tower going over Pain Gaming's way.
A big overload from Pain, but a very, very high cost. Ayu and Gigo are both continuing to push, and we saw how quickly Gigo can push a lane and get damage onto turrets. Wiser answering bot is buying time for Ayu and Jojo mid lane, and that mid inner turret is gonna go down. The map is wide open for Furia and for Pain. Trying to push out without that turret in the mid lane, mid inner for a top outer, not a worthwhile trade whatsoever. Ayu and Jojo sticking around. They want that extra wave. They have to be careful though. Make sure they don't overstay and give over the bounties. Ayu, currently the only person to bounty in the game, 318 gold bounty.
It goes right back to what we talked about. Ayu has been undying so far in the split number 3, and this is for Tuts. Like I don't know why we're showing this. This is just disrespectful to Tuts, right? Like the only thing we're watching is the overload coming in from Pain, but most importantly is it was Teton that was able to get the kill, which is again on a Sivir. We already know Roamer's hitting that 2-item power spike. Only 2 more stacks left to go. We're excited that Teton was able to get their first kill and now try and bounce back against a almost 40 CS deficit that you are in. You need some sort of gold injection.
Kurioka just trying to get his jungle, and it's being denied. And remember, we were talking about that inner mid turret. Yeah, that's what I mean why it's wide open. Once you lose that, you can see how aggressive Fury can play and how Pain are just scrambling to try and defend objectives. And I say try because they didn't even defend that jungle camp. How are you going to approach, the likes of the Atakan, the Baron, the Dragon Soul to come through? Jojo is spotted, but just one Mantra Q is enough to just slow them down and make sure that he's going to get out scot-free.
And Jojo has been doing great at keeping everyone alive. You know how much shielding can come out of a Karma. So taking a look at the Otacon, which has been up for about a minute and a half now. I'll be interested to see exactly where they play. Ayu getting a little bit of refreshment in there, just making sure that, hey, I gotta be fueled up for the upcoming fight, because in the next about 3 minutes, it's gonna get explosive. Everyone's gonna be looking at Otacon, Baron up in about 3.5, and then Dragon up in a minute as well. There are going to be so many choices, so many options and routes for Furia and Pain to both go in this.
Okay, so 2 teams right now, about 3k gold difference between the teams. The bulk of the gold difference is between the top lane and the bot lane in favor of Furia, and for Pain in the mid lane. Problem for Pain is the mid difference doesn't matter. Tuts is not interacting with you anyways. So the good upside, Roamer has completed his 2 items. He has Seven Base, has Rod of Ages fully completed. So Pain need to find an engage Orbital. That's the big takeaway for the next big fight. And how do they get the engage? Vision. Denying vision, to be specific. If Furia see Pain coming, they have so many tools to stop you. And if Gigo, he's so far ahead, he can kill whoever's flanking. If Ayu doesn't get killed, if he completes his Mirror Mana, which should be completing soon, he's going to win a sort of front to back as long as he can delay your engage. So Pain, it's not about seeing them, it's about stopping them from seeing you. And right now, Pain can do neither. They are walking to Fog of War, and Furia have full vision of everything Pain is trying to pull off.
The CB Trouble Bubble as well is such a painful one to watch for. It's so difficult to, kind of keep eyes on, especially in this brawl, as Tuts gets another great portal down and another great bubble. So Teton ain't going to be able to play. Dragon is down to about 8.5, but take a look at Gigo on the back end. TP for the side of Pain as they're going to try and route, but Teton's out. Teton is gone. There's now a 45, and I don't think they want to go for it. Curie has to back away as well, so that's just going to be a free Dragon, and Furia basically strong arm Pain Gaming away, and that is Soul at 23 minutes for Furia.
TP straight from the top laners, Pain not able to find anything whatsoever, and it terrifies me, Orbital, the fact that Titan's the one who got chunked. He's your AD carry. He's got a spell shield for himself as well, and despite all of that, Pain just weren't able to protect their big damage deal. Their marksman was the one who was taken out, and for Furia, it looks so easy. What damage did they take? They burnt a flash from Tuts. Big whoop. Like, he's going to pick up another flash in the fight as long as Fury are able to make something happen. Even if Tuts goes down, it doesn't matter. He lands 1 paddle star, max range, his job is done.
It hurts to see, but this type of game and this type of angle right now feels like it is the perfect breeding ground for Furia to continue their massive win. Now, for Romer, you go ahead and get a tower for yourself. You're the one that's looking like a lot of gold in the bank. You're actually building straight into that third item already, a blasting wand in pocket. Paying Gaming, that clock that you were saying, hey, is going to be ticking for that late game scaling. I mean, that timer, that limit is starting to branch further and further away. Earlier, it was what, 27, 28 minutes? Now we're looking at maybe 32, 34, 35 minutes. Because look at what Fury are doing. They're immediately starting here on the Otacon, and it's yet another global objective that Pain Gaming just
Ooh.
can't duel against. Karaoke gets caught out. Crescent Guard is used, and everyone is chasing away. But still, Tatsu just says, guys, we got the 3 Otacon if we wish to fight. Now, everyone else turns. Pain Gaming have outsmited before. Are they going to do it again? Wiser. Looking for an angle, jumps onto Gigo here, and it is going to be
Curry
a
can't
chunk
find
out.
it.
But that's just going to be Curry deleted from the battle, and now it's going to be Cyclone straight into the back line. IU goes down, and IU actually gets the big killing spree. Teton waiting for a moment of their own, Tuts running away, but it is going to be the main objective Otacon that Furia have taken, as now that is 6 total global objectives, and they're gonna go for lucky number 7. Time is in their favor as Furia look to ramp over this game 1.
Time in their favor, trauma in their favor, because all you Brazilians out there, guess what the objective score of this game is?
Oh
Fury just took
no.
7. Pain took 1 and didn't get the Eye of the Herald. And this was like desperation hours for Pain, right? Like this entire fight just felt like Fury were the matadors to the bulls that are Pain, and Pain is desperately just trying to find an engage any which way. And when they failed to catch Gigo in the first place, they blew everything, right? Curry right there is just trying desperately, but the rest of the team can't even catch up. Even if Curry lands that Pop Blossom on multiple members, Curry's dead. Like, he doesn't have Seekers on guard, doesn't have Zonias, doesn't have any way back out there. Pain didn't have a way to be able to full up effectively. So Furia, to them, it's just like, this is so free, right? Like, Curry, you're coming in, you're free, you're dead. And I think Pain made the wise choice by not following up on Curry, or they could have lost so much more. And that's nuts to say when they already lost Atakan, Baron, and somebody's in the backline.
You know, I want to put an asterisk by that 7-1 scoreline. I mean, listen, they didn't even get the eye. That's the whole reason you go for Herald, is to get the eye.
Yeah.
You didn't get that. That's a pseudo one global objective team. But you are correct. It was smited away. It was 7-1. And all of a sudden, that trauma is going to eat them alive, because Pain Gaming are going to lose so much here. This is where this whole entire base just crumbles. Fury can do everything. I mean, the only thing that they don't have is an Elder. That's literally all they don't have, and that's the only thing that's, I think, keeping Pain Gaming alive right now, because this tower, this base raise could be massive. Wave is getting cleared out, but that's a sniper. That's the easy one. Bye-bye, Teton. Teton is gone. Curry now looking for a pop blossom on 2, but really that does nothing. No HP was lost. Pain Gaming feel the brunt of it here in game number 1, as Gigo is able to flash away to safety. Karaoke going to get speared by the arrow, and IU continues their reign of dominance, unkillable in name, as game number 1, 9-2, 27 minutes. Furia take it away here to start this series.
And it's the last minute sprint to int from Pain Gaming, but it is going to be Furia taking down the Nexus in fine fashion. And no, fine doesn't even do it justice. In insanely dominant fashion. And we already said it in draft. It's not like Pain didn't have options, but certainly Furia's draft had a very clear game plan, and they executed it incredibly well. One question I did have in the offseason between these two teams was, Furia's getting all the international experience, right? They're going to these international tournaments, playing against like Korea, China, Europe, stuff like that. And Pain got the LA experience. They got to go up to LA and play against the LTA North. And sometimes with international events, teams get burned out and they come back almost worse than they were before they went for these international events. But Furia seems to have taken all the right lessons, because they just schooled Pain Gaming.
It was, I mean, when you're allowed to not only take a team fight, but you took a team fight that was the enemy support, plus Otacon directly into Baron, I don't think there's another way to even posit how dominating that feels, right? Like, that is, you broke their ankles, you broke their arms, you set them out on the side, like, you took everything, and that terrifies me. For game number 2, what are we looking at? Because there has to be a change from Pain if they want to come back in the series.
I think we're looking at more pain, Orbital, one way or another. Either more
We're
pain.
trying to hype them up, but there's no hype to be given. Honestly, I agree with that.
Brother, I've huffed my copium and it's running out, bro. Like it's tough. The scariest part too is Pain is not really a team that adapts super fast within a best of series. They have a deep pool, but the problem is just like fundamentally, I think it's not a draft issue. It's not a mechanics issue. It's just fundamentally they don't seem to be able to match up with what Furia's bringing to the table. That the macro from Furia is just a cut above. So going into game 2, I think first and foremost, Pain just needs to secure some winning lanes. Their only winning lane this game was the Rise into the Zoe, and Romer did a fantastic job, but Rise needs 2 items to be relevant. The game was over by 2 items. And now I want to see Titan and Curry get a dominant lane. You can't assume that we're the better bot lane anymore. IU and Jojo are here to play, and IU and Jojo body Titan and Curry. That felt like the seeds of destruction for Pain Gaming in game 1. So game 2, that's where I'm putting my focus on.
All right, well, we'll hopefully give them a little bit of time and see if Fury can do it once again and move to a 4-0 record, or see if we are going to get a little bit of a back and forth and actually get a game 3. Please don't go anywhere. The LTA South will continue, and before that, we also want to give a big shout out. If you're enjoying all this action, please go ahead, drop us a follow, drop us all the love in the world, and maybe take a look at the series after this one as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Tough guy 더 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade that just said wall 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 저지 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fly Wait, I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Can't have sleep without the sour Pain is my superpower This world never saw me coming I kick down every door they lock No rules, only gods can judge me 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 If I never leave, I'll never fly Wait, I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Can't have sleep without the sour Pain is my superpower Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower
We are back, ready for game number 2, and what could be yet another Furia-sided beatdown. Game number 1 was about control, poise, and utter domination in what is bringing up some PTSD moments of a 7-1 back in the glorious days. And I mean, we gotta give it to Furia because in the previous matchups, we saw a whole different story from Pain. We saw Pain active around the maps in previous matchups as well.
Yeah, no, bro, we did give it to Furia. They are the Split 2 champions. And again, we keep mentioning this rematch because this was the Split 2 Grand Finals. And let's get some stats from the Split 2 Grand Finals up here. The 0-3, where Furia won all 3 games. But if you look at some of the numbers that we have on screen here, interestingly enough, the Dragon takes, the Baron takes, and the goal difference of 15 was actually pretty close between the two teams in that 3-0. There was only one more Dragon taken by the side of Furia over Pain Gaming. The big difference was kills and turrets taken. That was where Furia dominated the Grand Finals. But we think back to game 1, and it wasn't just the kills. Yes, they dominated the kills. Also, super low kill score because Zoe, whole compositions, they don't kill, they just push you off. The turrets, Pain was still able to answer back with turrets a little bit. The big differential was the objectives that came through. The Dragons and the Barons, the Heralds, the Void Grubs, the Articon, that was dominated by Fury. And the goal difference at 15 was significantly larger. So I do think Fury has not only managed to sort of replay their dominance, but actually enhance their skills during this offseason and really beat down on Pain.
Well, beat down one way or another as we head into this game number 2, and there is the
Wow.
champion of dreams, the Emperor himself, gliding on in as a first pick. You saw the Yone, you saw the Maokai, you saw
Yeah.
the Orianna. These are all making sense, but the Talia, the Pantheon, and the Annie, these are must bans here on that red side, and Pain just had to deal with it. You're going to go ahead and look for that J4, which was banned out back in game number 1 in the second round of ban phase. I mean, it makes sense. You want that engage, something that you didn't really have back in game number 1.
Sure, and I really enjoy the draft strength that Furia continues to demonstrate. The fact that now they're in blue side, that they get that first pick, so they're almost kind of forcing Pain to ban away some of the OPs like the Pantheon, and that allows Furia to ban away the Yone, which is Romer's
Yes.
traditional answer into the Azir. We're seeing Ziggs come through. I know you're a big Ziggs fan
Yes.
as well, Orbital. This one could be to Romer though. I'm hoping it's Romer and not Titan. Titan on Ziggs is meh. Ziggs has been buffed on this patch, and it is an answer into Azir. The answer to Azir has always been to outrange him, hence things like Ziggs, like Xerath.
I love the fact that you answered Xerath as well, but the bans and picks are coming in fast as can be. The Poppy into the sign as well means a very, very
Wow.
tanky front line. The bodyguards of the Emperor have been drafted here, but is it going to be enough? I mean, those bombs could go right over their heads, and that's the terrifying prospect all on its own. All of a sudden, Pain Gaming are recognizing that, hey, they want a team fight as well, so let's go ahead and give them a team fight of sorts. That'll be a rumble up there in the top side
Yep.
if they so wish, and that is going to be a nasty amount of AP that you are going to have to build for. Pain Gaming building a melting pot, the melting pot with the J4 and that rumble.
Yeah, the hot pot, food of the commoners to go up against the Emperor of Furia there, and it's good answers in the way from Pain Gaming. Like you said, Ziggs can kind of go over the head of these bodyguards. So can Rumble. Equalizer just comes across and it treats everybody equally on the red carpet. If you're on it, you burn, and there's no way to kind of stop that. That said, lack of tank, once again, from the side of Pain Gaming. Jarvan tends to build a little bit of damage before going tanky. It's not going to be like a Poppy. It's not going to be like a Sion. So I'm kind of looking at Curry to pick up maybe something like an Alistar to be able to maybe displace some of that bodyguards around Azir and potentially whatever super or hyper carry that I suspect IU might be drafting. And also to provide a little bit more tankiness in front line, because I fear right now that for Furia, if they have anything that can just kind of run you through, Ziggs is going to melt. Rumble is going to melt. J4 is going to melt.
I'm almost looking at just that, if you want to get silly, you could try and go short range. I mean, a Kai'Sa would have good access if you pair it with a very nice dive option. You could get really silly. Now, granted, the Kai'Sa would be out of this world. I really don't think you would want to put any sort of dive into a J4, into a Rumble and all that, especially with the minefield. It would be pain, but options are available as it's a double ADC ban on the flip side. So Teton not getting the Lucian or the Jhin kind of makes sense. You don't want to allow that versatility in the Lucian, that mobility, and versus the curtain call as well. So what do you pick? You have options abound again, and as you said, I know you don't like it, but that could be a Ziggs down in the bottom side if you wish to draft yet another. But no, it's gonna be the safety value instead, opting for a little bit of go. Okay, that makes more sense. Misfortune, much more in line.
Yeah, and the misfortune was where Titan made bank last week. His misfortune absolutely crushed in that matchup. Gave him all those kills, gave him that high damage percentage. And it's another champion that once again can ignore the front line of Furia. Bullet time will not be stopped by Sion, will not be stopped by Poppy. And I like it much, much better than Xayah, where you're getting massively outranged.
Oh my gosh.
Be out of this world, Orbital, but they're going to do it because they want to be able to melt through. And again, no tank for Pain. So, if you can get some of the damage down already, with the Azir, with the Sion, and with this Kai'Sa as well, you kind of don't need to go diving backline. You can actually play this front to back. Pain, the Alistar was taken away, and I saw the Rakan hover. Rakan, very, very good at getting in there and engaging things, but he does take a bit longer to become that tankier threat. And I'd prefer the Rel to lock down the Kai'Sa instead of the Rakan to try and set things up when you've already got the J4.
Well, both of us get some awkward ideas in there. I said I didn't want to see the Kai'Sa, and they picked the Kai'Sa, but granted, I'm not IU, so take that for what you will. I also just didn't want to see IU in a position where you're short range and lose out on the unkillable feat so far. And they also have the Rakan. So drastically different draft, I think, coming out here from the side of Furia. They're going for a much more hard line. I mean, the tank in the front line, much more in line with a we will fight you to the bitter end, which hopefully means a little bit bloodier game. But for Pain Gaming, they're going for that ultimate wombo combo, and I can't wait to see if they can pull it off.
For sure, and I have no doubt this will be better. The last game was poke comps. It was CBLCK. It was very slow, very low kill counts. A lot of sort of positioning around and trying to get the macro setting up a lot of those plays. This time, both teams want a team fight. It's just how they team fight is very, very different. Like you said, Furia have that very strong front to back. It's a very organized way of fighting, which is only befitting of Azir, the Emperor. But Furia don't want the first fight. They want the second fight because Pain Gaming is very front loaded with their damage, with the bullet time, with the equalizer, with the cataclysm. It's the press R composition. It's all about those ultimates. It's all about, lining that up. Problem is, if you blow those ultimates and you don't get the kill, the sustained damage becomes a lot tougher for you to play through. And that's when we see Kai'Sa kind of get to play sweeper, get to play janitor, get to clean up that fight while Azir gets to free fire completely without threat. Without those ultimates, I don't see how Pain Gaming win the front to back fight. But both teams do want to fight. Both teams will be looking to fight, and we will get kills, Orbital.
And you want to know the scary thing? To me, that brings a lot of eyes to the player that we didn't get to watch do too much except take global objectives. It's going to be Tatsu. And the reason I want to talk about Tatsu is because we get the Poppy. This is, if you're talking about taking second fight versus first fight, this is the ultimate
Sure,
disengager. Yeah. Like, this is the most ultimate get out of town. You fight when we say so. That Demacian justice that'll be coming in, that hammer of justice will be the great disengager. And when you take that hammer, if you land it onto, say, the front line, if you hit that J4 out of there, if you hit that Misfortune somehow and knock them out of town, all of a sudden that fight gets reset. So really for Tatsu, who I'm excited to see make more magic happen, I want to see that ultimate landing, and especially with the phase rest, also gives me hope that we're gonna see those aggressive early game kind of fights, jumping in, trying to get the smack against the wall and stop anyone's advances.
True, yeah. Some of those ganks can be very, very lethal. Poppy has very high base damages, especially from a jungle role. That's why I think a lot of people get caught off guard when you don't play a Poppy jungle for a while. I do want to highlight JoJo's Alistar as well. For all the reasons I wanted Curry to pick it. It'll also do really well for JoJo. The fact that you can displace people, the hitbut's on a much shorter cooldown than something like the Keeper's Verdict, so you can use it to reset fights as well, or kind of reposition, punish people who are out of position as well. If Karika goes in, you can make him go deeper against his will. Likewise with Wiser, if he's trying to flame spitter, suddenly you can kick him behind the team and he's completely isolated from the rest of the team. It's not a bad pickup into the Rakan. Rakan also is always kind of one of those iffy ones, but if you get the pulverized timing right, you can actually mess up Rakan engages and or keep him in the middle of the fight long enough for your team to burst that down. So keep an eye on JoJo. We'll see how that goes, especially after his dominant performance last game in the lane.
Now, explain this to me, because I hate this so much already, but I hate the rise of Unsealed Spellbook so much. Only because I actually have to keep eyes on the icons here, but we get to see double Unsealed Spellbook on
Yep.
these points, meaning you get to run the heals, you get to run the ignites. Like, I don't know why this summoner spell just suddenly became, or this keystone decided to become such an ugly thing once again.
Well, they actually nerfed it on this patch. So we're actually in patch 2515. Sorry, not even 2514. But in 2514, they nerfed the smite specifically, so it doesn't hit as hard as jungle smite, which is 1200. It's been dropped to 900. But it's not like Unsealed Spellbook became busted recently. It was that nobody played it until I feel like Korea LCK once again kind of showed the world that, hey, here's tech that we're using and the rest of the world went, okay, bet, we'll copy it. In fact, JoJo was already abusing that a lot here in the LTA South last split. He was the first guy who was whipping out on the Rakan, being very obnoxious with it. Not just the smite, but the teleport, the exhaust heal in the same fight, double combat summoners, was something that you used to great effect. Curry did it occasionally, but it really was sort of the JoJo special. So the fact that JoJo's still running it only makes sense. He did before it was cool. He's going to keep doing it after it's cool. And I think Curry as well, like I said, he was the other one who kind of did it. And I think he, especially on Rakan specifically, Unsealed Spellbook gives you just so much value when you're already so slippery. You have so much more backline access and the ability to put whatever summon spell you choose. Every single summon spell pretty much has utility and value for Rakan.
Bring that cleanse just to say I can at the end of the day. That would be annoying. Of course, as that little lesson, thank you, RMC, for that one. Much appreciated. We are taking a look at this lane state as once again the junglers finish their first pathing, but immediately look towards this mid lane. And I like this call. You say, hey, I want to hover around, I want to help out. You can see Karioka, who for the majority share, if you remember back in game number 1, had a very tough time getting into the mix, getting any sort of freedom to move around. Maybe start looking for those early ganks. Of course, the wards warded you off as Tuts is realizing on the Furious side that, hey, the Emperor can only do so much, but you got to build the Empire up from the sands, and so far it's still just sand.
Yeah, the Sand Soldiers unfortunately not quite able to get in range. Roamer burning through a lot of mana though, to kind of get these trades off, and probably won't have enough to pick up the Lost Chapter right from the get-go. So even on this recall, we'll have to still be very judicious with his use of trades. I think what is very different from game 1 here in this game 2 is how the lanes have already gone. We are seeing CS differentials come through, especially in the bot lane once again. But this time the tides have turned. It is Titan with a 10 plus CS advantage, and I think that's more what most LTA South fans are more used to seeing, is Titan Curry just dominating the laning phase right from the get-go. And for FourY4, IU Jojo, this is not surprising territory. Most of Split 2, Split 1, when they faced up against Pain Gaming, IU did lose the lane. He's very good at losing gracefully. He buys the early call, and then he's playing more for the mid to late game, trusting on Gigo, Tatu, Tuts to get them to the point where he has relevancy again.
Well, you say that, but JoJo's about to feel the full weight of pain here. Gets chewed out for over 700 HP, and Ayu's going to take the rest of the 500. This is only continuing. I really don't like where they're at as Teton gets so much freedom to auto-attack down. You have a barrier up, but there's nothing else. So IU holds out to the bitter end. Megan Ferdinand coming in, though, as that's going to explode. No one really gets tagged. And it's only JoJo that has to back away from the tower, but as you called, RMC, the pressure from Teton and Curry will continue.
And another wave just being fed into that meat grinder of a turret. Are you going to be down another 6 minions? I love the fact that you could see Titan, stutter stepping a little bit right at the edge of turret range. And he has flash, and you can see him calculating, can I get this kill? But IU had flash and barrier, so you get one shot. And Titan recognized that, no, I don't have enough damage to finish that off. I'll trust Roamer to do it. Roamer not even stopping the recall from IU, I feel like was a slight mistake on his part, but hey, it's still a huge win for Pain Gaming. They not only force IU to fall further behind, but Karioka able to secure the dragon, something that he could not do last game. Not a single Drake to Pain's name last game.
It's the seesaw effect, right? At the end of the day, it is an extremely better start here, and so you'll take it just about anything. And I appreciate the restraint from not over aggressing. There's no reason to kind of step up and say, hey, we need it, especially when you have a level 6 comp. No reason to step up and lose your life, lose the flash that you will most likely need here in a little bit when JoJo decides, hey, I'm gonna fight you and you're not gonna enjoy it. So
well, hold up, you need a reason?
I need a reason all the time, as we get to see topside Wiser eating the nice little hammer, as Gigo so far already getting the Negatron cloak. Wiser understanding that this is how the matchup goes either way, so you try and get about a wave and a half of CS up, and Gigo says no thank you, so it's all back to same as due, because we're only about 200 gold difference.
Yeah, I think Tuts and Gigo, they're doing perfectly fine, right? Like staying even in sort of these rough lanes in the early game is pretty much just the goal for them. And then beyond that, they're waiting for the mid game. That's when they're looking to pop off. So they're perfectly fine. My eyes are actually a little bit more on Tatu in the jungle. We talked about how strong she can be early on. Hold up. Ayu
gets exhausted. We kind of knew this was coming down thanks to the unsealed spell book, but a great disengage from JoJo, making sure to mitigate that damage.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned for JoJo because he did use the flash already, has Hex Flash, but if you're defensively using Hex Flash, you probably won't get it off, especially not against the likes of Rakan. So still heavy trades coming down. And once again, Tatu. That's the guy who kind of needs to make something happen. He's in the jungle, he's power farming his Poppy. You're starting to lose that advantage in terms of base stats. Once the first items come through, at that point I feel like J4 is more impactful in terms of just individual sort of ganks. The flag just to stop the recall. Yeah. There we go. Just the annoyance. And yeah, Tatu has not been relieving any pressure in this bot lane whatsoever. So IU's just going further and further down. We're talking about a 10 CS differential. That's grown. It's a 20 CS differential now as the teams are starting to roll out towards this topside objective where grubs are now the focus.
Okay, I wasn't expecting this. I'm so sorry, but Karioka literally watched Tatu and JoJo walk over to those grubs and just try and take it and said, okay, I'm going to bring the reinforcements. The cavalry is here. So it is going to be a 2-1, but that is That was a decision at the end of the day, so I like that Karaoke's like, no, 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 this is ours. It is going to be a nice little piece of that pie. So comfortability is where comfortability stands, and it will be two of the global objectives handed over to Pain Gaming side this time around. Bullet time coming out here though, as IU recognizes that, hey, I don't really want this fight. I'm going to back away. Barrier is popped, and ultimate is down.
Yeah, bears from both AD carries just traded for a little bit of damage, but it really hurts Ayu to once again be at half health, not have that barrier available. And Titan's more than happy to continue turning the screws. I want to highlight the difference in items as well, the components. Ayu going for the recurve bow, a little bit more ease in terms of blast hitting and a little bit more kill threat, but Titan with the Vamp Scepter. That's just a I'm going to abuse you more in lane. Like I'm just gonna sit here and be immovable and be an absolute menace.
Wait, I think the wolf just gave it away. I want to say the wolf gave it away. I hope that did. I suck at knowing how well that plays, but right now we get the engage on the top side as that's gonna be a nice little attack. Curry
Ooh.
gets knocked up and has to flash back towards safety. IU following, but that's a pinch against the wall. First blood handed over to IU.
And that kill threat we're talking about from that recurve bow coming in real nice from the side of Furia. And yeah, maybe the ward didn't give it away. Maybe Tatu actually got around it. Or either that or Curry just kind of ignored the fact that maybe didn't see it, didn't really thought that Tatu walked away.
Oh, I thought the wolf showed. That's the thing. The
Oh.
jungle wolf actually walked out on our screen, and I was like, no way you see that and don't recognize that there's a gank coming, right?
I don't know though. It felt like they didn't. Curry,
Yeah.
like a player like Curry, he's so experienced at this point, right? He's seen so many of these matchups. He's played against Poppy in lane all the time.
Yeah.
He should know exactly the fact that he's not getting out, right? The fact that you've got steadfast presence to mess you up, and the point blank keeper's verdict. Because Tatu had to use steadfast presence to get in range. He used the point blank just knock up of that keeper's verdict and that position from Tatu. That's why he'd rather burn steadfast presence early to hold the flash for the wall reposition to make sure Curry couldn't get out even with the extra summoners. With all the advantages he had. Now, Weiser TPing up to top lane to match lanes. So I think we're going to see the 2v2 in the mid lane. Or no, Titan's actually going to go solo into Gigo. There's going to be more lane swap shenanigans. I'm curious to see if Gigo opts to stay in this 1v2 situation. As a Scion, I think he's strong enough right now that he can do that and actually soak a couple of waves and still be okay. You just won't be able to help out for the dragon if you're in that situation.
Well, you go ahead and say, hey, for what it's worth, IU getting that Nash's Tooth ASAP here, making sure to have that little extra punch behind it. You can see that Roamer is recognizing that damage that can come out here. Dragon, as you said, though, started up for Karaoke, who has been on top of things. So Furia are starting to say, hey, let's go back to our original game plan, which is take over the lane phase. Just say, hey, we understand that the dragon might not be in our favor, so we'll go ahead and try and get that extra gold. You can see the Mega Inferno Bomb being tossed down here. Unfortunately, Weiser gets none of that, and Roamer gets all of that here. So for the Ziggs, you're farming up pretty dang well.
That's fine. Weiser's in a 1v3 or 2v3 situation with Curry in his back pocket. You don't get to farm. You're just there for XP. Roamer getting the farm, the CS, that's just repayment for him actually even clearing the wave. And that's unfortunate for Furia. Furia, they do the right thing on paper. We can't contest the dragon, so we don't. We try and play cross map. But Roamer on the Ziggs just says no. Right? If you want that, I'm dropping a bomb. You don't get this push. And Pain continue to try and nullify Furia's attempts. Oddly enough, well, I guess not oddly, for all the control that Pain have had this game, the gold lead actually has gone slightly in favor of Furia, and a kill is 300 gold. So Furia has managed to eke out slight advantages secondary to that sort of solo kill, or not solo kill, pardon me, but the early kill they got onto Curry up top. So props to Furia. They're staying very, very relevant in this game, and it's still hovering on a knife's edge. Until I see that big team fight, I'm not willing to say that, Pain are definitively ahead right now, or that Furia's gold lead is significant in any way.
It'll take a little bit of time before anything of significance will be around. I can agree with that one. At the same time, it's just, I want to see Furia get back to that game one glory once again. So far, it's been a little bit more quiet. Jojo and Tuts staying up on this top side, but Gigo's doing Gigo things. 546 on the stack count. Thankfully, we have a very nice timer for that one, and we don't got to click on the champion because I don't think anyone wants to actually see a Scion on your screen until late game. So, we'll wait for what it is. Not only that, Vision contestation has started to push on in Furia, making sure they get wards in enemy side jungle, and Teton immediately saying, hey, we had 9 wards on this top side at one point. We're going to try and keep the ward advantage on our end.
Yeah, with a minute 30 to go as well. Probably a little bit early. They'll want it a little bit later so that they'll have
Oh,
it
do it.
during the take. Oh, we're seeing the sign on screen, Orbital, and it's looking kind of interesting.
Yeah, and I wonder if Gigo was hoping to get a
Oh!
little bit extra fight, and they do. So this time, on the second knockup, Weiser has to lose their flash, and he goes right back saying, I am the jungler now. I am the one that ganks.
Yeah, are you trying to make action happen somewhere? Because why not? The lane has not been kind to him whatsoever. Still 20 CS down tight now, sitting in this mid lane and pressuring up. It's kind of funny too because I'm used to seeing Ziggs be the ones who kind of pressure up. You want the Ziggs to be taking as much as you can on the turret. A great bomb from Roamer to disengage Tuts flying in, and the poke with the Blackfire torch. He didn't hit the sweet spot, but he still won the trade.
And I think a big thing is Tuts was actually looking for a divide right there. If you're able to get the divide, you push Roamer back and get free damage as well. So the disruption did more than just
Yeah.
enough right there. And all of a sudden, we get to see Pain Gaming starting to get in a little bit of an advantage. You can see Furia trying to find those fights, and they're being disrupted. So Pain Gaming's game plan has been working out so far. Teton already sitting with that Bloodthirster. First item in bank, has the upgraded boots in pocket. Well, not upgraded, the fancy boots is what I like to call them. The only so extra move speed in there. So Furia have been disengaged at least twice now, and maybe 3 or 4 times, as Dragon is going to be up in about a minute 45.
Yeah, one might even say they're slightly magical footwear to come through for them. Now,
Oh,
for
okay,
Pain
okay.
Gaming, they might actually have the Mega Inferno Bomb up at the rate this is going. Okay, I say that as Tatu just starts this up on rip right away. And Pain, we're not expecting this either. They don't have vision. They're not even in there. And Furia might very well have it in smiteable range before Pain even realize it's gone.
Well, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Yep, Furia steal it away, and this goes right back to game number 1. There are some
Wow.
faces on either end that might not be too aware, but we go ahead, and of course you're looking at the future series as well. Couple eyes in there, getting a little bit of a I want to say that was a word search, but honestly I'm not too sure because I haven't done a word search in ages. Maybe I should. Maybe they'll help my vocabulary. Either way, Fury are able to take that Herald and might give themselves a little bit of a breath to start breaking down some of these towers.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing either, but it looked like Curdy won, whatever it was.
You
Like his hands
saw
are
the
up
hand
there
go up.
right
You saw
away.
the hand
Yep.
go up.
Fastest, like I'm done. First, yeah. But let's get back to this game a little bit because that Herald, that was a steal and a half from Furia. Pain was just late to the party, and Pain wanted that fight. Sure, they didn't have the Mega Inferno Bomb quite ready, but you had the Equalizer, you had the Cataclysm. That's the basis of your hot pot, and then you had Bullet Time ready to kind of stir up the pot a little bit. Whereas Furia, they had only Keeper's Verdict, they had Emperor's Divide, I guess, but it just felt like Pain had better, more tools available, and that is such a painful missed opportunity. Now, at this Drake, this is third Drake, so point for Pain if they can secure it. Furia don't have to fight this. If they want to, they could, but they could also afford to just kind of let that go and try and make a play somewhere else. And that just feels bad for Pain when you're wanting a team fight and your opponents don't agree to the duel and just say, okay, you do you, and I'm just going to chill on the side.
Hurts so much, but at the current moment, everyone walking over a lot of words. Furia sitting on top of that. Okay, good clear. Jojo says, hey, pinks save lives. But this is that big rotate that we're talking about. As
Ooh.
Teton read that incoming. But of course, you burn a flash, and now this makes it a little bit more difficult. In goes the Equalizer on the top side. As 1v1 is going to
Wow.
happen yet again, and we've seen this happen before. Gigo looking for a chance to get the last auto, and if you can, that's huge. But Weiser was faster to get underneath the tower, and you are going to be safe. Herald dropped in that mid lane as we're getting action here in the mid game very, very quickly.
And if you're using the Herald to try and get priority over this Dragon, but Karaoke is the one who actually kind of leashed it up. Have they found Roamer? Jojo still can't find the engage. He's tried so many times this game, but Pain always just able to barely disrupt Jojo from getting a combo off.
And at this point, I think you just take the flashes because now Roamer and Teton both don't have flashes, which means if you decide to go on in for another, it's going to be huge Tuts. But there's going to be the hammer, and that leaves Curry all alone. Guess what? Jojo might not have found the engage, but you for sure found a free angle to run down Curry. Tuts will be that person. Of course, Curry might be able to execute either way, though. Tower's going to fall in the mid lane for Pain Gaming, but the Dragon stacking will be stopped as Furia claim that ocean.
In what world, in what way, Orbital, does Furia get to walk away with that? And the fantastic Herald use, but it just felt like Pain, Curry especially, is not on his game today. They didn't find the engage. And Look, you had Karaoke on one side, you had Korea on the other side. How did that flanking maneuver not succeed? They're still doing well, but it's coming off Roamer picking up a lot of this standing gold, these free
Mhm.
turrets. And that gets harder as the game goes on. Weiser, once again, struggling to deal with Gigo. I want to highlight too, Weiser using the equalizer up top meant that Pain was very scared for that team fight. They didn't have it
Yes.
available. And they just had to rely on Titan at that point and Roamer. And that's partially one of the reasons why they were so hesitant and why they didn't get the flanking maneuver off.
It's the collapse of usable skills at the end of the day. I mean, you saw the double flash loss in a row.
Yeah,
That also inspires
true.
not wanting to fight overall. So for Pain Gaming, you're like, dang, we actually got kind of out rotated right there. So Jojo doing a great job. And now Pain Gaming are saying, okay, now we got to find a way back. We have 3 towers. We're doing really, really well in the tower game right now. Broken down all that gold. And as you mentioned, Romer was doing it. But where do we go from here? Right. And Teton's like, I just want more farm. I want to get more farm. I'm going for that kind of for that armor pen in the backside as I have the last whisper in my pocket. Let me get more damage and then we start looking to group up. Because quite honestly, I also haven't seen Karaoke use a cataclysm at all this
True.
game.
Yeah, something about red side junglers, I guess, right? Like Tatu last game, level 9 on Wukong, not a single Cyclone. Now Karaoke level 11 that's on the J4.
I don't
and
know
not
if
a
we
single
should be pointing
cataclysm.
that out, but that's a little bit too real in there. Like, it's just like,
Yeah, the difference though is that last game when it happened, we were like, Fury is fine, Fury is in control, Fury we're in the lead. This game, Pain is up 1.1 thousand gold. They're up 3 turrets. They're up 1 objective, or 1 dragon, pardon me, because they did lose the Herald over the way of Furious. So Pain are technically by all statistical metrics ahead. And yet we're talking about Pain coming back in this game right now. Because it does feel like Furia has been kind of controlling the last 10 minutes or so, right? Like they were the ones who got the Herald, they're the ones who got the most recent Dragon, and they feel like they're the ones controlling the pace of the game. Even now, even with Pain having taken 3 turrets, if we look at the map state, it's Fury actually pressing up, pushing up, and getting chip damage on these turrets. It's not Pain able to take advantage of the space they've created by taking down other turrets.
And at the same time, we're seeing that expanse of itemization. We just saw Tuts go ahead and claim another tower on the top side. We talked about the Nashor's Tooth for Tuts, and IU, of course, going for that Slayer in the back pocket and making sure to have that crossbow in hand. We're seeing that mix up. We're seeing those item advantages start to break through, and Fury is going to come to that point where they're also just like, hey, look, we've been snuffed on our JoJo engages. We got the ultimate in Gigo if we wish. Otacon currently started up, and again, in a dark zone where Pain is, it's already down to about 6k. Out comes the
Have to
hammer.
take
If you wish to
this.
knock someone back, they're going to hang on to it for so long, and they
Did they
get 2
not see it?
punches, and that just means it's gone. That's going to be Smite easily taken away. Tatu is going to live with just a sliver, and it's more than enough, and you're not able to find a singular kill. Everyone is gone from Furia's side, and they take a free objective.
Yeah, they all got out clean. Tatu, fine. He takes the bullet time. It hurts, but it's fine. He doesn't drop. And Gigo, with the world shotter's unstoppable onslaught, right into the wall, still able to kind of round the corner there. And just like that, again, the gold differential just doesn't seem to mean a thing. Furia is definitively in the lead. And with those stats in pocket, I feel like those blossoms largely make up the gold deficit we're seeing. I want to highlight to Orbital. We thought Tuts got the top lane turret. He left it. I don't know why, but that's more standing gold for Furia. And all 3 turrets feel primed right now for Furia to just go in, take all of that, get the massive gold swing. And and if they do it now, they're going to get it just in time for this 4th Drake of the game, get another Ocean Soul. And for Furia, these Ocean Souls sacking are getting really, really deadly. We've seen that Pain are just lacking a little bit of damage to actually secure kills. If the Ocean Soul goes over the way of Furia, not only will you not be able to kill them with the damage you have, but they will come back healthy for the rest of the fight. And we said before, Fury don't want the first fight, they want the second fight. If they get that second fight while healthy, that's a very easy team fight win for them.
Not just that, if they just straight up sustain through the first fight, then your entire game plan goes out the window. If you're able to just brute force stay alive through the entire first engagement, Pain Gaming's entire game plan is gone, and that terrifies me. I love the fact that you pointed it out because I was kind of thinking it, but I didn't think that far ahead. If you get double, triple Ocean Soul, you already just watched Teton lock in the LDR. You know the hit that isn't coming through there. The only other one that I'm looking at is maybe Roamer if you wish to get a Morel and Omicron, but I don't know if you want to because you need the AP, you need that extra damage to come through. Where are you gonna get that denial of healing to come through? Either way, I don't know, and I don't want to think about it. Neither does Pain Gaming. They want to try and get this dragon for themselves. The problem, though, is Fury are more than
Okay.
willing to walk their way down. No vision on top. Jojo able to drop a ward here, but is it going to be enough? Tatu eating a very large chunk out of their HP bar as Roamer is trying to lob those bombs in. Tatu running around the corner. In goes a little bit of the rain of bullets, but that is a very far travel.
He's in. He flashed.
And he flashes in. Wiser now in a bad spot, but guess what? That
Full
is the whole
time?
time across. They have lived for a little bit longer, but they are cooking on top of that equalizer, and it will be a kill. Triple plus they're trailing behind, and Pain Gaming are gifted a team fight victory.
It was chaos, it was messy, but for the first time since we got out of the laning phase, Pain had vision control. They had vision advantage. Furia were walking into the dark, and Furia corralled themselves into the Dragon Pit. The Dragon Pit acted as almost a cataclysm in and of itself for Titan to get a beautiful bullet time off. And you saw, instead, Ayu, short range, he had to kind of sit in that to get anything to happen. Tuts wasn't comfortable getting his Sandholders in there either. He spent half that fight running away and still did the most damage for his team. And we get to see a replay on this. Tatu with the sneaky flash, and that's all good and well. But look how patient Pain is. They sit outside of that and they go, bet. If you want the dragon, if you go in the back, you're in a bigger cataclysm than usual. We'll just line up all our ultimates. We'll get the equalizer. Not quite fully aligned, but good enough. And we'll get, the Mega Inferno Bomb, the bullet time to kind of land on everybody. I also want to highlight too, Titan managed to secure the dragon in a fight where both junglers were otherwise occupied in that chaos as well. And that's so point for Pain. We talk about what Ocean Soul means for Furia. For Pain, it'd be kind of good for them. Honestly, not the most impactful, but you're denying it away from Furia. And I think that's a huge win if Pain can do that.
I think it's also just a massive breath of fresh air. Like, that is the first engagement that we've seen. And that gold says a whole different story as well. Take a look at that. They jumped down the Marina Trench right there with how much gold they just got. And it is much needed. We are going to see a little bit of a jump in, as that's a denial as well. Tatu recognizing that, hey, Curry's getting in the mix, so maybe we want to do the exact same. Hextech flashed over the wall, and all of a sudden we're seeing a fight at the same time. And Furia say, hey, we want to pay you back for what you just did to us earlier. Ayu takes so much damage, and Ayu's gone. Ayu is just gone, but Tuts is still alive. Maybe Tuts can bring about the damage. That is going to be the Emperor's Divide to slow down the rest of the battle. It is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day as the ADCs lose their lives.
Okay, and if Pain try and go for this Baron, that gets kind of dicey. I don't know if they've got enough sustained damage to take it. Vision just showed that they have started the Baron. Roamer is going in TP from Gigo. No unstoppable onslaught on this one. And Tatu, he's primed and ready to try and get in there. He doesn't have smite.
I don't think he does either. Yeah, and that's going to be Tatu just like, hey, let's go ahead and battle it a little bit. They're slowing things down. Take a look.
Yeah.
Tuts is running on the far end. They're actually going to pick it up. Oh, Tatu and the rest of Fury are actually going to try and take the stance. So they might look, do they actually
This is
know?
so greedy.
Oh, wrong way to go. Tatu goes down, and I don't know, another weird flank option.
Yeah, Tatu was just trying to clear out vision. They didn't have a full idea of where Pain was looking for, but they saw that, oh, Baron's half health, it's been leashed, we want this. And now, without the jungler available, sure, Jojo has smite, but it's a 900 smite. They need to remove Carioca from this equation. Ayu coming up from mid lane, but Jojo is already forced out. Baron doing the most damage in these fights, and yeah, Furia just have to walk it off. Pain. What? We went from Furia dominating to Pain just winning back-to-back fights off of seeming mistakes from Furia. Now Pain firmly in the driver's seat. Furia playing from behind and hoping Pain make a mistake they can capitalize on.
Even Carioca was like, I'm not sure what just happened there, but we'll take it at the end of the day, right? Like that was unsure what's going on, and this is an awkward play as well. However, Tuts says, maybe we get the chance, but no, you just burned to death, so it doesn't matter what happens. That's just damage. Just down goes T-Ton. That's not even T-Ton. That's just Ayu. I'm so used to seeing Furia win the fights. That is now not just 2 team fights. That is 3.5 that Furia have just gifted, and that gold lead RMC ballooning to almost 6K in favor of Pain.
Oh, bro, you're shocked because you joined the LTA South and you're used to seeing Furia win. For me, this is comfort zone because we're used to seeing Titan in CP LoL 1v2, 1v3. And granted, he needed Wiser to pick up the second kill. But Furia feel kind of tilted to me. Like, why are we going for those fights? Gigo doesn't have damage. Tuts walked in that fight with less than half health. So it's not a surprise that Tuts just got melted from the get-go, and I think they were trying to set up Ayu to be able to pick up the kill and try and trade 1 for 1, but they end up trading 1 for 2, and most importantly, Romer has just been untouched this game. He's 1-0-4. He's not pressured whatsoever. Okay, we're replaying the Baron because this is illegal from Tatu. You saw Pain clearing out the other board. You knew Curry, Weiser, Karaoke were in the area, and yet you still went for it. And this one, look at Tuts when he comes in, right? Okay, so he had more than 40% health. He just looked like he had less than half after he ate the initial proc from Titan Weiser. But that says a lot, unfortunately. And at best, you trade 1-for-1. And Titan is becoming an issue. He's doing a lot of damage right now. This is, I guess, the game plan for Pain nowadays is just give Titan misfortune. Is she good? Maybe. Does she have setup? We don't care. Titan's going to make it work one way or another.
Right now, the equalizer slowing everyone down as Tatu just cooks, but the Emperor's Divide is able to catch 2, but did they have damage to respond? Try their best, and they're able to get a 1-for-1, but honestly, Pain Gaming say no thank you. They're disengaged, their denial, their absolute disposition of the wins will cook the rest of FourY, and Pain Gaming are looking like the dominant force here in game number 2 as Tatu gets an angry charge off, but there's only so much you can do. Tatu sprints back, a surprise Pikachu Teemo as Dragon goes away at Pain Gaming. They are the ones with Ocean Soul, and Pain Gaming are just a few steps away from a game number 3.
Curry does not want to give this up, chasing Tatu all the way into his base. With Romer up, that's probably going to be an inhibitor turret or 2 going down. And for FourY, the lack of damage. In draft, we saw that, okay, they had Azir, they had Kai'Sa, okay, they've got a really strong front to back. If they can play it, all good and well. But we're kind of now seeing the downside of it. The fact that if either of them go down, they don't have enough damage. That teleport coming across from Tuts, he doesn't even have Emperor's Divide.
It's a little different now. You can't surprise TP behind. There's a giant blue ball that shows where you're going. Tuts gets tutorialed on and told about how TP works as he goes down for a 3rd time.
Yeah, that was the other ultimate from Azir. That was the Emperor's Subtract. You subtract by 1 and he vanishes.
I don't know. That obviously you saw Tatu laughing as well. I think they understand that they have done irreparable damage to this game. Now, of course, it is Pain Gaming to say, hey, whenever there's a mistake, you have to capitalize. And they are capitalizing immensely on this one. Maybe about 4.5 minutes longer than FourY took for their game number 1. But this game number 2 is in their bank. 10K. We do see the bullet time come out. Jojo trying to run interference, but there is stake on the menu right now as Weiser is dominating at 6-0 and 6. Gigo will be the next to fall. The towers shatter in immense glory as the final Emperor's Tower is going to try and hold. But honestly, you only revive to die is the name of this game. Pain Gaming, thanks to FourY gifting about 14 fights on a silver platter, will go ahead and take this game number 2 and force us to a game number 3.
And overall, what a game 2 to come back. We get ourselves a full 3 games in this grand finals rematch, and I am here for it. I am excited that we get to see a game 3. But what a weird series we've had so far. FourY spanking Pain in game 1, and then we come to game 2. And game 2, it was like a slow descent into madness. Watching FourY lose the first team fight and go, okay, they made a mistake. Watching them lose the second team fight going, okay, we're throwing a little bit. Watching the 3rd team fight and going, what are we doing? And watching the 4th team fight where FourY just full on just ran it down. And I'm really hoping that it was just kind of like, okay, guys, we've lost this game. GG, go next. And it's not just like actual mental ripping apart. Because if their mental did fall apart the way it kind of looked like it did towards the end there, then yeah, game 3 is going to be highly favored if it's anything like the end of game 2 here. So hopefully that the break is enough for FourY to kind of bounce back a little bit and recover.
I would actually agree with that one. It's one of those where it feels by the second denial of a team fight, they just threw everything at the wall to see what stuck, and everything kind of slopped off the walls. So we'll see if game 3 brings anything different for FourY. It's still within the wheelhouse. Again, you're now down into 3rd pick territory. Obviously, you know, you don't have some of those early champions. So if you're looking at the misfortune and you knew Teton was going to get it, hey, look at game 3. Maybe that's the difference for Pain Gaming, though. Much needed breath of fresh air, and we'll see that's enough to carry them to a series victory and look like that top dog. Either way, we're going to go to a quick break, and once we come back, the LTA South will continue with even more action.
Like you, and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots, getting else. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive on fear, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show. The way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and pity, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch
Welcome back, everyone. We are set for game number 3, the final game of this series. As you saw earlier on the graphic, we do have another series coming up a little bit shortly, which we'll mention at the end of this broadcast, so make sure to not go anywhere after this final game because there's more action across the LTA South. But all the glory stands here because there are so many questions that we need answered. Number 1, Pain Gaming, are you going to take a game victory on your own? Number 2, FourY4, what the hell happened game number 2? And number 3, Teton, what you got in the bag?
True. So lots of questions for both these teams. We talked a little bit about the mental from FourY4 after watching the ending of game 2. It feels like they've kind of tilted off the face of the rift. So are they going to be fine for game 3? Honestly, the mental from FourY4 has traditionally been a strong point. So I think they'll be fine. I hope. We'll see. Pain Gaming, on the other hand, the big issue is sort of their adaptations within a series and what else they have in the bag, as you kind of mentioned. The Misfortune, the Hot Pot combo, the Rumble J4, you get that once. This is full fearless. It's off the table. And so far, I haven't seen, it feels like in a while, sort of another answer that Pain might have into what Fears bring to them, the fast play, the good macro that we're seeing. And Pain has, or pardon me, Fear has opted for blue side here in this game 3. The bans, I expect to see the Yone ban continue, but do they start banning Titan? Do we see like Ezreal bans, Caitlyn bans, things that he's kind of known for? Nope, it's just the jungle bans as we're into the picks and bans. Maokai and Nocturne removed from Karaoke.
Well, that actually makes sense because of the fact that we are seeing that blue side pickup here, and that's going to leave open the Aurora because you already knew that the Pantheon, the Talia, and the Annie are all going to be banned away. So you grab the other burst champion that Tuts was able to play on the Zoe back in game number 1. Actually did quite a bit of work. We have to give credit where credit is due. This time it's the premier burst out, deal with you, don't let you really play the laning phase, which I like, and it's going to be matched by an Orianna, already signaling a little bit more team fight for Pain Gaming.
And with the Orianna, I kind of find it funny because the last split, there was a game which Romer threw on the Ari after getting them like ridiculously close to winning, and they put him in Orianna right after, and I was like, he got Orianna jailed. But Romer's Orianna is actually really, really good, and it supports the rest of his team. It works super well with Curry and with Karaoke. I'd love to see Karaoke on an engaged champion that could kind of take advantage of that, especially when we see the Lucian for Titan, because with that Lucian pickup, there are a couple options. You can go with something like a Nami. We can go with something like a Milio, or you can go with engaged tanks. But more often than not, Curry has favored the enchanters to pair with this Lucian, and that means they need engage from somewhere else.
Well, now all of a sudden we're seeing a whole difference as that Senna, which was banned out before, is matched by the Nautilus. And you know it's going to be spicy down there in the bot side. Ayu and Jojo out for blood because you knew the Sushi Nami is coming on in.
I find it funny that we keep getting the Nami Nautilus matchup. Nautilus does not really enjoy that matchup, but yet it keeps on happening. And you know that Nami's an option on the other side. It's a very volatile matchup, but paired with the Senna, I just don't feel like they have enough kill threat to really justify the Nautilus pickup. That's it. The Marital Strife bot lane is going to be interesting. Lucian into Senna. If Lucian doesn't win early, the wife wins. And from what I've heard of marriage, I'm not married personally, but I'm told that reflects real life pretty closely too.
Oh no, don't do that. Side note, I'm still surprised we don't have a Sushi Nami skin coming out anytime soon. If so, I will buy that in a heartbeat.
You don't
Looking
need
at
the
the
skin.
band.
We see the cosplay all the time when Nami gets picked.
Oh, that's rough. Either way, we are taking a look. 100% though, we are looking at that correctly. That was a 0-0 pick ban percentage for the Nami, but this is a great time to bring it out here in this split 3. The Akali though, matching into that mid lane, whereas FourY4 heavily focused on Karaoke, who Karaoke, game number 2, had a little bit more explosive power, but still not that proactive piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, the sheer amount of squishiness that Pain have brought to the table. They're still looking for jungle and top lane, but I'm not expecting to see a ton of beef come out. They're wanting to remove some of these options that can assassinate. Aurora's already going to be painful enough for Lucian, Orianna, and Nami to deal with. You don't want more problems. The Cassante removal is an interesting one because it's not really an assassin, but the way Cassante can just remove somebody with an all-in and kind of isolate them, and the fact that Cassante's base damages are still high enough to be able to crush her squishy, puts in that very niche position where you can be a tank, you can be a bit of a threat. So it's a good removal away from Pain Gaming. What does FourY4 want to answer with, though? Sejuani. So they want to take away Engage. They want to take away tankiness from the side of Pain Gaming.
I mean, if you're gonna do that though, the Trundle just feels like a little bit outside that, but it makes sense, right? Like you just mentioned, Karaoke just we don't want to let that happen. Now, do you want to let it go through to counterpick? Do you want to see what Tatsu has to bring to the table before you grab it, or do you want to save your counterpick towards that top side? Which honestly, Weiser and Gigo have been going at it, and we haven't given them enough credit for it. I think both have been given such a heavy presence that I actually like it. So now we
Ooh.
get a little bit of a match in there, and Weiser, remember last time actually won out quite well on the Rumble, did well into that Scion. And this time around, going for the Jax, saying, let's go for a duel. And we'll see if Gigo's up for the challenge.
Yeah, a bit of a hyper carry in that top side as well. And this is why I was saying I don't expect to see too much beef come through from Pain because they do like their carries up top for Weiser where he can be a threat. Now for jungle, I was thinking Skarner potentially for both these teams because you want a front line, but Fury has done this all year long, ever since they've come to the ThinkCard, ever since they've gone Tatu on the roster. They like to go for damage overload compositions. So they're saying, okay, forget the Skarner, forget the extra body, forget a bit more tankiness and a way to engage. We're going to take Vi, which still a way to engage, but it's single target. We're going to burst somebody down right from the get-go. What do they round this out with in potentially the top lane? No shot? A
Oh,
GP?
wow.
Okay. We saw there's
Oh,
been a GP not like it's not like 800 plus days like the Zoe since we last saw a GP. It's been a bit of time, but yeah, this is really true. Just damage overload on Furia, and I am very terrified. If a fight breaks out, if Karaoke can find the engage with the Skarner, people are gonna die on Furia, and if they lose, two people right off the bat, there's no way for them to win a 3v5 with this composition.
no, but it lines right in for Furious' sake. I mean, it goes back to their game number one. A little bit more poke, a little bit more run if they so wish. If you land that CC chain with the Vi in tow, all of a sudden the roamer is gone and all. So this is a treat. I don't expect us to be sitting at 14 minutes with 0 kills. I want to see the explosiveness here, and I appreciate that both teams are actively building into that one. We get a treat here, RMC. Game number 3 between Furia and Pain Gaming. It is going the distance here in just week 2 of Split 3.
Well, I hope it's a treat orbital because I could see it being very one-sided if Furia can't get off the ground. The Furia they've drafted themselves the mechanically more difficult comp to execute in a way. The bot lane, Jojo and Ayu have to survive the laning phase against the Lucian, which is really quite tough. Top side as well, GP Jax is not a matchup I've seen very recently, but back in the day when we did see GP top more frequently, with jungle pressure, the Jax side is scarier. Without jungle pressure, GP can kind of isolate for quite a long time and is more than happy to try and play the ranged parlay into the Jax, get the poke down, and then be able to win out from there. So jungle pressure becomes a huge thing. And Vi into Skarner. We've been joking about how red side has had 0 early game pressure with their junglers. It's Pain on the red side. And if Carrick is not getting some early pressure down with the Skarner, after level 6, Tatu, if he starts to be active on the map, making things happen, he's got a lot of lanes, which will be very happy for some point-and-click lockdown CC.
Hopefully we have no pauses as we're headed right on in. One last time for the series onto Summoner's Rift. The blossoms are blossoming, the blood may run through the river, and only one team will be stepping out at the top of this pick-and-play stage. It's going to be a treat and a half as we take a look at the Summoner spells and as well as those keystones. And you see Jojo once again with a little bit of a treat of their own. The Unsealed Spellbook once again. Whereas Curry going, let's go with the Simple Summon Ari.
Okay, so the last couple times we saw GP was actually just last year,
Oh
Split 2,
boy.
but it was Robo specifically. Karaoke actually dragged
What?
you in.
No. No, Karaoke, what is this dance? You
Did
don't
she
like this?
die?
Gigo can just flash. No, you don't even need to. What happened? Karaoke had flash and everything.
Yeah, forget Gigo could just flash. Karaoke could just flash. And he didn't. And he fed first blood to die. Like, what? What? Why? Like, I was talking over the beginning of that because I didn't think any bodies were going to hit the floor. Like, surely we don't do that. But Pain opted to stick around. And now, to give it to Senatu is a little bit rough when Lucian Nami relies on taking over the lane. Like, by having very heavy early game impact. And by giving, something like 300 gold to Ayu where he can potentially just pick up boots and try and kite out, that changes the dynamic a ton. Ayu did not get a base off. So it will be on the first base that we start to see that difference really come through.
I don't. RMC, I don't get it. Either way. I'm still at a loss, man. I'm still at a loss whenever I see stuff like that happen.
Yeah.
Either way, we're headed into the mix, and once again, we're seeing the annoyance factor. Tuts, once again, given a lot of free roam action to play, and even
Oh
on the
my
bot side, we're seeing a
goodness.
pain of their own as Teetson getting run out here, gets CC'd once again,
Please
drawn into the
no.
mix, and
Please
that's one
no.
more. Oh, but the shielding! You got a barrier plus heal, so Teetson lives, but it's still a win for IU and JoJo at the end of the day.
And like
Oh
you're
my
level 1
gosh.
Lucian Nami. You're not even strong. Lucian Nami needs level 2. Mid lane, we're seeing heavy trades come out. I don't know what's in the water right now, but these teams are out for blood. And Orbital, I promised you blood last game. The teams are teasing us with blood this game.
I mean, I feel like they're drawing enough to be a full kill and a half as
Oh, yikes.
Wiser actually
2 turret shots?
No! Oh, you missed the Q! You couldn't get that parlay off! And it's going to... What is this, RMC?
They heard we were sick of CBLCK and decided to go CBLPL. This is straight up
Okay,
just...
that's fair.
I love the South, man. LTA South, just the action doesn't stop. But it does affect the lanes heavily. So let's quickly break down what happened in all the lanes and what this means for all the lanes. So Titan Curry getting chunked that heavily meant they didn't get the level 2 power spike that normally Lucian Nami gets and gets to take over a lane. So Titan and Curry have actually gone for the lane swap. And it's not really a hugely favorable one for them. Maybe they get a little bit more XP and CS, and maybe they can try and balance things out with that. But IU is going to be able to pick up that early boots and longsword, which is that advantage we talked about from that first blood. Mid lane, Roamer getting chunked out and pushed out. He was already losing lane. He missed out a bit more pressure and CS. Tuts, very, very comfortable. Top side, Wiser was winning that till he ate 2 turret shots. And that nullifies all the advantage Wiser was building up, which really, really sucks for him. Because if he got that advantage, if he shuts down Gigo, then Pain get full control in the mid game with the Orianna, with the Skarner, with the teamfight advantage. They get the side lanes winning. Instead, now, Furia are able to kind of balance that out, and Furia get the more comfortable laning phase. Furia need to scale, and Pain kind of gifted them that.
Hey, listen, it's a give and take. We talked about Furia giving over game number 2 with a little bit of advantages, and now Pain are just kind of returning the favor. Maybe not in the best way, as that's Teton yet again to get chunked out here, and Karaoke can only do so much here at the early state, even saying, hey, I'm talking on top of the wards, and take a look at that warding vision once again. Earlier on Pain Gaming, if you look back in game number 2, I want to say at around 7 or 8 minutes, they had a full ward out tree. This time around, it's Furia actually getting deep wards in enemy territory, meaning IU and JoJo get free reign. They know exactly where Karaoke will be for the next about 2 minutes.
Yeah, they get, I say the comfortable 2v2. We should highlight too, Titan's first buy this game, after Duran's played, was a call. And that usually means the best of times or the worst of times, because either Lucian is so far ahead, he don't care. He's building call because he's dominating lane anyways. Yeah, this isn't one of those games. Titan's building for econ, and that means the isolated 2v2 is not necessarily in his favor. So yeah, I think Furia sitting real pretty right now, sitting real comfortable. Eyes once again to the junglers. The same people we're watching back in game 1. They will always be relevant in the series. Tatu versus Karaoke. Tatu with the slight advantage from just kind of farming a little bit faster. It's pretty much dead even. I'm kind of seeing who hits 6 first, because I wouldn't be surprised if we see both junglers just kind of sit back till 6 and then wait for those outs to try and change things. I say that as Karaoke is hovering bot side around Gigo.
I feel like Gigo is also one of the rougher ones to gank, but granted, if you get the orange
It's no
out,
flash.
it's a freebie, right? And yeah, as you call it, no flash available. It is going to be a pinch against the wall, and
Very
just
nice.
like that, 1, 2, 3, it's a chance and a half. Wiser picking up that kill, and it's going to be a nice and neat bow on top. Pain Gaming matching pace. Uh-oh.
But Tatu about to answer up on this top side. Curry low on health, but has the heal.
All right, let's see if they all go for the right person. That's going to be a bubble, not
Jojo's
really landing. They
overtanking.
draw in Curry. Curry is going to go down. JoJo falls
Yeah.
in turn. So honestly, it's not a bad pacing. However, Teton, there's only so much you can do here. And with an extra minion in tow, it will be the 3rd kill for Furia as they grab that feat of warfare.
1 for 1, not the cleanest, but the first blood making all the difference, as you said, for the feat of warfare. Pain answering on the other side, though, because their dive was fairly clean. Yes, Wiser ate another turret shot. No, it didn't make a difference. And he's able to help Karaoke if Karaoke tanks it up. So Pain, I think, is going to be comfortable with this. We've seen Pain a lot of times go down in the early game a little bit to try and stack those advantages and set things up. We get to see a replay on this for Wiser. And Wiser, okay, he didn't eat the turret shot, so that was just the parlay from Gigo hitting pretty hard. Yeah, but it was very, very clean on the bot side. There was never a doubt about it, and it was really good baiting, knowing that the flash was down. This top side, though, I kind of disagree with because Jojo ends up tanking it a little bit too early to kick things off, and I'd much rather have seen Tatu actually tank it up initially, because he was sort of healthier and I think a bit more levels, so he could have tanked it up a bit better. The 1-for-1 trade is fine at the end of the day, though, and they're okay with that. They get the kill on the right person as well. It is going to be IU picking that one up, accelerating this and putting Titan further and further down in a deeper hole.
We'll see if that continues onwards, of course. That hole can only be dug out of with the help of some teammates now. Might come in with the repelling and little safety harnesses for you to use. Right now, Roamer, though, making sure to clear out some of the wards and try and keep the vision dark. Fury have had a little bit too much freedom in the rotations and having that ability to get Tatu around the map if they so wish. 1, 0, and 2 so far. You can go ahead and take a look. Extra pieces in tow as well. IU and Tatu currently on the top of the leaderboard, but Teton, Weiser, and Karaoke very close behind. Shockwave landing though in the mid lane as Tuts is going to eat a lot of that damage. And in comes the ult as is a follow through with the assault and batter. Easy pickup. Cease and desist, if you will. Roamer goes down.
And the easy point and click. Level 6 is hit by both, but Karaoke's ult does require a little bit more of a setup to get that impale off. And so Tatu nice and easy. And I think this is going to be the way it kind of goes, right? With Fear's composition, a lot of damage. Skirmishes, smaller fights do favor them, especially with Tatu's ease of access. But the bigger fights is where Pain shines. The impale doesn't land. Jojo able to dance around, and IU just firing shots into the back to try and walk away.
Honestly, I like the fact that Tuts is right here to play as well, and actually might meet Elzal and Karaoke as like, I don't want this. I really don't want this, especially with the fact that Tatu is just right around the corner. All the grabs are going their way, and Karaoke and the rest are around as well. Roamer, though, being able to disrupt, so it's not all 3, it's just 2. However, the damage is coming through, and honestly, both sides are trying to gauge how much damage they can actually throw down without actually dying. They're going to jump on in as the wave comes out, but a nice buffer. Jojo getting a great catch. Teton has to run away. Great flash with the fadeaway. You're still going to go down, though, as IU gets some damage elsewhere. And not only that, Tuts on the other side fight beside each other, but it's a 2-for-1 at the end of the day.
And I'm not quite sure why Pain is opting into these fights. I think Fury are more than happy with how it's panning out. And for Fury, getting the 2 grubs as well, that counts for the feats. So they're more than happy with that situation. The setup on that top side fight as well. The moment Jojo kind of survived, Fury were very, very comfortable with how everything was going. And Pain didn't have the setup. The Shockwave wasn't ready. We were just talking about how Pain has team fight in their favor, but they didn't have the outs they needed to make that happen. And even in this particular fight, Titan and Curry, they're kind of getting spicy that Jojo lands the insane hook through the tidal wave, which sets us up, and sure, Titan flashes away, but IU can answer with that. They can, and meanwhile, Karaoke took so much damage in the initial chase down. They're dead to rights. Weiser, he lives, but it's really close.
Well, okay, so it's close, but here's the downside. Take a look at Weiser's summoner spells. Weiser just got back to the lane with that TP, and the fact that Gigo immediately gets great turn. Yes, the Triforce is going to come through, but Gigo, I feel like Weiser's like, bro, that's not fair. That's not fair. You're not allowed to do that to me. I just came back to the lane. You're not allowed to do it. Ref, we got to have a talk about this. This is an illegal play on the field.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw Tuts kind of speaking into his mic a little bit there, so maybe it's on his side. Look, it feels illegal for Weiser, but I don't think it's a Weiser issue. I think watching you completely, that was on him. He got hit by a hook. He just ate a bunch of damage. He was pushed up, beyond safety at that point, and you just have to burn what you have to get out. And for Gigo, that puts him in a fantastic position. He's going to be able to push in on that turret as well, get a whole bunch of free farm. And we talked a little bit about the GP. The 1v1 situation is not unfavorable for him, but the biggest thing for GP has always been scaling. His skillings are absolutely wonderful. Once he gets a couple items under his belt, his poke is going to be massive as well onto Pain Gaming. And for Pain Gaming, it feels a lot like game 1, where you have to find engages, but you've got to find the right engages. And so far, we haven't seen that. We've seen them try and force things, and we've seen, Karaoke just eat a whole bunch of damage. We've seen Titan and Curry trade unevenly or evenly at best. But that's not that helpful for them.
As we get back in, Teton and Curry are on the bot side saying, okay, we'll take over what happened to Weiser. And of course, on the other side, we get to see Tuts versus Weiser specifically. Tuts, by the way, even though we can't really see it right now, has been playing quite well with the Aurora. Has really kept on top of the ball, making sure to get those roams constantly in enemy territory, and just making sure that they're all around being a nuisance, which is what you want an Aurora to do. Remember
Yeah.
back to games 1 and 2, even on the Zoe was a pain to deal with, and now on a much more free fire champion can be an absolute brutal shelling. Because look, you're 2-0-1, you have a decent
Yeah.
gold lead, you can do a lot of work there.
And I feel like almost we talked about in game one how Zoe feels like a beta Aurora, or like Aurora is Zoe 2.0. She's got the burst damage and a lot more mobility. And I think we're kind of seeing the difference, right? In game one, Tuts was down 20 CS, 20 plus CS, and he had relevance more for being able to land some of those skill shots later on and look for those picks. This game, Tuts is up, 5, 10 CS. He's got a big advantage from those kills as well, and he's having much more relevance early on. So yeah, I like the odds right now in terms of what we're seeing from Furia. The composition though still gives Pain a chance if they can find ways to get back in the game. 2K is significant at 12 minutes. It's not game ending, but it certainly makes the game a lot tougher.
Of course, for Tuts, you're going to go ahead and dance your way out through the realms. Karaoke and Weiser just had to walk back very, very sad, as it could have been using that time to maybe prep on the other side. Dragon is currently available. Furia has a singular pink ward on top of it. Pain Gaming have one ward that is currently neutralized. So the
Mhm.
fact that neither team is there off rip is a little bit of a change from games 1 and 2. Dragon left to a little bit of a byproduct as everyone's trying to get a lot of these lanes under control.
I think the bot teams right now, the bot lanes of the teams, pardon me, right now are trying to get priority over that. Titan and Curry winning out a little bit means they will be able to clear the control ward. And then now this is where things get interesting between the two teams. Pain probably want this fight. They want to do a 5-man fight. Whereas Furia are trying to set up a pick before the fight and or find a split where maybe somebody on Pain's not quite on the same page. We can get that early pick off and then fight a 5v4.
See if they can do so. We've been so quiet for the last few, considering the early stages, but that's
There's
the
the
catch
pick.
and half. Decent assist is there, but Karaoke is actually fairly tanky,
Oh,
as that's the impaled grad too. But your HP is still falling, as it takes a little bit longer for
Wiser?
everyone to get there. But what a turnaround, though. You get right in the mix. JoJo has to flash away. You are able to make some difference here, as both junglers actually fall, so the dragon will be delayed for yet another 2 minutes.
And you can kind of see the basis of the game plans for both of these teams, right? Furia getting the pick, and sure, they picked the single tankiest member of Pain, but it was also the jungler, and they did manage to basically kill the jungler, albeit quite slowly, and meanwhile Pain able to answer back as well. But Weiser making all the difference, and Pain felt like they rotated a little bit slowly to this, right? Like Titan didn't even try and move out initially. He was a lot later, whereas IU can just throw the Dawning Shadows up across. And if Weiser didn't come in right here at this moment, things could have
Oh.
gone very, very poorly. Instead, we do see the jungle traded. As you mentioned, everything paused. And in the top side, Gigo is pushing, doesn't have Cannon Barrage. Roamer is pushing and still has the Shockwave if he can actually TP to the fight.
Right now, the dragon has started up yet again, but this time it is the main focus, not a byproduct. Tatsu already on it, and Karaoke doesn't really have the rest of the team. Take a look at this. It actually seems the rest of the team has peeled off. So a great little shove as Karaoke gets tugged through the wall, and JoJo's like, that probably shouldn't have happened. Of course, the collapse might be the big part. As you called, that shockwave could be the game changer.
Okay.
As they flash to the side, and it's immediately round warp in Roamer, chunked out, and once again, Karaoke sent right back to spawn.
Unfortunately, the Shockwave was not the fight changer they were hoping for.
Yeah.
It hit, but just not enough damage at this point. The Seraph's Embrace not yet completed, and even with Seraph's Embrace, the one-item power spike might not be enough to turn things. Titan also not really able to sling out all the damage. Culling still held in pocket, and Furia walk away with the kill, with the dragon, and the gold lead, again, slowly, infinitesimally, tinily growing in Furia's lead. If they can get the turret, though, that's a big gold boost.
Yeah. If they can go ahead and get a little extra, but right now, Furia are saying, we want more than just gold. We want space to play. First tower will go in their favor, which does mean that Furia get the boots upgrades, meaning you get extra punch, extra power to play with. Gigo, though, getting jumped on, actually mistimed that orange eat, so Weiser gets a decent chunk, and Gigo has to go back and hold off. But we got to take a look at this dragon fight once again.
Yeah, and with the fight, Tato was already basically done, the dragon at this point. Pain just kind of letting that go, slacking a little bit, and then Karaoke's just tanking everything up. You can see Titan couldn't even get to the fight in time. Like, Pain is just not in position and ready. Combo comes across in Titan.
Yeah, in more ways than one, but Teton gets a massive amount of healing to come through, so Tatu actually can't help. Tuts TP'd in for a little bit of an extra play, but
He's
really,
sprinting.
how well
The
can you
flash
play
over.
flash forward? And that was a little bit aggressive, but honestly, I appreciate that you get the flash out of Teton as well. But take a look at the tower timing. You go ahead and let Roamer get a decent chunk down. Is there going to be a roam out on Roamer? Nah, Tuts is going to go back to save play.
I mean, that's why I guess Tuts was so hyper aggressive. The moment the TP was channeled, FourY4 knew the opportunity cost was really, really high. So they desperately wanted to get something off the back end of it. But yeah, Titan burns the flash. He's out. He's safe. Tuts not able to find anything. Roamer going to be able to answer back with a turret. Wiser pushing up top as well. And despite the top side pressure, again, Pain feels behind tempo. Where's Karaoke? Where's Titan? Where are all the people to stop this objective going over for free?
Apparently off in La La Land, as Teton and Curry wander into JoJo, say we can't deal with this, and Wise is the only one like, yo, we gotta fight this, but you can't. JoJo gets a very nice hook down, but now you're pinched against the wall, and the rest of the team is here. Look at this floodgates, though. Where is Tuts? Tuts is nowhere, and that allows Wiser to get kill number one. Impale is going to miss. Teton gets out of that fight, and it's just an overall kill win to Pain. Of course, the Herald goes the way of Tatu, so you'll take that all day long.
Sure. The objective for a kill, kind of still worth it for the objective, but good on Pain to be able to answer back. And this time it's Tuts who's caught slacking a little bit. He was between lanes and not able to get between worlds quite often in the fight. Had to use it defensively actually to get out of a little bit of danger. And there's an opportunity here for Pain in this sort of tempo advantage they have. Unfortunately, Gigo with the Trinity Force nullifies. I was thinking maybe Roamer can try and get the topside turret, get a bit of gold to answer back the turret you're inevitably going to lose against the Herald. But Gigo just one barrel clears that. And once GP kind of hits the point where he can just one-shot a wave, it's very similar to sort of like how Sivir plays, right? Like both of them skill up really, really well once they hit the choke point where they can just instantly clear a wave. It's really hard for teams to push into them, and now Pain don't get to use split push and advantage anymore. Jack still wins the fight, but he doesn't get a fight because Gangplank doesn't interact with him. He interacts with the minions, and now Pain as a team, in order to advance themselves on the map, they have to team fight. If they don't win a team fight, you can't push into GP.
It sucks to say, but that is what you are looking at. So, for Pain Gaming, you're looking at trying to get everything under control at this moment. Gigo still walking forward a little bit further behind in terms of you would like the gold values to be an extra values there. You only have the Trinity Force and you have a pickaxe in tow. But Wiser and Tuts once again matching up here as Wiser dodges out on a lot of abilities. So Dragon, next one to look at. And we haven't really talked about it, but that is a Hex Tech soul to play with, and that is a whole other story. If we're talking about getting in range for Pain Gaming, you get to run them down with electricity if you get all three.
Oh yeah, but that's a ways away. Overall, teams right now sitting at one dragon apiece. And with how the series has gone so far, the team fights more than the dragon might actually decide. And it feels like both teams are opting into these team fights. For all that we say that Pain want the team fights, at least compositionally speaking, FourY4, mentally speaking, seem to be more than happy to give Pain those team fights. They've been there every single time, and even if it's not a 5v5, they're at least set around the area looking for the picks. And we'll see that happen because 10 seconds, that Drake is up. Tuts doesn't have teleport, but everybody else from FourY4 is kind of in the area. If they don't go to the fight, they want to at least delay it enough for Tuts to find turrets up top.
So of course, that wave is pushing. Herald dropped in the mid lane. We've seen this play before, but it hasn't really yielded all that much before. This time, it actually breaks through the tower. If you wish to let it charge again, maybe get a second off. But they say, hey, maybe we found Karaoke. Bubble actually misses, but the wave catches too. Dawning Shadow crest right over Karaoke's head as they are lost in the sauce. Second charge comes off, and that's another win. Shockwave actually buffered out as Tuts backfires that E-charge and gets out of town. So now it's a run over to the Otacon as FourY4 look to accelerate this basic play.
And why? Why are we burning Shockwave on Tuts there with very little kill threat? And now you don't have that available for this Otacon fight. What are the team fight tools left for Pain? Wiser's throwing himself in, looking for the huge counter-strike. FourY4, though, is taking damage on this Otacon. They don't have a tank, remember that. And that's the opportunity for Wiser. He's got flash available. Jojo diving in.
Curry got caught a little bit, but Wiser, as he said, is huge. He matches the crest number one. Neutralization as that's kill number one. Everyone else is alive? Low. T-Tom's firing away, and that's another bubble to help out. One more.
The chase!
Power as they chase some more. Triple kill for Teton as it's going to be Pain with the ace.
Macro be damned. Welcome to Brazil. These teams right now are just going hard. Fury going for the Atacon strategically, not necessarily the wrong decision, but the way they play that out, it just came down to the 50-50 flip. And even without the shockwave, Pain able to clutch it out. Wiser with the Mondo flank and just gave so much space to Titan to free fire in that fight. And Titan more than happy to sling spells to chase people down. And just like that, the game's dead even. Orbital, literally a 0k gold lead, less than 100 gold separates these two teams. And with the Blossoms going over the way of Pain, with that Dragon they got on that bot side as well, yeah, get that pick onto Karika ends up working out fantastically. We get to see the fight again. And keep in mind, Fury don't have a tank. So this is very risky. They have to pull the engage, but look at where Tuts is. This should have been sort of a 5v4 situation. Instead, it ends up being closer to a 4v4 because of the way the trigger gets pulled. They don't have the damage. And keep in mind too, IU is not very high damage yet. He's a Senna. They needed Tuts to be the one there, but Tuts was off on the side with Roamer, just dancing around. They didn't really do damage to either of them, and that allows Wiser the time to get in there to do work. You get to see Titan's point of view right now and the way he's slinging spells, just throwing himself in there, and you can see just untouched, more than happy. All he's doing is focused on going in. I don't have to dodge anything because nobody's even looking at me.
And that's what you love to do as an ADC. Just play like no one's going to touch you. Because honestly, more times than not, it is all hands on killing the ADC. And Teton ready to show up in more ways than one, as you called. We are dead even. Dragons in favor of Pain Gaming. Not only that, the Otacon in their favor, which now means we get to see that proactivity. You were literally talking about it earlier, because it shuts down not only a majority share of what Furio want to do, but it also shuts down Gigo, who is still looking for kind of the chance to roam in. They have the Spear of Sojin, they have the Triforce, but like you called, if Wiser gets a little bit more freedom, has a little bit more of that amp power, all of a sudden that GP is nothing to worry about.
Yeah, Wiser can get in there. He definitely wrecks Furia's day. And that's the big thing for Furia is, can they now keep Pain away? Before that, they were doing fine. Before that, they had a gold lead, so it was a lot easier to do. But without the gold lead, and with Wiser and Titan being the sort of getting the lion's share of the gold for Pain right now, it just gets tougher for Furia. And that kind of goes back to the question we had coming into this game 3 for Furia. How's their mental looking? The early game mental looked good. And then that just happened at Atacon. And if it follows like what happened in game 2, when Furia's mental broke, it broke brutally. And if it happens again this game, it could just be an easy Pain cleanup. And it feels like a lot of the pressure is more on Furia than on Pain right now at this stage of the game.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I would agree with that. They're the ones that have so far made a few mistakes in choice judgment. They haven't found the cleanest picks that they were hoping for. And honestly, they need a little bit more with Dragon spawning in just about 35 seconds. Once again, if you make that mistake, if you make that fatal move and don't catch who specifically we're looking at is Teton, you're going to be in a really, really rough position. So go ahead, clean up the waves, clean up the side lanes as you wish. You can see Gigo having that TP ready to go. Furia, though, saying, Todd, please get that kill if you can. Drops the ult, though, because it's not a full kill. Curie able to survive. So it's a close one, but not enough.
And that's a small win for the side of Fury, being able to find that. Tuts has teleport, can still go back to base and come back out. Tidal Wave, on the other hand, removed, was a huge disengage tool for Pain and a tool for them to kind of slow down Fury and allow Wiser to potentially find engages, to allow Karioka to find engages. So more weight now on the individual players, the jungle and top of Pain.
Wiser also looking for that flank angle, but that's a nice little catch. Barrel landing on 2, so Teton is already taken quite low. Look for the heals to really do enough. Dragon now spawned up. This is going to be Tatu trying to run interference. Karioka trying to frontline as well. This is dangerous. Watch for that shockwave as well. The ball is sitting out in no man's land, if you will. Battle line strong with no waves really pressured. They can do this for quite a long time if they so wish. Where's the site going to break out on Wiser and Karioka are currently inside of the Dragon Pit. Dragon taking a very, very small beating, not resetting just yet. So everyone's just dancing around this problem. RMC, how long is it going to go for Tatu? Even sprinting around the back end. Who is going to try and burn this Dragon down? It's going to come down to a 50-50 at the end of the day. And there is no vision on the back end. I'm so sorry, but I need the side to go. There it is. Goes in. Jojo gets the knockup, but immediately flashes away. And I don't know what that
Tidal Wave came back up.
Right goes away to Karioka. So they do put on Soul Point. Shockwave on 3, but the damage is enough. Another land onto the Oriana, and Romer now goes down. Chase onto Karioka. That's a double kill over to Tuts, who gets the reset as well. And it's a hard sprint out for Fury as they lose Dragon, but take 2 kills.
And we asked if Furia's mental was up to the task. We asked if they would crumble, and they showed us no, they will not. Sure, it was Pain Gaming getting the dragon, but it was Pain Gaming with better vision control in the pit itself. And for Furia, they're looking at the bigger prize. They knew that if they could get kills, sure, they give over Soul Point, but they're going to be able to look at Baron. I say look at because we saw what happened the last time they looked at Atakan. And why is it trying to repeat the same thing?
Oh, no, this is...
Oh, he's
I'm
dead.
scared, RMC. I'm very, very scared. Okay, good. Chunk out Wiser. Get that chunk and destruction. Kiri and Teton have to run for their lives right now, but Teton says, hey, how far are we actually going to run? We can do some damage as long as we dance around this one, but Baron is that split focus. Teton rounded the corner. TP coming in here. That is going to be Roamer.
5K?
Right back to the fray. Shockwave is available.
4K?
Baron down to about 3K. Are you going to have that shred ability? It is away. How many can you get alive? And it looks like everyone, as even Gigo, is back on the playing field, and Furia take all Barons in tow.
And this is one of the things you love about this Furia roster. Such a young squad, and their adaptability even within the game is beautiful. There's no think guard in there right there to tell them, hey, you guys mess up the last fight, you guys mess up the Atakan, here are your problems. No, they're doing that themselves. They mess up Atakan, they will not mess up Baron this time. The shred comes through, but the zoning from Furia, they play it right, they make sure there's no steal to come through, they remove Wiser immediately, and now with Baron in pocket with a 3K goal lead, Furia looking to try and close this game out. We can see the dragon fight once again. And for Pain Gaming, Karaoke, their tank is kind of stuck in the dragon pit, so Wiser had to eat the bulk of the damage early. And because of that, Wiser is not that team fight threat he needs to be for the team. Roamer's Shockwave was good to kind of hold, but not enough by itself. And again, without Wiser go in there, Titan doesn't have the space to step up. And they lose, unfortunately, their jungler. They lose Roamer. That's two big threats taken away. But this Baron, look at how Furia play this. They leave only Tatu in the Baron. They are much more focused on removing the threats. And the moment they remove Wiser, Titan does a ton of work on the outside. But the end result is what you saw on your screen there. It's the Furia Furia fans chanting and enjoying the advantages, the win over this Baron.
They get the Baron, that's a win. But Furia want the all-encompassing win. They want this game 3. The gold has now shifted back. Maybe not as large of a gold lead as before, but it is still a 4.6k lead, and that is more than enough to start breaking down some of these inner towers. You can go ahead and see it's a 4-1 placement. Tuts on the top side. Actually, it's even larger than it was before. I do apologize. Respect over to Furia as I did their gold lead. Wiser, rest of the squad of Pain Gaming, putting 5 in the mid lane just to try and hold as they lose out at every single jungle camp. Poor Karaoke is going to be real sad.
Well, that's what happens when you're behind and you're kind of losing to a team which has skilling in the Senna, in the GP. 82 stacks for IU as well. He's getting to the range where Titan's Lucian really can't interact with him, and Wiser is struggling to actually reach that backline and threaten. And huge props to Furia. It is a harder composition to execute what they had to do in the early to mid game, but they managed to get over that hump, and now they're in their comfort zone. And for Pain, they're the ones who have to kind of show us a little bit more that we've not unfortunately gotten to really see. When they're behind against Furia, they've struggled. Now, they did manage to at least find the one kind of way back in this game, but it still felt like it relied a little bit of mistakes on Furia. And I'd love to see Pain try and manufacture their own way in without relying on mistakes from Furia, because I'm not trusting that Furia will make another mistake. And it's got to be a bit more on Karaoke. Where are these engages from this Skarner? Where's the Flash and Pale? He's 0-6-3. And sure, understandable, you die a lot when you're front line on a losing team, but you're also the big engage for your team, and you need to be that. There's no Curry to back you up this time.
I mean, I'm just sitting here wondering who decides to be in that front side. So for Pain, as you called, needs a little bit of help, but Dragon is up in about 35, and we're about to rinse and repeat this situation once again. We've seen all the team, we've seen both the teams do this exact same thing, but in the 1v1, it's a whole different story, as Wiser has to burn that Seeker's arm guard, and that's not where you wanted to burn it. You wanted it in more, I want to say, advantageous position. So losing that immediately, pretty much as soon as you bought it as well. Poor Wiser's like, bro, that's not good for us right now. Pain Gaming having to walk away as they're waiting for Wiser to TP back in.
And Wiser doesn't have flash either. So losing the flash as well of the Seekers. No safety.
Oh,
Karaoke,
no.
where are we going?
Oh, I don't know. Right into the Impale, though. You grabbed 2. And that was a mistake by Furia. They drew Karaoke into the Impale. So Pain Gaming get a 3-4.
I'm losing my mind here, Orbital. He went over that blind. That should have been illegal. It should have been punished. And it works. He gets the 2-man blind impale. And it felt like FourY4 was a little bit stunned. They didn't immediately follow up. Karyoka managed to tank through that. Now Titan barely survives, having to he didn't have to he did burn the barrier. Okay, there we go. Just a little bit delayed on that. Had to burn the barrier to survive that, but they live. And Pain, we were just in. Can you manufacture your own way back in? Yeah, apparently they can. And not only do they get the kills, not only are they going to get this inner turret, the most important thing, they get Hextech's soul. And that helps so much in terms of trying to control the flow of the fight and actually hunt down members of FourY4, slow them down enough to look for these engages.
I mean, I really hope we get that replay. That was silly in so many ways. That was I just wanted to point that out because JoJo did the right thing. JoJo, yeah, here we go. Watch this. Watch this hook. You watch Karyoka go over the wall. JoJo's like, I got a hook. Doesn't see the wind up. And poor Senna. I was like, bro, I did not choose to be on this roller coaster, and I did not want to be here. It is such a moment, and these are the mistakes. These are those moments that we talked about before on repeat, like a broken record, where FourY4 have now handed the game back to Pain Gaming.
And I think without Gigo's damage in there, that was one of the big difference makers, because Gigo was trying to zone at the back line. He used the barrels back there, and sure, he kind of zoned Pain out, but he didn't really get any poke damage down. And if you look at Karyoka's build, he's got quite a bit of magic resistance built in. So Tuts wasn't able to burst him out. You needed Gigo's burst, and Gigo just wasn't there. So perhaps for FourY4, a bit of a small, tiny misstep. They're still in a pretty comfortable spot. They still have the gold lead, but you're seeing the Hextech already kind of do its work. You know, the little bit of lightning zapping around, slowing them down. FourY4 has to play a lot more respectfully.
Tatu definitely not playing as well as they probably thought of. Saying, no, that's not where I want to be. As last auto almost taken down. Teton can do this, by the way. Teton is free to push as far as you wish. Look at the itemization that Curie currently has. That initial burst is going to be so painful against anyone that it's a perfect catch.
Yeah. The two GA's facing off, but notably Tatu didn't die. GA is still available. He's gone back to base. He's healing back up. And the sort of mentor and mentee, we talk a lot about Karyoka versus Tatu, but Titan worked a lot as well, and is running down Gigo right now.
That barrel did like negative damage right there. That is wild to think of from a GP.
He was doing damage to Roamer. I don't know why Titan somehow was just like buffed up and able to reduce damage. But yeah, I agree. Tatu on the flank, I think was actually spotted by that minion wave. Yeah, pings are coming down. Pain is aware that this is happening, and more importantly, aware that they don't have Roamer, because Roamer's actually been sent to deal with the bot lane wave.
Which I don't disagree with. Again, Teton has already shown, as long as Curie's in the back pocket, you can actually sustain through a lot of this damage choice. Look at that. You just jump right in, and it's annihilation, and Teton's still alive. Now you have extra shielding behind, and you can fight this all day long. Easy to assist straight to the back line, but guess what? You got GA, but it doesn't even need to be used.
Not dying!
Level and a half. You are going to stay alive. GA is popped, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is here. Wiser teaming in the back line, and it's a fight win for Pain Gaming as they take this in a 3-0 fashion.
Insane back and forth, and our expectations for this game have been swinging back and forth. It is actually becoming the tank difference. The fact that FourY4 don't have a tank and they can't kill Titan. I don't even know what Titan's healing off of, but somehow he just seems to always have that extra little bit in the tank. So I'm sorry, Tatu, you might have made it to the international stage. You might be the new face of the LTA South, but the old face isn't out yet. Titan is still going well. JoJo with the hook on Titan. Titan don't care. You're coming to me. I'll take that kill.
This is how you play. The guard says we hold the gates. It doesn't matter by an inch or a mile. It doesn't matter if it's pretty or not. We want the W at the end of the day. And if you make mistakes, we will punish. Singular shockwave to ring the gong of victory as the culling takes more lives. And it's GG all around. Pain Gaming sit at the top.
Sweet, sweet revenge. Anything but first for Pain Gaming in this region is not acceptable to the org, to their fans. Their fans are going to be really happy. This is the revenge they've been waiting for since the grand finals in Split 2, and they do it in style, literally style, because that came down to just Titan having the cojones to really get in there repeatedly. This man fronts lines as a marksman over and over again. But still, huge props to FourY4. I think FourY4 played well, and they showed a lot of the lessons they learned on the international stage. Their mechanics are still really, really solid. I think they made more mistakes in this series than we've kind of seen from them in the last little while as well. And I don't know if that's just because it's regular season. They're experimenting a little bit. The real question will come again when these two teams meet in the playoffs, whether or not they can bounce back, whether FourY4 There's a term that for us to use. It's yes, when it comes down to the nut cutting time, does Furia nut up?
I don't even want to think of that idea, but you know what? At the same time, Pain Gaming did exceptional work there to go ahead and take a little bit of prowess, and honestly, I'm looking forward to them going ever higher. We talked about this group that we had a lot of questions across the entirety of Split 2 into Split 3. Well, Split 2 grand finals, I should say. There were questions, and now in Split 3, they're starting to show even better. But still, there's more to be had. Keep in mind, I don't think I saw a comfortable start to a victory. Both those last two
True.
games felt like they were kind of handed off. So if you're Pain Gaming, if you're the coach in the back pocket, what are you saying to them to be like, what do we need to clean up to have a more convincing victory?
I think first of all, before Zero says anything to his team, he probably needs a bit of a lie down. Yeah, like you said, it was swinging back and forth. It was a very closely contested series. Every game within the series was very closely contested. So Zero probably needs to
Okay,
go,
well,
like,
game
analyze
one
what's
is an
going on
anomaly,
first.
so we won't talk about that. So, you know.
Oh, even in game one, like I do think that there was still like some moments where things kind of got a little
Oh,
bit back and forth. But either way, overall, that's just game series 1 of the weekend. We still
yeah.
have 3 more series, and all of them hopefully are going to be as closely contested. We start at the top of the table today. We're going to go into Fuxu W7N up against Isurus folding up. That's going to be our next series with FourY4 and SuperBren taking you to that one. And that one is wild because Fuxu W7N looks on paper, if you look at Split 2, like they're at the bottom. But there are massive questions around Isurus right now, and anything could happen in that game too. Heck, maybe even better macro than what we saw in this one, because this one got wild in very odd ways as well.
Yeah, well, we'll go ahead and throw it to a break. Make sure to get set up for that series. If you enjoyed what went down, though, please go ahead, give us a follow and all that fun stuff here on the Twitch side, and also give a follow over to the YouTube side if you want a recap of all the action across. I believe RMC, you were on the podcast there, but more on that later. Thank you so much for tuning in for the first series. Stick around for the second of the day.
I'm fearless again, fearless again. Memories that fail, like mother's name. She's faceless again, faceless again. Foes and liars, they think that they run this town. They bury their bones with crowns. They think they can hide slow, but I'm coming in with fire. I never lose a fire. I'll never stop the riot, or ever feel the fear inside. I hear the scream.
try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
Welcome, everybody. 4x4 and SuperBren will take you the rest of the way home. I am 4x4. That is SuperBren. You can't hear him. You can't see him right now, but he is there. You need to believe me there. Or don't. I'm not your mom. We are in a draft, and it's going to be Annie first pick. And SuperBren, before we hopped on, before I was done chewing, that's the reason we're late. It's my fault. We were talking about, okay, the solo lanes for Isurus, because the rest of this squad, the jungle and bottom lane, so solid. Very much top 3, top 4 kind of
For sure.
potential, right? As a foundation. And we've seen these guys do it, right? But the solo laners, it's been a bit of a rough ride so far. Into Annie, what do you pick? And then Sion. That's kind of your, okay, I'm going to kind of opt out of things. I'm going to press R and meet you at the team fight.
So we see that Liza has opted for the Azir, and that's a pretty fine matchup into the Annie, because Annie on her own doesn't have a super huge, lane punishing insta kill combo when Tibbers isn't up. Those first 6 levels, you are fine. You have a massive range advantage now if you are the Azir, and you kind of just want to lane out and play for team fights. And you see that now Zoan is also on the Sion. It signals to me that Isurus is looking to play around those two positions that we had talked about being so solid, the jungle and the bot lane, and play for those team fights around objectives. So they're putting both of their solo laners on champions that are just very fine in lane. Even if they get punished, even if they get bullied, there's not really that much you can do, because Azir doesn't really care about his laning phase. He just wants to be okay and then scale into team fights, and very similarly for Sion. So I think that's a really smart way to mitigate what could have been a weakness of their draft.
Well, and sort of like you said, I completely lost my level 6. There's going to be a very interesting game of chicken to be played, because you say, Annie doesn't have the insta-kill combo right up until level 6. That's kind of the same for Azir, right? You have that all-in potential where, like, if your opponent's at kind of 3/5 HP, you go, well, if I push all my buttons, I'm at least going to get a flash out of this. But if you have that, if you're the same on levels, then both of you might die. It might just be who of Yampy on the Wukong or Jose Deodo on the Xin Zhao shows up to that lane next. It will be Curdy in the top lane piloting the Ambessa, It won't be Ambessa jungle, I don't think. Yampy, with the greatest
that
respect.
Would be insane. All due respect to Yampy, I don't think he's that guy quite the same way Griffin is.
Griffin is that guy, as we learned. He's him. He did the Ambessa jungle, but Yampy is back on this roster to be a stabilizing force. And sort of my favorite quote to trot out on the podcast on Gringos Liberados, we're going to learn a lot about both these teams. This series right here, I think we're going to learn a lot about both these teams, because Fluxu, they're on a bit of an upward crest. They've been progressing kind of in the right direction. To me, they are no longer the worst team in the league. Congratulations, you've cleared the bar that is so low on the floor, and we've got Yunara, SuperBren.
Whoa, okay. I saw the Yunara hover, and I wasn't going to interrupt you or say anything about it, because I was like, there's no way they're actually going to lock it.
It's a hover.
It's one of them baits. But no, Marvin really says, I think this pick is good, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. If you've looked at, obviously we have not seen a lot of Yunara in pro play. She essentially just became legal And so most leagues have not really adapted to picking her up. She has some, tools that make her interesting. Her wave clear can actually get very strong later in the game, but for the most part, she's a very standard auto attacker ADC that just kind of wants to right click and just very standard front to back fighting style. And the problem with that is I don't think her numbers are at a very high point to compete with that. Whereas on the flip side, you have given up the Xayah Rakan, which is an incredibly powerful combo. So I am interested to see how Marvin pilots it. But there are some big wins from Fluxu's draft, at least in my opinion. And the big one is that they have a guaranteed 100% every time go engage tool in that Nautilus. It is super, super consistent. Whereas on the flip side, I think they did a good job of denying Isurus from having consistent engage tools. Yes, they have Scion ult. They can hit the Shurima shuffle, and Rakan is there. But Scion ult can be, it's very telegraphed. It's kind of easy to sidestep if it's not used at the right time. Very similarly, you have an issue like that on Azir, and Azir and Rakan are both going to get blown up if they engage a little suboptimally, whereas Nautilus is a big tanky guy. So I really like this Fluxu draft.
Yeah, if nothing else, it seems kind of easy to execute, right? And look, if you're Fluxu, I hope would have the self-awareness to say, look, we don't have kind of delusions of grandeur here, especially into a more experienced squad macro-wise, right? Piloting kind of the puppet strings like Isurus Gaming, where it's going to take a while for me not to say Isurus Estral. So I apologies if we, in advance for when I inevitably mess that up. That's precious. I've never noticed that before. Little capybaras, I think.
Yeah, little capybaras in the hot spring. It's very Ionia's Rift is so nice, especially after we had to endure a whole season of the bland, colorless, evil Noxus Rift. Now we've got this beautiful, hot springs and cherry blossom trees. And I do actually very much like, even though it's small changes, it's not really to the shape of the map. It's just to its visuals. I really like the rifts.
100%. Yeah, I do. I'm still waiting for them to reintroduce the snowy rift from way back in the day. I think they will simply print money off that. As far as people coming back, it's a free game. I get that, but anywho, and capybara is native to South America as well. So
that's true.
That's true. Here.
Do you know the rumor I have heard about why the Christmas Rift has never come back?
Ooh, maybe not. No, go ahead.
The rumor I heard is that they literally lost like the files and don't know how to re-implement it. Like the files are just gone. Like some intern deleted them.
That checks out to me because I can think of no other really good reason for not doing it, right? If you've got this ability to just ability and willingness to just we're just going to slap a skin on the rift every few months, right? Then would it kill you for 2 weeks to just throw some snow on it, right? And maybe they'll recreate it within their own, files. Like if they can recreate a skin like this,
dude, Freljord Rift for Winter Split.
Exactly. Yeah, something like that, right? You can make it, lore accurate. Exactly. If you want to make it tied to a region, as Ackerman going right in here, Pro Delta will help Marvin trade right back. Very nicely done.
Yeah, great trade on the side of Pro Delta there. A lot of damage given back to the other side.
Yeah. I was playing a lot of Nautilus in RF the other day. Really toxic. I know, not the same thing, believe me, but just like you said, man, the ease of access to just tilt-inducing amounts of CC, right? Hook, auto, W auto, reset, auto again. By the way, you're rooted. Out goes the Riptide, right? And then if you're level 6, someone tries to come in, psych, ult, depth charge, right?
Yeah,
up your
charge.
You know what, and then you
sure.
You just don't get to play the game. But Kurdi and Zoan going out of here up in the top lane. But SuperBren, I want to ask you a little something. I think something else that stuck out to me from the Fluxu draft, to kind of put a bow in it, a little bit more early game as far as kind of the mid jungle, right? Because you've got, like you were saying, for Zoan and Leza, two options that you can kind of just show up to a team fight, and later in the game you've got immense amounts of security. And I kind of view it the same way with the Xayah Rakan. So that's great on the one hand, right? Because if you get to the late game, then fantastic. You're in a pretty good spot, albeit with some less trusted sets of hands in the solo lanes. But you've got to survive these lanes first off.
Yeah, there is a lot of, hey, we just need to scale, right? We know how strong Azir looks at 3 items. I mean, he's probably one of, if not the best team fighters around an objective. The way that guy can just set up and just pump out damage is kind of gross. Similarly, obviously, the Xayah is not the biggest damage threat, but late game, it will be secure. Like you talked about, they're going to struggle even with a very consistent engage tool. There's a good amount of disengage, or at least ability to weather that engage from the side of Isuru. So that's not to say that their draft is bad, but like you said, they have to get there, and there will be opportunities with this early game, with Yampi being able to come in and perhaps get some ganks off when you have Wukong at his strongest, when he is, just that like little bit of gold ahead in those early levels between like 5 and 9, right? If he can come in and disrupt some of these lanes and set them behind, then that puts Fluxu, on a great path going forward. We're seeing some actual fighting here in the bot side.
Yeah, Marvin, I mean, just taking absolutely no prisoners. He did pop the barrier just in case, but Snaker popped his as well. Was Deodo lurking there on that top side. Yeah, Yunara, pretty kind of, I mean, maybe it's just like the thematics of it, or just the fact that she's like kind of slippery and has some movement, but she gives me some Neela vibes. I confess, I don't know, like, I should have looked this up beforehand. I think I meant to, and then I got distracted. The kind of the range on her auto attacks, right, and such, but it does feel like she's a bit of a higher risk, high reward champion, the Yunara, but Marvin looking like he's definitely played some solo queue on her, because he seems to be really comfortable on it, and to the point where Snaker's just saying, all right, I'm grabbing the call. We're not doing this anymore.
Yeah, you saw there's a good justification for grabbing that call. Those early trades didn't go well, but particularly for Ackerman. Ackerman, the way you're trading as a Rakan is essentially you dive in and then immediately run back away, and you call that a trade as a Rakan. There's no real like skirmishing in the traditional sense. You have to engage with your grand entrance, with your body, to get any real amounts of damage down. And it was going pretty poorly for him every time, because now you are in the range of what's a medium to low range auto attacker there in Yunara. And that's a lot of damage that can get pumped out early game by someone that, definitely knows how to pilot it. Does not look like he, skimped and just went to, no, I know what I'm doing, I can play an ADC. Really put in some time to actually know how the champion works, which is more than I can say for my solo queue teammates.
Real. Unfortunately, I did play with one of my boys. I actually it was Nautilus Yunara, and then we had a third one. We do like 3v3 ARAM in houses. That's how we with my friends, that's how we kill some time if we don't have like a full 5 stack, or actually if we have 6, then it's like, oh, we don't want to leave someone out, so we just do 3v3s. And yeah, we were one of my boys, he was making hay on the Yunara. It was kind of goofy. It was really fun. The champ seems really, really cool. And I've heard kind of generally positive things about her. Like you said, Bren, she's kind of just an auto attacker at the end of the day. And, for AD carriers, they love that orb walking fantasy, right? It's pretty simple. It's pretty straight up. Both these mid laners have now hit level 6, Bren. And as we talked about, that is a huge, huge inflection point for both of them. I think the only thing bigger would be the junglers when they hit that level 6. So far, it's been really, really even. We're waiting for kind of that big set of abilities to come in and help these teams pop off as the W goes out from Marvin. And again, it's just these, this has been how the engages have been going. It's complete domination right now. I mean, it's in terms of pressure, I should say, because the CS is only 3. But in terms of pressure, Marvin and ProDelta are having their way in the bot lane.
Yeah, the pressure has been kept up very consistently for Marvin and ProDelta. We've seen that Ackerman and Snaker are doing a great job of collecting the CS. Combined, the CS is pretty much exactly even when you consider that Ackerman's picked up a few more than ProDelta has. But they haven't been able to really leave that area outside their tower. The pressure has been kept up consistently. We saw that Jose Deodo came in and was looking at the dragon, but his bot lane wasn't able to come and help him start that up, at least not without Marvin and ProDelta having immediately followed them up. So it's been good on that front, but we're not seeing, because this game is so even, what you might want to see out of Fluxu W7M, which is to take some early aggression, force the issue, and utilize your comp when it's going to be definitively stronger than your opponents, because the longer and longer we wait, the more powerful Leza and Zoan are going to look. And even if you think, okay, late game orb walking Yunara is going to be stronger than the Xayah, it's not going to matter all that much when you have the just absolute DPS powerhouse of the Emperor himself in the mid lane. If he's also following that up, and you can't even get on to Snaker to at least trade those picks, they need to kind of make something happen at least at some point, find something to play around. Because I think if this game just sits and goes even for 20 more minutes, Isurus is going to be very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I agree, especially if you've got Jose Deodo and Ackerman calling the shots and being able to engage in start fights from a couple different directions, right? You've got 2 oops buttons with the ults from Snaker and Leza, right, as well. If things go left, Zoan as well can start, fights from very creative angles. So Isurus, if nothing else, with their draft, have given themselves just way more options as far as how to navigate these team fights in the late game. And I completely agree with you, Bren, as the objectives were traded. So the 2 teams did find objectives to play around, but they didn't invite the other team to come and play with the toys in the different parts of the map. So 3 grubs go over to Fluxu. That'll give them a little bit more power, and it won't be a Cloud Rift, which I think is exciting for Isurus, because you want something a little more late game, right? That Ocean Rift or the Infernal Rift. So both those still on the table. Mountain Drake will be up in 4 minutes. But yeah, as this game does just go on, it's hard not to favor Isurus' composition. The players, different conversation, right? Both these teams made roster swaps, but again, in the important roles, like the solo laners, Zoan and Leza, it was an interesting debut for them. They played against a red squad that is incredibly unpredictable. It's tough to draw too many conclusions out of a game against red, as Yampy maybe on the wrong side of the train tracks there, but he does Wukong things, and now getting pounced on by Snaker and Ackerman. But who's locked in with who? CC Chain comes in absolutely brutal as Ackerman tries to get back, and shield his AD carry, gets nothing out of it. Fu joins the party. It's a double kill as Snaker and Ackerman get wiped off the rift.
Snaker and Ackerman step up there thinking that they're going to go to pinch down Yampy, but I don't think they realize just how many members were in the area. A bit of a issue with their vision there, because as soon as they stop, immediately comes over with Pro Delta laying down the CC thick, trapping them in there. The Cyclone came out as well, and they tried to retreat, but it was all too late. Fu participating, and yeah, you're going to lose a 4-on-2 every day of the week. And so just a really good play from Fluxu W7M to kind of bail out their own mistake. I'm not going to say like, oh yeah, Yampy was 5-head taking the grubs to force that bait. He definitely was mispositioned, but they were able to turn that and capitalize what turned into a misposition from Isurus into a good play for them. So it's a very good heads-up play.
Yeah, they're kind of in the right place at the right time. And if nothing else, just kind of shadowing Yampy, right? Yampy went in with the knowledge that, look, if things go left here, we can, I can get bailed out, right? I'm Wukong. I can dash over the wall. And as it turns out, Snaker and Ackerman, I think, just ended up being a nice kind of surprise on the other side. That was not the intention, but that was just a happy accident that they ran into, as the hook not going to land there. Aoshi, Chubang, very excited with what they've seen. That's another exciting part of this Fluxu W7M kind of, I'll call it entering their serious arc. Because I make my jokes, and I think rightfully so, about the fact that it was Fluxu, and then it was W7M, and then they said, JK, we're both going to share the slot and turn our tag and our name into a Wi-Fi password. As Zoan just kind of beating the snot out of Fu, throws a house at him, dashes in, couple of autos, the W goes a little wide. Now Fu has to flash away, Yampy going forward, and will be able to walk away with the kill you'd like to think. Conqueror stacks up, just get in there and lay down one more auto, big guy. Wow! The stick's got immense range. That is another kill for Fluxu W7M.
Yeah, really, really close there for Fu. Burns the flash, still takes the melee auto as he's flashing away, and almost pays the price for it. Left with very, very low health. But again, it feels like Fluxu just with another heads-up play. Yampy's in the area, sees that there's a fight going on in the top lane, comes to back up his mid laner there. And overall, it's just really good on-the-fly adaptation and reading from Fluxu, and that's why they're up 3-0, 1.5k gold, nothing to sneeze at 12 minutes, a pretty damn good gold lead, and the feat of warfare secured. They're in a good position, and this is what we wanted to see, right? Before the other team scales up, before we start to hit those level 11, level 6, definitely before level 16 late game fights, we want to see Fluxu establish themselves on the map and take some advantages, and that they're doing just that right now.
Yeah, so far so good. Fluxu definitely playing to their composition's strengths. I mean, Fu, yeah, definitely bit off a little bit more than he could chew here. Just doesn't have the ability to chase down like Zoan does on the Scion. But hey, all's well that ends well, right?
Yeah, it's a concept that I've talked about. When you're coaching up, some it's your new friends. They're not used to the game. They're getting better. The concept that just because something ends well and you get a bunch of gold for it doesn't necessarily mean it was the right play. But in pro play, you take
So
what
it's a
you can
long way
get
of saying
because-
no 4x4. I wholeheartedly disagree with you,
Now,
actually.
Here's the thing, though. What I was getting to is that actually, yes, 4x4, even though it was clearly a misposition from Fu, when you can recover like that, you still make some gold. Now you're able to take an objective with the pressure we have generated. It is all's well that ends well, because even though you're not going to VOD review that and say, oh yeah, I'd do that again. But pro play, even when teams look hopelessly outmatched, the difference in skill between your best team in your league and your worst team in your league is not as large as it can seem on the day. These teams are very, very close in skill, and so you will just take what you can get. You're not always going to play a perfect game, and you will see the best teams in the world, the teams we think of, the T1s, the Gen Gs of the world. They don't always play a perfect game. They play close to it. And what makes them better than everyone else is when they do make a mistake, they're able to recover or even capitalize by just playing smart in the moment. Even though, hey, okay, that was a mistake. What can I do to mitigate it?
Yeah, that's what separates the good from the great teams. I mean, it's like, you and I are both sports fans, and I think we both kind of, it's a similar sort of thing. Is like, when people talk about, oh, this guy in this league is bad, right? What we mean is he's bad for the league, right? No one, the worst professional athletes at any sport will dust you with one hand tied behind their back at what they do. And League of Legends is the same here. Herald started up. Fluxu up about 1,000 gold. Fu looking for the big stun. He gets exactly that. Please tell me that control ward wasn't there beforehand. Please tell me that stun dropped when the control ward went down, because if not, there is absolutely no excuse to be face checking there when you know that an Annie is around and can 100 to 0 you. Zoan pays the iron price. He's 0-2. It's been a rough game for him on the Scion. The W goes out from Marvin. Isurus still have a decent opening here. I mean, the health bars are a little low, but Curdy isn't that big, but all the ultimates are available. Isurus take the wise choice and just back off.
Yeah, Isurus going to back away. I wonder if we will see a replay. I do believe that part of the reason they walked up to that brush was to set that control ward, and Fu just happened to be sitting there waiting for him. Like, yeah, no, you're going to need vision here. Yeah, see, there is no vision in this brush. We can see on the red side, Ackerman walks up to place the control ward, and immediately Fu's just waiting to get punished. They know, because they have a control ward already, that there is no vision in there. And that's a place you desperately want vision before you're going to start up a neutral objective on that side of the river. So it's a really smart play from Fu, because he knows someone's going to have to come up and place a ward here. And when they do, I'm going to turn them into mulch.
And that is exactly what happened. So Fluxu played a pretty, I don't know if dominance is the right word, but a very solid, I'd say, game of League of Legends so far, right? I mean, the expectation was that, you're not going to get blasted in these lanes. In fact, you might have the advantage in a couple of them, right? I'm looking at bottom lane specifically, right? Zyra Khan, you pick that for the late game. You need some jungle attention, and Jose Deoda, for whatever reason, wasn't able to get down there despite having a lot of push from Fluxu W7M, decided not to go down there. Again, I give Jose the benefit of the doubt as to why he was not down there, but now you find yourself in a situation where Yampy has 100% kill participation. He's up half an item on you as a jungler. And now you want to see these objectives start to go over pretty much one at a time over to Fluxu, because the burst that they have, right? You talked about it. That ult's going to be up in 2 seconds. If they can sort of rinse and repeat some version of that play, that's what I want to see, right? You get to objectives first, you set up your vision, and then you've got Fu sitting there with a teddy bear like, look, like the little girl in a horror movie, right? She's sitting there at the end of the hallway, and you as Isurus know, if we go that way, we're going to die. Horrible things are going to happen to us.
Yeah, but just like a horror movie, sometimes we have to sit and watch while they're
we've
gonna
gotta
have
watch
to walk forward. The plot dictates. Sorry, Curdy caught me off guard. That was a public execution fired into nowhere. It's not a dash unless it hits someone, man.
Yeah, the embarrassed thumbs up. I've thrown up plenty of those in my day.
But sometimes you have to walk. You know it's a bad time. You know, if I walk around this corner into the evil little girl, she's going to jump scare me and do terrible things and kill me maybe. but I have to. The plot dictates that I must fight for this objective because Fluxu is doing a really good job. They've only given up one dragon so far. They have not really lost that much health across their turrets, only a little bit in the bot lane there. And so they're controlling this neutral play very, very well. And when you can do that with an Annie, sure, the other team has disengaged, but they don't have engaged. They don't have the ability to get onto you as cleanly as you can. And so if you can force them to fight into you, it's a huge, huge boon for this kind of team composition.
TP comes back in. First tower almost taken there by Curdy. You make a good point, Bren. All the towers on every side of the map are completely intact here. If you can get one pop off this Shelly, then maybe you've done your job. But Jose Deodo just going to smite it like a jungle camp. And that's exactly what happens. As now they're shifting their attention up towards the top side, maybe going to invade on the top side as well, surrendering the dragon for a play onto Curdy. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. See if it pays off for him.
And it might. Jose Deodo's going to have to do his best job to lock down. They're ultimately going to call it off, just didn't get there fast enough, as well as some vision, meaning Curdy was expeditiously leaving the top side of the map there. And another dragon over to Fluxu, like I said, controlling his game. A Chemtech soul, not necessarily going to be the strongest on their composition overall, but it can get some value keeping things like your Nautilus alive, giving you a bunch of extra utility and value on your bruiser fighter top jungle there. And you're going to see some towers get picked up across the map.
That extra tenacity into an Annie never hurt anybody, right? I mean, yeah, it's just, it's 6%, but that can stack up pretty quick if Isurus can get onto it, right? I mean, tenacity, I'm thinking in all these compositions, yeah, the roots, right? The roots, the charms, those types of things, it's mitigated against, so I think actually could work out all right for both these teams. The MP's now onto his second item. Fu getting the AP version of the Black Cleaver, as I like to call it, as actually a lot of people like to call it. It's not just me. That was not an original thought. I apologize. I don't know why I tried to sell that off as my own. That was shameful behavior by me. I should know better. I'm 28 years old. There's no excuse for that kind of thing. Atakan has spawned up on the top side. Neither one of these teams, to me, SuperBren, look like they are strong enough to straight up take this objective. Right now, the game feels too close. To me, this feels like the prize that's waiting on the other side after a nice little team fighter skirmish. What say you?
You're 100% correct in your assessment there. Definitely both teams do not want to fight for Otacon in an even 5v5 state, because while we've talked a lot about like what engage tools you have and how consistent they are. And while Fluxu's engage tools are more consistent, especially that depth charge and the dredge line, being able to very constantly, always land on their target, Isurus has good engage tools, and the times where the Scion R or the Emperor's Divide become most valuable is when you are all stacked up in a place where you can't really leave, like an objective here. It looks like Fluxu do want to start it up, make Isurus play into them, but Isurus is spread out across the map, and the objective is falling a little fast. They're all going to collapse here, and we're gonna get a bit of a fight.
Yeah, or you just do this. In goes Jose Deodo. He gets knocked a bit of the air. He swipes it. Isurus takes away the Otacon on the back of their superstar jungler. Curdy going in for some blood, though. Will they pay for it with their lives? Yunara just free firing there onto Leza, onto anyone that he can get his hands on. Tibbers running them down. The roots of the soldiers try to keep Isurus safe. It's neck and neck down to the finish line. They go. Emperor's Divide helps seal the deal as Jose Deodo able to go forward. Leza gets the turn. Fluxu W7M wiped off the map off a gutsy call by Jose Deodo. They get an ace.
Not only did they get the ace, they were able to steal the Otacon. If the Otacon had gone over to Fluxu W7M, but then they get this ace, now they're going to get a mid lane tower. They're going to get a lot of map pressure to go with it. It would probably still be a good play in Isurus' favor. Having gotten the steal on the Otacon over a great play from Jose Deodo, this is a fantastic trade for Isurus. Trade offer. I get everything, you get nothing. And where that really comes down to is we were talking about how neither team looks like they are strong enough to take the Otacon, and neither team was. Fluxu decided to start it up anyways, and they pay the price. The CC comes out a little too early, and the smite still able to come down, as you can see. And then the fight afterwards, it looks pretty good. Fluxer W7M is getting these health bars lower and lower. And as they go down, it is the dredge line here where I thought Fluxer's W7M was going to, get their reprisal as they come in on this section of the fight. A great flash dredge line. But as they step up, here it comes, a huge Emperor's Divide. They pick up 2 kills. And now all of a sudden it is all in the favor of Isurus Gaming, who are now up almost 2K gold.
That was pretty well fought by Isurus. I'll give them credit there because, I mean, like you said, the health bars were taken pretty low, but they played that fight backwards extremely well. And I'll give credit to Zoan because he just kind of stood there and was just a nuisance.
Bro, Delta died while we were in the replay. I don't think we came back to just staring at his dead body. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, he is dead in the river there. And they're going to try, and Fluxer's going to try and make something happen here on the top side, but that is Zoan. He is a tanky lad. That's a weak side top laner if ever I've seen one.
Zoan's got 2.5 items, but there is a lot of shred in both Yampy and Foo's pockets with the cleaver, with the other cleaver, the Bloodletter's Curse. So actually able to rip through him in an extended fight. And, you got 2 burn items. Congratulations. Annie does not care, really. She can stand just outside of the range of that. I'm assuming, I think, anyway, as Ackerman just kind of says hi to his LTA South friends. But he's got Snaker in tow, as well as Leza, and the whole squad, actually. If he can get a clip onto them, he's got no flash, but able to drop in the grand entrance, and that will be enough to take down Yampy. So how about that? Isurus get another one back, traded 1 for 1. Isurus now have the momentum here, SuperBren, as TPing away to safety is Foo. Next objective up is another Chemtech Dragon, The Baron on the menu, of course. Are they just going to start it right now? They're just going to start it right now. Yeah, with Yampy down. I love this call, actually.
Yeah, and now Fluxer W7, they realize what's going on. They're coming up to get vision, but they are down their jungler, and they're one of their strongest team fighters. The Baron is almost dead, and they don't have a smite. They're forced to immediately back away. A gutsy Baron take. It looked like perhaps a good play for Fluxer. They found not just the 1-for-1 trade, but they did get a tower out of it as well. But the timing is really, really poor as the Baron comes up pretty much right after Yampy dies. I mean, Isurus walked up to the Baron as it was spawning, able to get all 5 members on it and shred it down so fast. I think, we're getting the replay of how Pro Delta died here in the river.
Yeah, he just simply got caught retreating. It's a tale as old as time. Yeah, he just got picked off. Isurus, though, with that immediate Baron take, now, SuperBren, going back to what we were saying kind of at the beginning was, look, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Isurus. And now, for the first time all game, they control what happens on the map, and it's because of this Baron buff. And as the game goes on, but that's the other thing is, these objectives, they go down in a snap, right? That's the other part of a scaling composition, is once you get kind of over that hump, right? You talk about levels kind of, 6 to 11-ish, right? That's kind of when Fluxer's comp is going to be spiking a little bit. I don't really know kind of how, Yunara, quote-unquote, scales or whatever. We got a fight here. Emperor's Divide, going to grab another couple. Tower goes down. TP coming in. Yampy nowhere near this fight. There's no CC. You know where there is CC? On the Scion. Zoan goes in, rooted up by the Blade Caller, Snaker somehow staying alive. It's a double kill for him over the wall. The rest of his teammates provide the vision, and I think Isurus just end here.
Yeah, Isurus have a definite shot. They have so much damage. We talked about 3 items really being that huge break point you want to see for Azir, and he is at that point. You have multiple 2.5 items on your ADC, and wow, just all of a sudden the game is over out of kind of nowhere. A couple of poorly timed fights on the side of Fluxu, and Isurus able to bounce back. We had questions about their solo lanes. He's got his shoes. All right, buddy. We're going to have to talk about that one. We had a question about Isurus' solo laners. How are Zoan and Leza going to look today? And while Zoan didn't look great, that's okay. You're on Scion. You're being weak-sided. You don't have to be a winner for your team. You have to be a big body. And he was a rather large body. And what did we get? We got a very, very good game from Leza, who we've had some questions about, and I think did a good job to say, no, listen, hey, there's a reason I have a 68% win rate coming into this split. He's a very solid mid laner and was able to show that with that Azir. That was so much of the damage in that latter half of the game. just executed pretty well from Isurus. As they went on, they recognized, hey, like our comp has scaled, and now we get to do what we do.
Yeah, no notes. I mean, the game kind of, in a very extreme sense, went, I guess, how we sort of thought it would, right? If both, kind of nameplates off sort of thing, right? If you just put AI on all 5 of these bots, on all 5 of these champions, right? But I want to go back to that. I mean, to me, Jose Deodo is the MVP of this one because I'm assuming he's, shot calling. He makes 2 really gutsy calls that flip the game on its head, right? One was bouncing in with that extended blast cone onto the Otacon, getting the ult, right? Ult smite into just pushing everyone away and then playing that fight out really well, right? Isurus, they can team fight pretty dang well, and they didn't kind of lose their minds at any point, right? And then going for that Baron as well. A couple really gutsy calls from Jose Deodo.
Yeah, I mean, I loved that Baron call. I think recognizing, okay, hey, they overextended the top side. If they had just gone for the trade and not stayed for the tower, it would have been a fine play for Fluxu, but they said, hey, we want to try and get this tower. We make the call, hey, we don't care that objectives are about to come up and we want to establish pressure on the map. We see an opportunity to pick the jungler here, and with the timing, it works out perfectly. They pick the jungler, they walk down from top lane as Baron spawns in, and they know there's going to be so much time where the other team just cannot respond, and they do enough damage to burst it down. Just a really good understanding of where the game states were, what the win conditions were, and well played just from Isuru's top to bottom. It looked shaky in the early game, but they found their footing as the game went on, and they utilized a scaling comp to scale in.
We'll see how the draft strategy change in game 2. I kind of got to collect my thoughts about Fluxu. I don't even know kind of what to say about them. Like they looked fine for the first few minutes, and then it all kind of went left. But I give more credit to Isurus than I do kind of have a stick to beat Fluxu with. It just felt like they weren't prepared for what Isurus was throwing at them, because Isurus played kind of a very passive game for kind of 15, 20 minutes. And then all of a sudden it was all gas, no brakes, and Fluxu just didn't seem prepared for that one. Any kind of additions to that or any final thoughts before we send it to a break?
No, I think you're right. I mean, that's a very good read. I don't think we've been gassing up Fluxu, talking about how much they've improved. They still looked like a good team. That early game was all Fluxu. It was coming up all roses for Fluxu. And then Isuru's just
Fight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory, to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors. I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory, to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark.
Welcome back, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. My name is FourY4. That is SuperBren. We've got game 2 coming up here between Isurus Gaming as the players make their way back onto the stage and Fluxu W7M. Bren, a lot of plaudits for Isurus, right? They played kind of a panic-free game despite things going a little sideways for them in the early game, but the lead only really got to 1,500-ish. I really don't think it got much bigger than that. And Jose Deodo kept the boys calm, said, look, we outscale the you-know-what out of these guys. We are going to be just fine.
Yeah, the lead was pretty large for the early game. 1.5k gold lead at around 12 minutes is pretty strong. But overall, they were able to, mitigate the consequences of that lead, make sure it didn't get any bigger. And so a 1.5k gold lead at 12 minutes, pretty strong. A 1.5k gold lead at 20 minutes matters a lot less. And so it didn't really grow. And Asurus got to the point where, hey, our champions are a little bit stronger than yours. And with just some smart decision making, we're able to very quickly turn that game on its head.
And we talked about it on the way out from the last game, the smart decision making, the two really good calls from Jose Deodo, recognizing the tempo swings. Yampy getting caught in up in the top lane, literally just swung the game for Asurus. They were able to just dominate that. Not dominate. It wasn't even a contest. That Baron take and dominate the game from there. They recognized that they were stronger. Their comp out scales, yada yada, and they looked really really good. And now Fluxo, they've got to ask themselves a couple questions in the mirror because it like we talked about, the early game went really well for them. I still believe in these players. Fu looking really good as he does. My goat. I cannot wait until he's on a better team. But Fluxo, they're very much still in this. But a little bit of inexperience was shown, and I think the only thing that worries me, I guess, if you want to take the positive side, you say, look, it was one moment that Asurus rightfully capitalized and snowballed off really, really hard. So, okay, if we can fix kind of that one thing, then we're going to be fine. But on the other hand, it was such a rough mistake from the experienced guy, right? Yampy dying right before Baron with the composition that the other team has, unacceptable. That can be a game-losing mistake. And last game, it literally was a game-losing mistake.
Yeah. It's something I think you're going to see a more collected, perhaps even, if anything, I think the risk here for Fluxo this game is that they overcorrect and they take no risks and they make no mistakes, but they play a mistake-free loss where you LCK style do nothing for 30 minutes and then T1 took 7 objectives and you lose. That is the risk for Fluxo, but I think Aoshi will have calmed his boys down, looked at his team, said, hey, listen, we made a couple of big mistakes last game, but we can mitigate that. And other than that, the early game looked good. They were making good decisions. They were finding good fights. And we talked about how a lot of those early kills that they got were kind of just situational. They capitalized on Asurus's mistakes. That's fine. You can still do that. So just try to mitigate your own mistakes and keep your head on a swivel. I think we've got a lot to look forward to as we get into draft here.
They are staying on blue side. Responding the Pantheon immediately with the Aurora is Surus, so they can flex that into top lane or mid lane, giving themselves flexibility here early on. Jose Deodo drafting himself potentially here with the Nocturne. Not supposed to talk about hovers. A really, really good go button. Let's see again how this competition works itself around this, because I think right now the Yunara Nocturne combo could be really, really nasty. But into a Pantheon, Poppy's kind of nice too.
Yeah, Poppy has a lot of value here. Obviously, it is primarily a jungle pick right now, has fallen off a little bit in the support role from where it was late 2024, early 2025. But is still a flex technically between Jose Deodo and Ackerman. I would imagine it's going into Jose Deodo hands. And like you said, it is pretty good in the Pantheon because it just completely flat out denies the stun, which is his big part of his kit. And as well as it just has a lot of value across the map. Poppy can get places very quickly with the movement speed of Steadfast Presence and set up very specific pick or set plays using the Keeper's Verdict to eject people from certain fights. And now on the flip side, we see Fu going to get the Rise and Curdy gonna get the Renekton. And that is, it's another champion with dashes into the Poppy, but it is a very solid top lane pick. Both that top lane and that mid lane are going to, be able to really dish out lots of like combo skirmish damage early on. Like we talked about, those kind of stages of the game are like 1 to 6, 7 to 11, past 11, you start to get into late game, right? that once you have ult, but you're not quite at like late game team fight stage, is when I think the Renekton really shines, and you can start to see a lot of plays around the map from the Rise. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Fluxu play a similar style of game to last game, where they are looking to capitalize on mistakes and find some picks early on to set up their lane states.
Well, you've definitely got the ability to do that. Kassante's going to be the response into the Renekton. And I guess I'm a little surprised that they went with like another, sort of dash champ when the Poppy already has been shown. But I think the school of thought there is, well, unless we both dash at you at the same time, you can only stop one of us, right? With a steadfast presence that negates, the stun or the slice and dice from the Renekton, great. It's not going to be up for the rest of them. And now Fu, again, assuming it's Fu, this could be Curdy in the top. No, it won't not. The Renekton, stupid.
Hold on.
Nope, just wrong. Just flat out wrong. Incorrect. Banning away the Senna as well. Yeah, fair enough. Snaker, that's a champion that he absolutely loves to play, right? These more supportive style AD carries, more just kind of sit back, let the game come to you, and pop off in the late game sort of carries. That is what Snaker likes to do. Very steady Eddie in the bottom lane. And Sivir, yeah, again, similar sort of thing. So now you're going to see Snaker into, I mean, look, he'll find something else to play. The Ashe is still on the board. I don't think she's, completely fallen out of favor. Or Lucianami is available. We saw Pain bust that out. I think they won that game, right? The one that they played the Lucianami, or was that wasn't game one? No, because I was asleep for game one of the series. But yeah, they could go Lucianami here. It's not dead yet. All right,
they are going to drop in the Lucian. Fluxu, I think a lot of people, they see the Lucian and they're like, oh, I'll just pick the Nami and ruin the combo. But I think we've had this conversation so many times during drafts here in LTA South. Lucian has, in the words of RMC, not my words, in the words of RandomMinionCaster, Lucian has other waifus.
Well said. And some of those waifus are husbandos, because you can play them with Milio. I think that's really nasty. Will be the Ashe on the other side, though. Marvin and Pro Delta. Now, this was locked in pick number 5, so I suppose the Seraphine, it technically could have been a mistake this time around, but doesn't look like it is. So I'm trying to see kind of how the Seraphine fits into all this. I mean, yeah, I guess just healing and shielding up your kind of early game skirmishing dive buddies, right? I mean, your Pantheon or Renekton are going to get a lot of value out of this. So I see the vision here with Fluxu's composition. You've got early damage, you've got late game damage.
Ackerman, you're a maniac!
And you've got Blitzcrank. I would have loved to see the Bard, because I'm a Bard enjoyer myself, but Blitzcrank is a lot of fun here.
No, okay, so it's a call-out pick is what the Seraphine is. They see that Karma is banned, and while Pro Delta is not, I would not famously call him an enchanter player. I think he really likes those big dive tanks as kind of his wheelhouse most of the time. When you have a composition like Isurus is up to that point, they don't have any solid, like, huge, big go button, I'm going to engage this fight, I'm going to force the issue up to that point. They don't have a lot of crazy mobility. The mobility is pretty good on their whole team, but not so insane, right? We're not talking about, an Akali or an Ari that's going to be able to move around all crazy style. So they have to walk at you. So you want to pick a champion that kind of dissuades them from ever doing that. That traditionally would be the Karma, who can constantly launch those mantra-empowered Qs to get a lot of that big AoE slow and damage. The Karma's banned, and so, okay, we're going to pick a different, kind of poke harass support, can play enchanter, dissuades you from walking at you. The Seraphine fills that role very well, and they're saying, well, we can do that safely, even though you're counter picking with your support, because you've picked Lucian. And so if you pick a support that counters our enchanter, you are not picking a good support for Lucian. And Isurus responded by saying, we don't care if I Blitzcrank hook you, and then Lucian just dumps all of his damage just on top of your face. It's not going to matter that the synergy isn't there. You're going to be dead. So
and now there are good and bad targets to hook as a Blitzcrank. You don't want to be hooking the Renekton. You don't want to be hooking the Pantheon, right? Unless you can full combo CC chain and you can 100 to 0 them, but you've got to be darn sure you can do that. But on the other hand, if you know, I mean, the Rise might be a little tougher, right? He likes to operate in close range, right? He's probably going to build that Rod of Ages. It's, you know, it got some buffs, makes it a little more affordable, a little more mana as well. So wouldn't be surprised if that, you know, wouldn't be a good idea either. But if you can lock in the Ashe, if you can lock in the Seraphine, it takes away a lot from the composition. I don't know if I feel amazing about the Blitzcrank pick. This doesn't feel like there's like kind of one high priority target. That being said, look, I mean, again, unless you hook the Renekton or the Pantheon, it's more about what you do with the follow-up, right? And how you read the team fight afterwards than anything.
A death ball here from Fluxus W7M to start the game. Gonna try and, you know, force their way into the opponent's jungle, starting out very aggressively. The Blitzcrank pick to me feels like, hey, we're gonna just, this is about the laning phase. We can really punish two fairly immobile bot laners, you know, that don't have the strongest early game skirmish. It's not a Leona or a Nautilus who are going to punish you really hard for hooking them in. So if we just body them in the lane, then it doesn't matter that Blitzcrank is kind of whatever throughout the rest of the game, because he'll have put his laner so far ahead.
Yeah. No,
With
I think
sorry, go ahead. No,
I was just gonna say I think I agree with that. I think it's a good call out, but you know, you got to execute, because the one thing that this Fluxus W7 on bot lane does have is range, immense amounts of range and slow and just general. You know, we're a family stream, so I'm not going to say what I really think about this lane, but it is so tough to play against. Right, one hook can change everything. Right, that is why Blitzcrank is still in the game. He's got one ability, and the rest of them are just like, look, we have to give him something on his W, E, and R, I guess. But the whole point of this champion is the hook. If that doesn't work out, oh my gosh, it's especially this lane. It's just so brutal to
change
play
W, and E to just both be passives.
Yeah,
just give him 3 passives, Q and R. He'd still be pretty much the same champion.
Exactly. Heck, just let the R go. Let the R be a passive. It just goes off every 20 seconds, whether you like it or not. It's just
be really funny.
That is the Blitzcrank experience. I will say, Blitz and the Space Groove, Blitz and Crank, maybe my favorite skin in the game.
It's so
because
cool.
Blitzcrank is now no longer a robot. He is 2 little cats piloting a robot.
Yeah, he's a mecha.
I adore that. It is my favorite skin in the game. It's the best skin in the game. There are other contenders, but none of them are Space Groove, Blitz, and Crank. So they don't matter.
We're going to see here in the bot lane, you saw that range advantage coming out with Marvin and Perdelta taking the level 2 advantage early on there. And the Ashe and the Seraphine being a pretty potent combo, Seraphine not having to necessarily rush that Rylai's Crystal Scepter like she normally would, because you can rely on the slow from the Ashe to reliably then proc your E additional stacks, right? You see right here, right, at this fight, but the hook comes through regardless.
Well, flashing forward, Snaker maybe can get it done. Ackerman barely with the auto, not going to be able to put up enough damage. The heal goes out. The E not going to find its mark. Every single summoner except, well, okay, I spoke too soon. I was looking on one side of the screen. They were all dark. But Marvin didn't blow any of his summoners. That is very brave.
Yeah, a lot of commitment onto Perdelta there. We talked about, you know, once you land that hook, being able to dump out a bunch of damage. And because of that, though, Perdelta's just going to heal back up. They didn't get the kill, and he hadn't used any of his potions yet. And so now maybe they can force the dive, but the health bars are low.
Bonk. I don't know if it was Blitz or Crank, but he rams his part of the mecha right into his opponent's number. Able to get the kill, but it's returned right back. So 1 for 1. First blood does go over to Asurus. Crucially out of that Lucian. You grab yourself a call. Your lane's a little bit easier to play against, but 1 kill does go over to Marvin as well.
Yeah, and notably, Marvin doesn't die, so he's just going to stick around and clean up the rest of that wave, increase a little bit of that XP lead, increase that gold lead as well. And while the dive is well executed, the point I was essentially trying to get to before they started the dive was that you spent so much of your health bars engaging onto Perdelta and committing to that play. And when it didn't work out, now you're at half health trying to execute a dive under tower.
Yeah, one of these things is not like the other, right? You put yourself in a tougher situation. Look, I guess it all worked out. It's a 1-for-1. You can't really be mad about that. But yeah, and it's sort of still, all, honors even, if you will, as both kills go over to both the AD carries. The CS is still kind of the same. So it is what it is. Up on the top side, trying to get off this dive potentially as they crash a big old wave here. Snaker and Ackerman move up to the top side along with Marvin and Pro Delta. Ackerman can't quite get in range for a Q, or sort of trying to just play chicken, see where one side is going to commit to. But they commit to nothing out of fear of getting aggroed by the turret. And after all that, Yampy kind of hovers up, makes his presence known. Nope, not going to happen.
Yeah, it's smart enough to just dissuade the dive. There's nothing really to be found if you can't find the a really good hook. There's really no point in throwing it. Something, for my supports out there that may be listening, maybe wondering how do I get better with a champion like Blitzcrank? Never mind. I'm not going to tell you. It's time to fight.
Well, Ackerman is trying to say, well, what you do is you get the full combo off, but if that full combo isn't enough time for your AD carry to dump out the necessary damage, then you just kind of have to walk backwards as Blitzcrank, and that is what they are finding out right now. That being said, the trade, again, still kind of even. Snaker doesn't have summoners, but neither does Pro Delta or Marvin, except for that heal. But even with that, opting out of this lane again, saying, no, dude, this is too tilting to play against. I mean, it's what we said. Look, this Blitz Lucian lane can be nasty, right? Again, it's not an enchanter. Lucian literally has, in his kit, a passive to his W says, oh, hold on a second here. Rise coming up there. Fantastically coordinated as Yampy going to get the kill credit. Fluxu W7M make it happen in the top lane.
Yeah, and that is part of why Snaker and Ackerman backed up in the first place, was they saw that Rise left the mid lane vision. And even if we know exactly how long it takes for him to walk up here. He has ultimate, so you can't just count on that. And Jose Dioto going to fall as well to Curdy and a solo bolo out of Dragon. Looks to W7 having another great early game.
Yeah, they are looking really sharp. Again, but we've seen this movie before. The composition's a little better for it, but so far so good here for Fluxu early on. They're up about 1,000 gold. I don't know if the UI is broken, but they are up 1,000 gold. You have to trust me on that one. But looking really, really good here so far, SuperBren. No astronomical advantage to speak of, kind of one way or the other, but just little by little, these fights going slightly better for him. Curdy going to get the Conqueror stacked up. That will be all she wrote. Zoan here on this Cassante, a little more on his shoulders this time around, right, Bren? I mean, the Scion, a little bit easier to pilot, but, the playmaking ceiling, literally designed for pro play, this champion, is a lot higher on this Cassante.
You're 100% correct. With the champions that are very easily weak-sided, like the Scion, you have that kind of leeway to say, hey, you know what? Even if I don't do well, my greatest asset is that I am Scion. Like, I just have to be a big bundle of health. I can dish out a lot of damage and cause a couple of problems. But when you are, put onto something like the Cassante, it does really come down to execution. You need to find those priority targets to, kidnap out of the fights, to be able to dish out damage at the right times and, take those advantages. And right now, Curdy is kind of having his way with the lane. Nothing to be found for Zoe. And the observers smartly highlighting that ward there, because that might be relevant with the Dragon up right now. That ward might spot out some potential plays if Fluxu are able to come over to this Dragon. They'll know who's waiting in the wings, so to speak.
Will be a Chemtech Dragon. First one of the game still. No one has taken that first Dragon just yet. The Fluxu in control here so far. We'll see whether they want to commit for it. No real lane kind of, they've kind of assigned, to get that big old push. They've now dropped Leza into that matchup on the bot side. Zoan opting for a potentially a little bit easier time here with the Rise. Maybe. I don't know. Doesn't have the early damage of the Renekton, but will just be able to kind of sustain and wave clear through that lane. So you go back to being a bit of a denier for Zoan kind of in this top lane. Chanticleer Solero, not going to find its mark. Field goal is good. 3 points to Gryffindor. Yeah, but as this game goes on, Bren, I do worry a little bit about... Oh, hold on. Ackerman able to get the knock up on a Pro Delta. The culling goes out. Jose Deoto looking to follow up, able to go in, but not land the crucial ultimate to get that little bit of extra damage off.
Notably, only knocked up Marvin, who was not the primary target there. And now that's a keeper's verdict. It's a big, powerful ult, especially with, we talked about these objectives coming up. Blaza having to be careful. Curdy is big, powerful crocodile right now.
Both ultimates blown between Two Worlds and the Dominus. A lot of ultimates down for ISG. Can they mount a contest here? I don't think so, and I think they know that too. Curdy goes back to the lane. First dragon of the game does go over to Fluke, so they got 2 grubs. They got the Feet of Warfare. They got a little pedal guy as well. So the lead just keeps on growing. It'll balloon up to about 2,000 here now. That's Fluke who take control of the game. Cloud Drake up next. But Bren, on the other side, I feel much better about Flux's composition this time around as far as their ability to scale into the late game, the range advantage that they have, right? A couple of really, maybe not easy go buttons, but if one bit of the CC chain starts, whether it's Pro Delta or Marvin or Yampy, the rest of it is very, very, very easy to follow up on. Isurus, on the other hand, yeah, you got to kill onto the Lucian early on, can still be a threat. Aurora is a menace. This seems a lot tougher to pilot for Isurus. Last time around, they were able to get the dub partially because their late game damage was incredible. I mean, look, they got the dub last time because Jose Deoto made a couple really good calls and they executed. This composition seems a little bit tougher to execute.
I 100% agree with you. And on the terms of easy go buttons, the one thing I want to talk about, the difference between the go buttons on Isurus' side and the go buttons on Fluxu's side here, is that Fluxu has a lot of non-committal go buttons. Right? If you fire the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and it doesn't hit the target you want, you just keep walking, you don't do anything about it. Same with the Encore, same with, almost for the, oh my goodness, Ackerman's just gone, gets CC'd down, isn't allowed to leave. I thought surely he's just going to walk away here, but they commit a lot to get that kill, but it looks like they're going to turn it into an objective in that top side there, or at least go for the tower.
That's exactly what I was saying. If one part of this CC chain lands, the rest of it is so easy. Marvin has to flash out of the Between Two Worlds. Snaker, maybe he can put the chase on. The culling goes out, and a max rage Q will find its mark for Leza as he gets on the board. 1 kill for the Aurora. Definitely something to watch. Aurora can do really nasty things later in the game. Double Encore goes out, or double beat drop, I should say. There's the Encore, and returned right back. Isurus cannot, in fact, have nice things.
Yeah, it's a good pick in the mid lane, but a good pick right back. And what I was talking about with those non-committal engage tools, even Yampy's shield vault, the W, which would, you think obviously that's committal. He's jumping into melee range. As long as you have the Aegis Assault still up to then immediately back away if you don't like the fight, it's a very non-committal engage, similar to a slice and dice combo with Renekton. If you go in, you get the stun, you might still have that dash up. They have lots of ways to only take the fights they want and not feel forced to go after something. That is why we see the evergreen Nautilus, the evergreen Leona, because they have those very easy to execute ultimates that get a lot of CC and don't force you to go in. That's why Rel is only good sometimes, because she has to go in for her engage. As Fluxo are setting up a dive here in the bot side, this game, they are trying to take their gold advantage and grow it.
Tough to dive a Cassante, but 4 versus 1, that's a matchup that even the Cassante says, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to give up these couple of plates. Not worth giving over a couple of plates and the gold from the kill as well, especially when he's only got kind of 3/4 of an item. So well on his way to his first one. It should be that Thornmail. Went Iceborne, and then, Thornmail doesn't do Bramble and then more armor. It just does Bramble and then the Giant Spell. I played that yesterday, like I said, in the in-house 3v3s with the Nautilus. You gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, Iceborne into the Bramble Vest. Yeah, I like the healing reduction very early on here. We'll see kind of how the rest of that composition goes as far as the anti-heal.
That plate
is
gold.
Monstrous. It is basically, it's 1,000 gold lead just off turret plates. And again, this composition for Fluxu, man, I gotta give Aoshi some credit here. Again, I don't know if it was him or Chuben on the draft, but giving themselves kind of something to do at every stage of the game. I love a composition like that, right? Curdy and Marvin and Pro Delta, they're going to dominate their lanes. They should be able to get something going, right? And it was on the top lane was all the turret plates. Now, that doesn't mean it was the top laner that got all the turret plates in this era of, the post lane swap. But point is, you've got a couple of lanes that can dominate this early game. And then the late game, guess what? You've got a really easy to execute CC chain and team fight. Now, Jose Deodo able to get the Keeper's Verdict off, gets kind of a little bit off that. Encore not going to fight. Oh, kidding. It could just clip Jose Deodo, able to flash away, get the Keeper's Verdict off, but nothing else. A steadfast presence, excuse me. The W goes off, but it gets absolutely nothing. 2 kills over to Fluxu W7M, and they're now up 4,000 gold, Bren.
Yeah, and this is the difference between this game and last game I was going to talk about. Like, they just weren't able to accelerate their gold. They weren't turning their gold into more gold, right? That's the best part about money. You want to turn your money into more money. And they weren't able to do that last game. They're doing a very good job of it this game. And the best part about those non-committal engage tools, they also generally work very well as disengage tools.
Yep.
When the enemy team aggresses onto you trying to make a play, able to respond very well. Fluxu W7M showing a lot of good signs of progress this game. Isuru's not quite able to slow down and stagnate the game out the way they were last game. They just don't have the composition for it either. I think the thing that is leaving me with questions is we spent our red 5, our most powerful counter pick, on a Blitzcrank that just has not had the value.
Yeah, and again, you took it into when you knew it was going to be Ashe Seraphine, and you opted for a high-risk, high-reward strategy into a really brutal lane. And it became pretty evident early on, yeah, this isn't actually going to go how we thought it was. The ability to get those powerful hooks in the lane did not happen. It was going to be a tough sell either way, but it didn't end up happening. And now, like you said, Bren, you're into a much tougher spot here, as Fluxu seem to be taking complete control of the Rift. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes just wide. Curdy trying to follow it up here. You see the gold. It's just been a steady increase for Fluxu W7M. Looking ahead, Bren, I mean, aside from a Blitzcrank hook, how do they get back into this one? That's going to be a question that is going to be even tougher to answer now, because again, the CC chain is just too easy. Tower be darned. Tower be gosh darned. They do not fear it at all. Bren, I don't think a Blitzcrank hook's going to be enough to save them in this one, man.
No, you hear this. There's an old adage amongst Blitzcrank players. It's not about the hooks you miss. It's about the ones you hit.
This is true.
And usually what that means is if your hook misses, you're in the same game state, right? It's not like Nautilus where if you hit a wall, you go in, right? Just nothing changes. You're stat where you were, the other champions are where they were. The game state doesn't change. If you hit a good hook, you hit a priority target, you've advanced the game significantly. You usually get a pick off of it. It's very powerful. It's also about the hooks you hit if you hit a bad hook, right? The problem with this game is the Blitzcrank has hit no hooks. So now it is about the hooks you miss, because they're not even coming out. You miss 100% of shots you don't take, and he hasn't really had a chance to take any. You can see here, Ackerman, while his buddy is just getting bullied in the bot lane, he can't step forward.
Ooh.
Finally, he hits a hook, and it's a good one, a shutdown for the Lucian.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Well done, Ackerman, able to play around the vision and get Yampy taken out. Now, unfortunately, this isn't quite like the last time they picked Yampy, potentially for a massive swing around something like a Baron, but a kill is a kill, and crucially, like you said, Bren, it's a shutdown onto Snaker, a steady, reliable source of damage, but albeit kind of short range. And that's another thing I come back to with this compositional difference, right? The Ashe and the Seraphine can wreak havoc from so far away. And if you had a longer range AD carry, I don't think it'd be that big a deal, because Leza can maneuver himself around, Cassante can maneuver himself around, Jose Deodo is a poppy, she's tanky. But for Snaker, it's just going to be tougher, right? Outside of the culling, you don't really have a way to dump everything, into an enemy target without having to make some tough decisions about where you're going to right click.
Yeah, positioning is going to be very, very important. You have all these CC tools on the side of Fluxu W7M, 2 that are from, mobile fighter style characters that are, very point and click stuns. And then 2, ultimates that can be very long range, global ranged on the Ashe. If you line everyone up correctly, it is global range on the Seraphine. And because of that, where you stand is going to be a treacherous decision. And I don't think there's going to be a right answer for Snaker moving forward.
Almost met the same fate right there. Ackerman saw the ward get cleaned up. He said, you know what? Maybe. Might have been a little gutsy didn't know kind of the rest of the boys were around there. Snaker was a little far away. That could have backfired, but hey, that exists in another timeline right now. That's not this one. Scuttlecrab picked up here, a minute and change until the next dragon, but the Otacon will be up. Fluxu still monstrously ahead right now. 4,500 gold at 20 minutes. That is a big old lead. And the Rod of Age is already stacked up to almost 10. The Seraphs is charged up. Everyone is on 2-ish items, and no one except the Lucian is on 2 items. Aside, for Isurus right now. So they've got the advantage here in terms of just a 5v5 team fight, playing around the vision. Ackerman, he could throw a blind hook in there, but opted not to waste a crucial ability. The Otacon, I imagine, will not be started. Just as I say that, that's exactly what they do. It does shred resistances. You don't have a true tank on your side. Choose wisely here, Fluxu. But what they do have is a brick ton of damage in this composition. Sir Curdy, playing bodyguard. Fluxu with the hook, not going to land. Now they go there onto Fu, able to flash away. The Otacon being taken down really low. Chance of Crystal Arrow, insta-cleanse there by Ackerman. Can Jose Deoto pull off another steal? He will not. Culling goes out between 2 worlds as well. Curdy goes back in. Big old Q heals him right back up to full. Zoan onto Yampy. He will take him down, but the fight is spread out across the bottom lane. Fluxu W7M come out on top, but only by 1 kill. It's a 3 for 2 as Zoan heads for the hills. If Fu can land 1 W on him, doesn't even need to be empowered. The slow might be enough. Another volley will be enough to take him down. Zoan, good night, sweet prince. 4 for 2. The Otacon as well.
Yeah, it looked like some good damage was coming out from Isurus because of that, Otacon debuff. You see here, though, it's just a bunch of ultimates come out from the side of Fluxu W7, and as the fight becomes, more dispersed, as everyone becomes spread around, no one is able to find their way onto the big consistent DPSs of Fluxu, which is Fu and Marvin. And so, yes, we're able to find some kills, but notably, we killed the Seraphine and we killed the jungler after the jungle camp was already smited. So we can see a lot of damage to come out from Leza there, but not nearly as much as Marvin was able to dish out. And when you don't find your way onto that ADC, especially an Ashe, if you don't find it in that initial charge into the fight, you're never going to fight it because Ashe is so good at just running away from you if she feels like it.
Flexing those strengths in that last fight as Fluxu playing a much steadier mid-game out this time around. No miracle steal from Jose Deoto. He had the opportunity, so it's not like Fluxu really defended against it super well, but again, all's well that ends well. And now they're up 6,000 gold, got the Otacon, got the Dragon. They're on soul point here, Bren. The Ocean Soul, never ever a bad idea. More healing and shielding for this composition that has so much of it. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits the mark. The charm comes down, and there's that CC chain, Bren. Yampy jumps right onto Zoan. Keeper's Verdict canceled there by Jose Deoto. Able to flash forward, and Leza gets the pick. And now Fluxu maybe have another angle to turn on here. There goes the Realm Warp. They guessed wrong, but that's okay. They walk away with a 2 for 1.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and find Jose Deoto and Leza, and both of them are still on the run. Just because they guessed wrong doesn't mean they didn't cut them off. A great Keeper's Verdict to come out, and that is going to save Leza and Jose Deoto. Really well executed there. We saw in the last fight around the Otacon, the Keeper's Verdict was used to get rid of the Croc, make sure he was out of the fight, but he just came back a little too fast. Saved it that time, was able to find the flank without that ultimate, and was able to use it later on to get them out of a bind. Really, really well played there from Jose Deoto.
They get the flash out of Leza as well. So not for nothing there, that empowered E able to get a little extra value, and now Fluxu, little by little, just playing this game along much, much cleaner this time around. And again, it was a lot more Isurus than Fluxu in the mid game last time around, but still, I think some of that is the composition, but the team fight execution is very good. And again, I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but one part of this CC chain lands, and as long as everyone's just within the same screen, and even Yappy doesn't have to be on the same screen. He can be on a different screen, actually. If he gets in there with the Grand Starfall, then it's just so easy to follow up. And you've only got one person with Cleanse, which is, again, into this composition. I said it kind of as a joke earlier, but Lucian Milio, man, you got that other Cleanse, right? That other Mikhail's. And Ackerman actually has that Mikhail's, but you can't use it on yourself if you're stunned. So just not going super right here. Ackerman with a blind hook over the wall. Actually, wasn't blind. There was a ward there. Apologies. Between two worlds comes down. Zoan goes all out. The shutdown, unfortunately, goes on to Ackerman. He was just trying to be helpful. But the Iron Giant able to get the kill credit there. Maybe not exactly what they wanted. 1,000 gold swing into the pocket of the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, 1,000 gold swing into the pocket of the Blitzcrank, and the Blitzcrank is still down 1,000 gold on the Seraphine, which is just, man, it sucks when you see a gold lead like that in support, because as much as you want to say it doesn't matter as much, when those items are super cheap like that, that little bit of extra gold does matter. That's a whole half of an item in that 800 gold when you're playing an enchanter.
Yeah. Yeah, no, 2 items right now for Pro Delta. Marvin able to get his 3rd item as well. The anti-heal coming in for Snaker. They're doing all the right things here, SuperBren, but it might just be too little too late. Curdy might be caught out here. He's up a level here. TP coming in. It's a lot of resources dumped into trying to take down this Croc. But now everybody else, SuperBren, going on to the Baron. Curdy's just wasting their time. 2025. They've got nothing to do here. Zoan, they got to take down this Croc quick. He is dipping and ducking and dodging and diving, and he's still going to get the kill onto Leza. That felt like the last sort of thing that they could have done. But now Fluke's going to walk away with the Baron, barring a disaster here. 7,000 gold. Now, Realm War forward. Fu taking prisoners here. Taking no prisoners, excuse me. Yappy jumps onto it. Snaker immediately cleanses out, blows the flash, and it's all for naught. They give up everything and get nothing. Fluxu dominating game 2.
Yeah, a really, really well played. We talk about smart decision making being what won the game for Isurus in the first game. A smart decision here. They see as soon as Curdy has multiple members on them, a TP dedicated to trying to get that kill. The jungler is down there. We see the Poppy. They're all the way across the map. Who is going to stop us from taking this Baron? The answer is nobody. And not only that, not only did Jose Diodo have to break off from that bot lane, engage to try and walk up and maybe do something at Baron, but we see that after Curdy wastes all this time here, he's still able to pick up the kill. Yeah. He gets a kill on Taleza, and then they pick up a kill in the top side after the Baron. Everything coming up Fluxu W7M.
Yeah, literal worst case scenario if you're ISG. That's a tough one. Yeah. Chuben and Aoshi's fired up. He's so muscular, man. He's so large.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to be the one to point it out. Man. The team fight's breaking out here, FourY4.
Another good hook by Ackerman, but at this point, it's too little too late. It's about the hooks you do hit, yeah, but the hooks he's hitting don't matter anymore. You've got to hit absolute game changers or hit them early. ISG know that this one is cooked. It's a 10K gold lead. And we're moving on to game 3. It's a matter of when, not if. ISG, they have to regroup now. Fluxu putting on a very solid display right now.
Fluxu going to open up the mid lane, notably probably not going to look for the inhibitor to not give a free pushing wave for Isurus to just farm in their own base. Yampy going to go ahead and take the dragon on his own, nice and solo. Doesn't need help. Oh, they are going to look for the inhibitor. They're looking for more here. They've got Yampy nearby, even though it doesn't look like it. The Grand Starfall means he can be there in an instant. And they're going to try and force a little bit of the issue here. Maybe look for even a fight if Isurus get a little too overzealous.
Yeah, it was that tiny little window there, but now that it's an even, and now you got 4 people there, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. Stunned up and deleted is Zoan. They had that tiny, tiny window to try to squeeze through, but it gets slammed on them. And there is vertebrae damage. Again, you hook the Renekton. Congratulations. You've signed your death warrant, man. It's just a little too late. Wipe it up, go next.
I don't know if you know this, but he had Dominus up. I don't think I would hook him, man.
Nope. Neither would I, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and it was looking desperate with a capital D there for Isurus. Playing with their food, they wrap up a dominant victory. Fluxu W7M force game 3.
And they bounced back very well. I said during draft that the worst case scenario, the wrong thing to do for that side of Fluxu W7M would be to overcorrect and become just passive and timid. They were not. They were looking for plays across the map. They knew what they wanted. And it's a really well executed game from Fluxu. They looked good across the whole game. I just have to wonder, if you are Isuru's, are we upset at our gameplay, or do we look at that and go, man, we drafted terribly and we put ourselves in no positions to win once we started executing with it. We got to like really shake things up for game 3.
Yeah, and I think that is a genuine question, because I think it is a little bit of both, right? I don't think the gameplay was fantastic, but I do think the draft, I mean, it was a pretty huge disadvantage. If you gave away that Ashe Seraphine, right, you've got to either choose something that can also outrange, right? Or picking the Lucian Blitzcrank into that, it was high risk, high reward, right? I mean, you saw the vision there, but the execution simply was not there. And then the rest of the game kind of felt like a procession.
Yeah. And we talked about, not only do you have all these engage tools, all these non-committal CCs that can layer over top. Once you find one, you've kind of just guaranteed yourselves a kill. But even when we saw some high value hooks from Ackerman, it was just too late. And so I'm wondering if we're going to, play around these late game skirmishes, why we didn't, optimize our draft for it. I'm left scratching my head a little bit. But as soon as, they have experienced players on there, they have, enough. They have a solid core. That is something we talked about at the start of the day. Was that the bot lane and their jungler, they have worked together. They looked so good in last split's playoffs. So we have a game 3. We have one more chance. Let's kind of reconvene, reconnect, and see what we can find. I'm kind of looking forward to game 3, because I think this is the point of Fearless Draft where things start to get a little exciting.
Yeah, we've already had some kookier drafts. We've had some champions picked that I did not expect. I'm not just talking about the Blitzcrank. I'm surprised we got Ashe or Seraphine together. Maybe it's a little bit of a different story, right? You can pick them as a package deal, but no, game 3 is going to be fascinating. We hope you'll stick around. Last one of the day. It should be a banger, one way or the other. You're going to get some LTA South League of Legends. That's for dang sure. We'll be right back.
Voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride. You're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly.
Welcome back, y'all. Last game of the day. Thanks for sticking around with us. 4x4 and SuperBren going to take you through game 3 of Asurus Gaming versus Fluxu W7M. If you are an Asurus truther right now, this is rough because I mean you've got to pony up right now against a Fluxu W7M team that are looking by all measures solid. And for a game and a half of this series, a game and 3/4, heck, have looked like the better team in this series. But when you outdraft yourself in game 2 and just don't put yourself in a good spot, you leave yourself with a bit of an uphill battle to climb. And right now, SuperBren, the end of the split could be rapidly approaching. Right? I mean, if it's in just a couple weeks, if you don't start picking up some dubs here and against Fluxu W7M, out of the teams not named Leviathan, that's kind of your best shot to pick up a win.
Yeah, we've talked about Fluxu W7M no longer is our consensus lowest rated team, but they're not like top of the pack. This roster we've talked about still has room to grow. They are growing, and we're seeing that. And I love that kind of story. It's part of the reason everyone wants all the teams to be good all the time, but I like a team that is willing to like commit to its players, commit to its coach, and just hey, we know we're growing and we are eventually going to scale in. As we see the draft coming up here, the early bans coming out. And finally, Asurus has said, you know what, actually, Blue Side is pretty cool and we would like to draft for it. We are going to see, though, some good of those response jungler bans banned out on the side by Asurus Gaming. And that is because, like I figured, they were going to blue one their jungler. And by banning out, those early, kind of skirmishy fighter junglers, especially the Trundle, you open up a lot of opportunity for the Vi to do what it does. Now, I will say, I'm not Vi's biggest fan. I'm in a similar boat.
You and a lot of other people.
I'll say I'm in a similar boat with Wukong right now, and I feel like a lot of that is because Jose Dioto gets put on them a lot, and it feels like champions he could carry with if they were slightly better, but they aren't. So he just kind of ends up being there.
Wukong, I agree with your Vi take. I disagree with the Wukong take. I think Wukong is like Maokai. He's like if you have well-trained monkeys as your teammates, you can carry with Wukong. If you have people who just know where to be with Wukong, like I think that champion is so free. I think he's so strong. But Ackerman will get the Alistar, and he's all right at Alistar, is he not?
Yeah, talking about this during the break, Ackerman is pretty dang good on the Alistar. Throughout season 15, he has so far picked Alistar 9 times, and 8 of those are wins. It is by far his highest win rate champ this split. I'm surprised no bans were even looked towards that because I think, as weird as it seems, we talk about this team goes as Jose Dioto goes. Ackerman is in a similar boat. A lot of this biggest pop-offs from this Isuru side have come when Ackerman is playing well, because when he plays well, he enables Snaker to do well as well. And we know that Snaker has that capacity in him. I think back to the game against Loud in last playoffs where he picked the Zeri, and we were like, oh, this guy can game. Like, this guy is kind of cracked at the video game. And so we know he can do it. And a lot of that comes from, can your support get you to the point where you can do it? We're going to see some bans coming out here. The mid lane getting a Cassiopeia ban, which I'm going to have to double check my sources. I believe is a bit of a Leza special, if I am not incorrect.
Well, get a look at that one. But so far on the other side, Yampy on a tank and spank jungler, that is what I like to see. Again, that's why he was brought in, man. You brought in Curdy as well, who hasn't been talked about enough, I don't think, as far as like, this is a big gamble that they're taking. Curdy is definitely a project player. RMC will tell you and be able to talk with more authority on this. He's seen him in CD or, it's, CBLOL Academy as it was back in the day. His highs are very high. He was on Loud Academy, and I think that's been kind of the book on him from the jump. But the consistency is, shall we say, not there. The lows are pretty low as well. Now he will be on this Jax. Again, not going to be such a top Jax jungle. I'd be floored if that was it. It looks like they're just kind of going to draft in order. This is a very, very, very short range composition for Fluxus W7M. But if it gets going, this death ball can be brutal to stop.
The Corki is an interesting pick. I'm not entirely sure how many times we've seen Marvin pick it up. I do want to correct myself. I am wrong. Leza has actually not played that much Cassiopeia. He does have a 100% win rate on the champion, however.
Okay.
He's picked it up once and it was a dub. So,
well, we've got the Victor Yorick. God, I just could not remember the name of that champion for the life of me. Yorick for Zoan. So a late game team fighting composition. Look, at Yorick, obviously he's a split pusher, kind of first and foremost, but he can team fight, man. We saw, to open the season, I think it was Robo on the Yorick, right, in game 1 on for Loud. He was just monstrous on that champion. But on the other side, yeah, to another really kind of easy to execute composition for Fluxu W7M. And I give the edge to Fluxu just in terms of, like, I view these teams in terms of just skill overall kind of equally for me. This is just my opinion. And Fluxu drafted themselves an easier to execute composition, albeit very short range. And you can get punished by things like the Sivir, things like the Yorick, in a 1v1. Actually, no, the Yorick in a 1v1, you've got other champions that can kind of take that down. Silas and Jax, they can hold their own in a solo lane.
Yeah. The Victor Death Ray plus the late game massive arcane storms could prove to be a problem for a team comp that needs to kind of like go in on a target and like find a guy to kill. With the Corki passive, the extra damage really coming from like those spell blades and single target auto attacks, and so they are going to be able to delete members of Isurus Gaming. The question is, can some of Isurus's bigger, wide-ranging team fight tools pick up enough damage that it's not going to matter?
Let's see how it all plays out. Yeah, as far as those team fighting tools, Bren, in the late game, kind of early mid late game, how do you see this one going? I think Isurus, they've drafted themselves a comp that is really good at a couple specific things, but again, I things like a Yorick, I worry that potentially Zoan is going to just get too much in his own head about, I need to be here, I need to do this, and with again 2 solo laners that you're trying to integrate into the team, that worries me a little bit.
Yeah, we did not see a particularly good showing from Leza's Victor the last time out, and you are right that there is a kind of a little extra step of the positioning when you're Yorick of like, okay, do I leave my team to die here and like take a tower, or do I try and meet up with a team and team fight? And I think Isurus needs to, when it comes down to like making sure these guys are integrated, they're ready to go, is just to play very like simple League of Legends. That does not mean simple in a negative connotation. Just strip all the fancy stuff away, get down to the basics, and then make sure that stuff works. Because you talked about this comp is good at a couple of specific things. Those specific things, when executed right, are the things that win you the game, right? Taking towers, fighting around neutrals. And I think this team is going to be very good at those 2 things. And if they can, make that work, it's going to be very strong. But we see a lot. It's early CC, Jose Diodo. My goodness.
Ackerman doing Ackerman things on the Alistar, bailing out his player. Jose Diodo, gonna get some vision in his jungle as a result, but, well, that's the price you pay. You didn't get lit up. You didn't blow any summoners either, so that's very good. Yeah, all even, but a couple of deep wards placed here early by Fluxu W7M.
Yep. And that's been actually the kind of style we've seen. It's kind of translated down into solo queue as well. One of the earliest priorities of a mid laners right now is to go and get wards over to kind of track the opposing junglers. The abduct almost lands there onto Leza. And when it comes to the solo laners, we're just going to have to see how they can execute, because the late game team fighting prowess is very strong for the Yorick, but what about this early game? I think Curdy knows it's not that great, and he's going to try and abuse that.
Yeah, let's see. The Yorick is, he's a melee champ, but he's got range, right? With the thingy. I don't actually know the name of the ability, but you know what I'm talking about. The little zhuzh that he can put down. A Snaker returning fire here onto Pro Delta. You can wave clear with this champion, that's for dang sure. I actually don't know how this lane should, quote unquote, go. Curdy up a level, able to get the counter strike off. And again, just abusing the little bit of advantage that he does have. It's not the easiest lane to play into, and Zoan can fight back, but both these laners opting for D-Shield as well. The sustain with the biscuits and whatnot. But in the mid lane, I think Leza has got a big opportunity here to be able to do. Curdy's just bullying Zoan, just giving him no room to breathe. Zoan's returning fire, to be fair. And Curdy's taking a little more minion damage than maybe you'd like, but okay, now Zoan allowing that wave to push in. Can't really dive him at level 3.
Yeah, Zoan is going to try and have to use that last rights to trade back when he can. Because otherwise, like I said, Curdy just recognizes like he's not really a fighter early on, and I just want to punch him in the head a lot. I don't even know if it's the optimal play, but Curdy clearly wants to punch him in the head a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they're top laners. That's what they do.
That's
C
true.
champion, C champion, hit champion in the head with whatever you have in your hand. I mean, imagine if you had a real weapon.
It'd be so over if he had a real
Man.
weapon.
Speaking of over,
Luckily for Zoan, it's just a stick of a bamboo in this particular skin.
yeah.
In the
Yeah,
bot lane, we see some. Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say not even a lamppost in this skin. So with the lamppost, I mean, there's glass there, right? If you get hit in the head with something that's glass,
some fire.
Exactly, right? Owie. You take physical damage, you take mental damage, you take fire damage. Les doing what he should against Fu, but now with a good opportunity to capitalize. Fu wanted the Escond abduct, but has the flash. Yampy says, my presence here has been well treated. Thank you very much. Nothing blown here. Maybe a turnaround here. No, I don't think so.
No, just going to go ahead and step out. As you would expect, out of a Sivir lane, lots of push here. The wave clear, even very early on, is super powerful. Good stun there. Good damage in the mid lane. Yeah, this bot lane is going to try and get that shove in, get as much lane pressure as they can back and get some items. The rush for what I am going to have to guess is going to be the... Oh, no, I know the name of the item. The one that gives you mana when you attack people. That used to be a Spellblade item.
Sheen?
No, the completed item, the crit item.
Goddess.
No.
Gives you mana when you attack people. That's Tear of the Goddess.
No. You get mana on auto attack. I know what I'm talking about.
Xerath passive.
Anyway, the fully completed crit item, once he's got that, I think some people don't want to rush for that as the
Essence
Sivir.
Reaver?
Yes, Essence Reaver. There we go.
All right.
Thank you. I was like, man, I just can't remember the name of this item. Once you have the Essence Reaver, you have so much more freedom to play the way you want as Sivir, because Sivir burns through mana at a crazy accelerated rate. The 2 daggers might mean that he is going up for the Yuntal Wild Arrows, which is also a very powerful item and will help the team fight, especially around, like we talked about, those neutrals. If they're able to bring the Yorick there or allow the Yorick to create a lot of cross-map pressure, then their fights for neutrals are going to be very powerful on the side of a series. And it's kind of been a theme of this season that whoever has been able to control these neutral objectives and play around them better has generally been able to not always win the game, but dictate the pace of its play.
Yeah, no, it certainly helps, right? I mean, and there are so many objectives nowadays in League of Legends. Season 15, it's Atakan, then it's Grubs, and it's Herald, and there's a dragon every 5 minutes on both sides of the map, and then there's Baron, and there's other dragons, and Scuttle Crabs to fight over. There's a lot to flex your muscles as far as vision, right? And the setup that can come with that, and it does reward good macro, right? Yes, the micro as well, but what you do off the back of little picks and little advantage you can get with your waves, right? That's League of Legends at the highest level, kind of in a nutshell. And being able to abuse that is what separates the good from the great teams. Isurus not really abusing much, I guess, to get this first objective. Nothing traded on the other side either, but they are on the board first. Down 200 gold, but they do have themselves a Mountain Dragon for a little bit of extra skirmishing power on the defensive side. Jose Deodo, well done waiting for Zoan to bait, but pops right back out with the Maiden still lurking, still lingering. Curdy does survive. He popped the Grandmaster at arms. His ult is down. Leza's ult is down as well. Fu. Oh no, I guess Fu yoinked the ultimate. Well, both their ults are down is the point I'm trying to make.
It was a good bait there from Zoan trying to draw Curdy in, get him to engage so that Jose Diego could come in with the vibe. But Curdy able to just hop away and again just uses the flash to get out of the cage. Can he pick up the kill? It's so close.
Curdy! He knows this is
Curdy's
a
dead.
one-way trip. Oh my goodness.
So close. Both top laners burn their flashes, and Curdy has not heard of the sunk cost fallacy. As he says, I've already flashed. I've committed all my cooldowns. I have to go for him now.
Dude.
But unfortunately, gives over first blood to Zoan.
Zoan actually hit
talk
him
about
with an RE charm. Curdy just
yeah, Zoan
walked
with the
towards him.
the permanent the permanent Galio W.
Oh man, Curdy giveth and Curdy taketh away, man. That was look, it looks worse than it was, but it didn't. It wasn't great.
I would say it's still probably not a great play, as now we might see a fight here on the grubs. My apologies. Yampi coming in and contesting, kind of stuck in the pit now, waiting for the team to come up. It's a 4v4 right now.
Prodelta goes in, the CC chain layered very nicely, and Snaker just caught up in everything, gets the cleanse off, still has the flash up, gets the spell shield off, and able to survive everything that Fluxo W7M threw at them. But they will get not one, not two. Actually, no, they will get just two of their grubs, and now they get a return kill actually onto Prodelta. So is Surus coming up trumps here early on.
Yeah, a really good gravity field there from Leza to bail out Snaker, who just had multiple people aggressing onto him. Leza is looking a lot more comfortable in this matchup than he was in the previous week. It makes a lot of sense. A lot more time to gel. It's game 3, so you've had some time to get used to the team you're playing against as well. And Isurus is trying to use the pressure generated, the lots of wave clear from both the Yorick and the Sivir, trying to use that to push for neutrals, but a well-contested grubs there. Fluxu, yes, they give over the kill, but are able to very importantly pick up the 2 grubs. That's all you need for the progress on the feat of objectives and get yourself a little further towards that winning game state.
Just that little bit closer. Zoan might have another date with Destiny here. Now Yampi's coming up to help him out. Stun comes out. Maiden really not doing a whole lot. Curdy, they give him the shot for
healing though.
Oh my god.
And the last rites keeps Zoan just healthy enough to get out. And neither of them, even though he's backing right under the tower, neither of them have enough health to go in and force the issue. As you see, Yampi was very low, so was Curdy, and Zoan gets away unpunished. And very notably, a flash there was committed by Yampi. You saw the synergy between a melee top laner and a Sejuani jungle, and it's just still not enough. The amount of healing with last rites and the grasp of the undying, very powerful, and it buys his team a lot of space across the map to skirmish and fight as they see fit. And now they're up about 1,000 gold here at 10 minutes.
Ninja tabbies, too. I mean, the stun didn't get negated at all. I mean, the auto attacks did. I guess that maybe is what saved him in the end. But man, oh man. I mean, the margins are so slim. As Laz able to return fire here, Fu gets onto onto the Victor. Now both Chaos Storms come out, and I don't think anything will happen necessarily, other than some damage will be taken. This is now the second time that's happened. You just trade the ultimates and just stare at each other as you walk away. Isurus up here about 1,000 gold, like you were saying, SuperBren. No towers taken one way or the other. Isurus look like they're more or less in control here of the early game so far. But Fluxu, I mean, they were, 2 missteps by Curdy away from being right back in this one with a Jax that was well on his way to being a menace. Now Fluxu, they jump over the pit. They jump over the wall into the pit. Started leashing the Dragon Nub, but they're just going to abandon it. Don't feel like they have a good enough purchase here. Both top laners without their TPs, both mid laners without their TPs as well. And they'll just say thank you for the leash. I'm a little surprised they gave up on that one, but didn't feel like they had the vision, the resources, the whatever to go at it. Now Curdy, surely not a third time. Surely not a third time.
The last right's healing is so much, and he continuously underestimates it. FourY4. How can you let this man get away with this?
We're going to learn a lot about Curdy's mental here, because in this composition, you still have a really good opportunity to do a ton of work. If you can get this death ball rolling, the CC chain, etc., you can do a lot of work. But now this Yorick is starting to get out of control. Zoan, 2-0-1, 100% KP, right place, right time for the boy. And it's who do you send in response? I mean, it's got to be Fu at this point. If nothing else, just for mental health reasons, you can't send Curdy back there again. But we'll see. I
Yeah,
mean, whoever's, kind
it
of closer
cannot
in
feel
level, right?
good. Yeah, it cannot feel good that many times. You were setting it up like, oh, we can talk about the dragon. Maybe why did Fluxu decide to not commit to that? And I think a lot of it has to do with the way Isuru's comp fights in those close quarters is actually a little better at this stage of the game. But instead of getting to reflect on that, we could just marvel at Zoan kind of flexing on Curdy in the top side. And you have to now genuinely be careful about who you send to match this Yorick, because if they aren't careful, Yorick's at the point essentially right now where he can just 1v1 whoever he feels like as long as he has made enough.
Fu might have Maiden up as well, so we'll see how that goes. Actually, I just noticed something here. Leza, Grasp of the Undying on the Victor. And with the Rod of Ages as well, so a little more durability for this Victor. Not all about the damage. And I guess, look, fair enough. You've got disrespectful amounts of physical damage coming in from your top laner and your AD carry. Just trying to be a bit of a CC bot, just get some damage on. I mean, the Roa being as cheap as it is, seems like it has changed some build paths for some mid laners. Let's see if they can get it a fourth time here. It's not on to Zoan, so maybe you've got a shot here. Good response here by ISG. Ackerman get in with a headbutt. Pulverized Flash is well blown, but not going to be enough to grab themselves a kill, but they dissuade Disaster. Yampy taken very low, meanwhile, in the bottom lane. Maiden on Maiden here is Fu. Trying to make something happen here. If there's anyone that could do it, I believe in Fu's supremacy. But Zoan piloting this Yorick very, very masterfully, Bren.
Yeah, he's looked very good. We questioned whether or not after, a rough game 2, whether or not he might get in his own head, if he's a champ that has to be across the map, kind of try and be in a lot of different positions at once. If he was going to, be ready and be mentally prepped to pilot that champion, but he's looked fantastic on it so far. We talked about the Grasp of the Undying, both for Zoan and for Leza, and it's actually not. It's not the most common build, but it is not an uncommon build to see the Grasp on the Victor, especially into compositions where we talked about there is a lot of single target damage, right? Marvin here, the only real AoE abilities they have on the side of Fluxu W7M are Counter-Strike and anything Pro Delta throws. Other than that, the vast majority of the damage coming out is single target. Curdy is going to be auto-attacking. Marvin is going to be auto-attacking. Fu's auto-attacks do have some small AoE components, but he has a lot of small pinpoint damage, right? When you see that coming out, you do not want to be, caught out and instantly killed, as Isuru's having to play on the back foot here. Is going to get out safely. But when you want to have that extra kind of durability locked in, and the extra health is pretty powerful. See, huge CC chain coming through. Delta does not get to play the game.
Snicker will walk away with the kill. And meanwhile, while all that is going on, Zoan is having some one-on-one time with the towers in the bottom lane. 2 towers taken now for ISG in total. And they're up 3,000 gold now. No kills for Fluxu W7M. Just little by little, I was worried what we'd see out of Zoan and Leza, and this competition has to play a very specific way. You've got options, which is great, but sometimes the options can be more of a curse than a blessing. But actually, so far playing it out really well. And Ackerman, man, on this Alistar, he knows what he's doing, dude.
We talked about this. The rest of his champ pool is very iffy, if we're 100% honest. There are it's not a super huge champion pool, and there are some picks he is better at than others, but the champion he is best at piloting and has been all year is this Alistar. And when you give it to him, he looks so good.
Leading his team to what they hope will be their first series win, and kind of putting Fluxu W7M in a bit of an awkward spot because they, like I said, they have looked like the better team for, a game and a half. Snaker insta cleanses, or maybe he spell shielded. It still has the cleanse and flash up. Gravity Well, not going to really do anything. It was propped there defensively. Jose Deodo looking for a way in. Fu has the unbreakable will.
Forward.
Could be huge there for this Silas. He will hop in instead. Fu going to go for a little spin. Zoan looking to join the fight on the other side. They get Fu immediately as he hops out of the Herald. CC Chain goes in. Curdy looking for a flank there onto Zoan. Zoan and Curdy doing battle on the other side of the map. Pro Delta ticking very, very low as the Chaos Storm extends onto him and takes Fluxo W7M completely out of this fight. Now Curdy, oh no, he's separated from everybody. Dragon up to be able to fight for potentially here. That might be enough to distract the rest of ISG and allow Curdy to get away. He could rejoin the fight with the TP here, Bren. Let's see what call they make.
He could rejoin with a TP. I don't think that he knows, or they do know about the ward there. So he knows he's on vision and is just going to try and stride it out and get away. But Isurus is not letting this go for free. And we're back in the same stage we were in the mid lane with both teams scrapping.
Dragon taken, solo down by Zoan. Now a little more combat power. Fu isolated, Fu taken down. Now a 5v4 here. The health bars are low, but that might not matter with all the gold they've got in their wallets. Jose Deodo is full health, and he's looking for blood. Zoan and him will not try anything here, anything, shall we say, misguided between these two mid lane towers. But for now, ISG playing a much cleaner game here. Bren, this is looking like, I'm not going to say a different team, because I think the one kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? The one negative I'd have on ISG throughout this series was a little bit of passivity. But when they turn it on, we saw it at the end of game 1 that they ended up winning. They look lethal as anything. And macro-wise, they're playing a really, really good game. And that has to come down to Jose and Ackerman. Ackerman on a very comfortable champion for him. But Jose being the shot caller, the leader, the face of what's left of the LLA, as far as I'm concerned, leading ISG to what they hope will be a series win here.
Yeah, Isurus Gaming, their first series win under just Isurus Gaming here in the LTA South would probably mean quite a deal for them, but they still have a long way to go. They are, up 4K at 20 minutes is a very solid position to be in, and they know they have 3 dragons. We talked about, I think I've kind of hammered it home. I don't want to, beat a dead horse, but they're very solid around those dragons. This is a good comp for fighting in that river, for fighting around those neutral objectives. And even if they say, okay, hey, we can't contest this dragon, their cross map is also very powerful.
Yeah,
Zoan piloting this Yorick very, very well. And I think we talked about they're winning through the macro right now. Yorick helps that be much, much easier to, win through the macro when he can just instantly zap down a tower like that if you just leave him alone for just a little too long.
Got to give Isurus credit, man. I gave the draft edge to Fluxu, and that's still, I think, an easier to execute composition. The range is a question, but for ISG, this was a higher ceiling composition. And the reason I wasn't kind of sure about it is because I guess I just don't have enough tape on these guys, right? Especially the solo laners, right? Especially Zoan. The comp kind of not lives or dies, but reaches its ceiling, I'll say, on the back of whether Zoan can execute on this Yorick. And so far, so really, really good. 5-0, 3-1 on the towers. The Grub's the only thing they haven't got in advantage of Fluxu at this point. It's like, look, would have liked to have that, but that's a win more objective, right? Especially for Zoan right now. Like, you basically have Grubs. You've got Zoan that can 1v1 anybody. You have Grubs at home.
Yeah, your Grubs, a little extra guy that spawns when you hit towers. How about little extra guys that spawn when I hit champions, or use abilities around the towers when I kill minions? And those ghouls and the power of the Maiden are just providing so much cross map pressure, and it neutralizes what would be a big team fighting and engaged tool. Curdy has to constantly be responding, and now we're gonna see Isurus is turning it on once again.
Using the Atacon as bait, Jose Deodo goes in, trying to get onto Fu there. He's got the stolen unbreakable will, so he is really, really tanky. He goes in with the abscond abduct. That is a lot of healing. That is a lot of durability. Shutdown goes on to Yampy. They've got a killer, but the jungler returns it onto Fu. Ackerman or Pro Delta and Marvin, still alive, but not able to take down the rest of ISG. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Curdy with a little help from the tower, making this a much closer fight in part 4 of this Fast and Furious saga. And now Ackerman baited in with no ultimate. He should go down here unless Jose Deodo can pull a miracle out of the hat. Ackerman surviving by the skin of his teeth. Jose Deodo just getting kited around, bounced around like a ping pong ball. Ackerman in with the spell rotation, back up off cooldown. ISG mop it up. It wasn't pretty, but it got the job done.
It was a really stretched out fight. Fu stayed alive so long with the sustain on his Silas that everything kind of got stretched out across that top lane. And when all was said and done, Fluxo had picked up more kills, but all of their health bars were really, really low. And we'll get to see it again right here as everyone goes on to Fu. Everyone's trying to kill him, and he just won't die. And as he gets away, he gets enough CC to go back in, and he pulls the Vi away. That means Fluxo was able to pick up the mid laner and the bot laner, the big damage dealers. But everyone's low. Look how low these health bars are, and look how high it is for Ackerman and Jose Deodo. And Yampi completes his back before Ackerman commits to the play. And we're right back into another fight.
No, Yampi gets caught out in the mid lane. Jose Deodo out of nowhere jumps on a Pro Delta. Your two beefy boys are down. And that means you have free reign on the map. Jungler and support in the gray screen. And that will be Ocean Soul for Isurus Gaming.
Yeah, Isurus picking up another good fight, another good skirmish. And like you said, the higher ceiling composition, harder to execute, sure, but when you execute, it is so good. And here comes Zoan. Zoan's going to look for the 1v1 here, and Fu knows he can't win it.
No, exactly. I mean, yeah, you can steal the maiden. Congratulations. You've got a lot of healing. Guess who else has a lot of healing? The dude you're fighting. I mean, that wasn't even close.
Zoan's health bar did not move.
No. Man, oh man. I mean, yeah, now, oh boy. I mean, where do you go from here, Brent? Right? I mean, the one kind of saving grace you had, and we pointed this out in draft, Silas and Jax can handle a Yorick in the side lane. They can handle themselves in the side lane. But now you're down basically a completed item, right? An item and a half, maybe, if you're going up against Curdy. He's up 2.8K on his opposite number. That's not just off CS, right? The CS difference is, what, 40? Right? Doesn't really count, but Curdy maybe can get the subjective bounty. That would actually be huge. Might even be worth taking your life for, but he can ward hop out of there because that's what Jax can do. Very nicely done. Got a few hundred gold back in the pocket of Fluxo W7M, and you give yourself a long lane to play through.
Yeah, you talked about, normally something like a Jax, something like a Silas can handle themselves in the side lane. They are very competent side laners. They have ways to get out if they feel uncomfortable with the matchup. If they need to, escape very suddenly, they can fight and trade back. But it's hard to do when someone is not a competent side laner, but the side laner champion and up 3K gold lead. Obviously, that has now been mitigated with the collection of the bounty. Ackerman might not know he is on vision. They have not pinged the ward, so he did not know that he was getting spotted, but had a bit of a sense of it, decides to back out very smartly. And now we have two objectives up in this topside river. I think we're going to get a fight here soon. You can see they have started up the Otacon once again.
Yeah, and I mean, there's just nothing they can do, right? Ackerman just standing there menacingly, didn't even pop ult. He can get shredded real quick if it doesn't pop that ultimate, but with the Ocean Soul as well, Curdy just going to try to take the wins elsewhere, and I think that's fair enough. Like, you have no business contesting that Otacon. But now Yampi, with the team a little fragmented, might be the target here. Fu jumps over the wall. Now Curdy rejoins the fight after getting themselves another objective bounty. W goes down from the victor. Jose Deodo maybe caught between a rock and a hard place here. Now the rest of the team, maybe he's got a shot here. Jose Deodo in too deep, but Zoan is alive, and that means they've got a chance. It's a 5v3 meanwhile on the other side, but if Zoan can stay free, then this is going to be just fine. Snicker and Ackerman keep themselves safe. Magnastorm goes down, and it does absolutely nothing. Marvin is down, and the rest of Fluxo W7M follow suit as who else? Zoan on the Yorick, a triple kill for the boy. Baron and then some is the prize on the table.
Yeah, they're going to get a Baron. Fluxo decides to aggress onto Isurus there because Zoan spent the teleport. Curdy kind of fainted towards the mid lane and said, hey, I'm going to take this tower. Someone has to stop me or I'm taking this tower. And Zoan says, fine, I'm going to teleport in. I'm going to stop you. And so Fluxo says, this is our time. We're going to try and fight. And they almost get Jose Deodo. But as they commit onto Jose Deodo, where is Jose Deodo heading? But back towards, he uses the ult, he uses the Q, he uses the flash, he's able to get over to Zoan, and Zoan comes into the fight and just starts wrecking house. This guy is a bulldozer. and he runs through 3 members of Fluxu W7M. It is very hard pressed to stop him. Now, a Yorick with the Baron buff, he's going to be so powerful no matter where he is on the map. If he's split pushing, if he's team fighting, Zoan looks so good right now. We had questions about these solo laners. They might have been answered, FourY4.
Well, it's certainly a tick in the box. I mean, both kills have gone on to Yampy, right? It's 0-3-2 and 0-3-0 for Fu and Curdy, respectively. A game to forget for both of these solo laners. Both very promising talents, but they are having absolutely no success today. And you got to give immense credit to ISG. I mean, a deathless game from the top jungle, that was going to be where, you know, the straw and the drink and the stirring and all of that good stuff was going to happen. And now it's desperation time. Big TP coming in from Fluxu W7M as Curdy looking for a way into this one. The health bars might be too low by the time he arrives. Snaker not in a great spot here, to be fair. Yampy doing all he can, but he will go down eventually. 2 kills for the victor. He shows up massive with a big chaos storm. Rod of Ages, Grasp of the Undying. Guess what? I'm still a victor. I've got 3 items, and I'm going to make it your problem. Leza mops the fight up, makes it so easy for Zoan. Isurus Gaming get their first series win of Split 3.
Yeah, and their first series win here in LTA South when they are just Isurus. I know it's going to mean a lot to these guys to be like, okay, hey, we brought in 2 new solo laners. People were having questions. People weren't sure. Both of them looked fantastic in this second game, or this third game here. My apologies. And they're once again showing their identity as a team. It is what we expected, but they were able to execute it very well. And on the side of Fluxu W7M, it does hurt. We keep saying that they're making strides in the right direction. They look like they're improving. They're a good team, but eventually we do need to see some of that translate into some results, because like you said, you don't have a lot of time. The format this split is not very forgiving, and so you need to, you know, find some momentum and find something to play for.
Yeah, they got to figure it out real quick here. We don't know who the rest of the opponents will be, who they'll have next week, but I mean, Bren, yeah, this is at a certain point it's got to be results, right? If nothing else, because like you said, just the format is so short. This isn't even about like impatience of like, oh, I need to see results now because it's my favorite team and I want them to win. No short-term gratification. No. The year might be over in a few weeks. And then you got to wait till January. And God knows it is not going to be the same 5 players. That never, ever happens one year to another, much less on a bottom team in League of Legends. That just simply never happens. So this roster is going to have to figure it out, and figure it out in a hurry. Look, I think the pieces are there. I think that for Yampy, right? There's a good, solid, stable presence you've got in the jungle. He's Jose Deodo light. He can raise your floor really high, but they're just not there yet. And Isurus, I think the experience shown through, but like you said, Bren, certainly a tick in the box for Zoan and Leza. Both really good games, but Zoan on that Yorick, man, just demonic. Very nice. Yeah,
Untouchable. I mean, deathless game from you on Yorick, triple kill in a huge team fight. It was really well executed, and that's what you want to see, because we talk about Isurus, we don't consider them, you know, a top threat after that disastrous regular season of Split 2. They did not, you know, perform up to expectations, but they picked up so much momentum in that playoffs, and we saw what this team can be. And I think, you know, any league is at its best when that 2nd through 5th position could just beat anyone right now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I do think we have something like that, right? Brewing potentially, right? The bottom maybe cut a bit adrift, but look, these have all been really close series, right? And Isurus, they lost to Red 2-1, they won here 2-1, right? No one's getting just Astro blasted unless maybe your name is Leviathan. We'll find out tomorrow how they do. So, oh, right. We might still have a bottom team, but again, speaking of things that are good for the league, if you're gonna have a LATAM team, right, in both leagues, LTA North and LTA South, for this thing to be successful, I really think the best version of itself has LATAM teams shining, and Isurus took a big step towards that. Bren, any final thoughts on this one before we wrap it up? Let the good people go on with their Saturday.
We got to see a good, you know, 3-game series here to end the Saturday. I think it was really good, and we talked about we're going to learn a lot about these teams. I really think we did. We're going to have a lot to discuss. Whoever's on Gringos Liberados, our weekly League of Legends podcast, where we discuss everything about LTA South, you can catch it on our YouTube channel. Those uploads are usually on Fridays. If you want to ask questions to our podcast members, you can do that in our community Discord. The link should be in our description as well. So, we have a lot learned, and I think there's a lot of discussion to be had. I'm now just looking forward to tomorrow. I've got really nothing on the docket. Maybe I'm going to have to go mow my lawn and hang around and just sit, crack open a cold one, and watch some good League of Legends.
Yes. That sounds like a great plan on a Sunday. If you want to do anything, the SuperBren said, even mow the lawn, we hope you do it with us, right? Pop in the AirPods and, have the stream going in the pocket if nothing else. So, for Bren, for Dia on production, for Orbital RMC who casted Series 1, thank you guys so much for being here. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow for more LTA South. Have a great rest of your Saturday.
Take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Licking your blade. Do you really believe if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin.